inlet baskets, which is part of that report. We talked about additional inlet baskets and filters. Have there been any cost recommendations?
There has been discussion about it. I think that they have ordered some, but they haven't all the parts haven't come in. So we're still kind of in the process of waiting for the delivery, the supply chain delivery issues. So I can give you an update on that.
Okay, maybe for the next meeting.
Yeah.
That'd be great, thank you. Any other comments about the water quality?
Is there any progress report on the seawall in Venetian Bay? Because I see them working down there, only they're north of the area that we're concerned with, that the city had the lawsuit with and all that.
Right. They are out to bid, I think, on that process. They're in the bidding process to get the work done, so they're working in that direction.
It's in the pipeline. Yeah, I
The
see they're
seawall
doing
area.
north of our area, they're doing the
seawall.
seawall all up and along the Venetian Bay restaurants there and whatnot. So that's not part of the area that's, where the sidewalk's closed due to the collapse of the,
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're working on the whole entire area there.
oh, so that's part of it, yeah.
I think,
Don't hold me to it,
I
but
heard that the
think-
Venetian Village itself, they were paying to put riprap along their seawall.
Oh,
So I think that's a separate project,
Oh,
and then
okay.
the
Sorry.
boat club is something that is being handled by the city.
So the part
my
that we're
understanding,
concerned,
yeah.
that's out for bid though, it's, because
seawall
nothing's been
portion.
done for like
The
3 or
seawall
4 months.
portion.
So have they decided not to put mangroves, didn't they, the property owners of the,
Yeah, I
And
didn't hear
riprap.
anything about that.
okay. Okay, thank you. Our next item would be the financial report. We got a copy of the third quarter.
Yes, I mean, everything is on the sheet. We did have the sign itself for the $710. The piling was the $2771, and then the marker installation was the $4,000. Those were the new expenses since the last time.
I notice our expenditures are way up from last year. $2,417 last year, $7,859 this year. And there's a couple items, maybe you can explain. What is the interior, is that decks and docks for $2,771?
Yeah, the interior decks and docks was the piling, the actual purchase of the piling to install the markers.
Oh, okay, that's the markers.
And then the one above it, the municipal supply and sign, that was for the marker sign itself.
Right, I got that one. Oh, so that, yeah, that confused me, decks and docks, so it's actually pilings.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. And the waterfront property service, is that the Dredger?
That was for them to actually install the marker
Oh,
with the
that's the labor.
pilings in and install the signs.
So the 2770 fund was materials only,
Correct.
and the $4,000 was the labor.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, so one of the things that I wanted to talk about, at the last meeting, we approved an additional $75,000 for water quality testing in addition to the $35,000 for the riprap. Obviously, that's for next year's budget. Do you have any type of numbers for next year's budget? Because I know on June 15th, it went before council to approve our millage rate to keep it the same. So I was just wondering if you had a fiscal year summary.
I do not, but they are working on it like right now. So that's why I don't have it. They literally are working on it right now.
Okay. So it's going to go before council, I guess, budget workshops in August, and then approval in September. So do we get to see this before it goes? What's the process? Do we have any input or no?
Yeah.
I mean, the process is, as far as the scheduling, there could be discussion and direction to staff as the budget's being prepared. I don't know that you're having a meeting before then, so you could express your views, and staff can take that into consideration through that process.
So if we decide now to increase, I'm going back to the RIPRAP, if we decide now to increase to 45 or 50, that should be done now, though, to be included in that budget, right? That would make more sense?
Yes, it
Rather than
would.
wait until October and then,
So when staff is working on the budget component of it, comments could be made that the initial responses to the bids that were requested, or the quotes, exceeded the 35,000, and that there may be a contingency for additional costs.
So would it behoove us then to?
yeah, I think it would be prudent if we went ahead and made that recommendation, just to maybe add a contingency of maybe another 20,000 or whatever we decide, just so that it's there. And like Natalie said, if they get lower bids, and if you do look for additional bids in the meantime, perhaps it will be less, but at least it's there.
It's there, yeah, I agree.
Well, the only issue with that is sometimes if people know what's there,
Oh.
then the bids might come in to what's there, rather than in a competitive type process. That would be one drawback to it. I'm not sure of how the amendment process goes. If you stayed with the current level that you have, would it be possible to go at a future time to amend it, the budget? If the bids come
Yeah.
in at a higher amount, I think that's part of what staff can work with finance on.
So maybe at this point, then, we are better just to stay with it, see what comes in, and then the October meeting, maybe ask for an amendment for increase if we're finding that it's just not possible to do this work. Because I think we're on board that we wanted to see it done. I don't think that's the question at this point. I think we agreed, all of us, at the last meeting.
Yep. I mean, it's an option that you have.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And with the increase of the 75,000 and the 35, possibly more, do you feel that our millage rate is sufficient to be able to cover these additional costs, or if there are any additional things that we want to add to it?
I think it's fine. You know, I don't remember seeing anything that would cause any kind of alarm with the numbers that we've been talking about, so.
And maybe with the increase in the property values, that gives a little extra.
Right.
I think it was like
Right.
12% or something. And I also wanted to ask, out of our, I guess, do we still have like 1.2 million in the reserve account
It should still be
for
there.
the fund? How much of that are we obligated to keep in as a backup? And, you know, are there limits? Are there, you know, do we want to keep $1 million in there for whatever reason? I know one of the things in the past that's been brought up is emergency dredging, but doesn't the county now cover the cost of emergency dredging of the past?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So does that give us more flexibility to use some more of these funds if we are concerned about the water quality and want to do more?
Honestly, I'm not familiar with your budget. I don't know if anyone from finance is available that could answer some of these detailed questions. I don't know that staff was anticipating them.
Right.
But could certainly circle back to you with answers after the meeting.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Any other comments about the financials? Yeah, I kind of would like to see some of that before the budget hearings. And we can do this by email, right? We don't need to have another meeting.
Correct, as long as it's a one-way communication of information from staff to the committee, and then no interaction between you all.
Okay, member comments? Any member comments?
I have no more comments.
No, ma'am.
Okay, the next meeting is scheduled for October 18th. You know,
Okay,
please make sure to put it on your calendars.
all right, thank you. So our next meeting is October 18th. This will be a Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock.
Yes.
Great. All right. No other comments, questions? And meeting is adjourned. Thank you for being here this morning. Thank you.
To this May 31st, 2022 regular meeting. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Blankenship.
Here.
Councilmember Chrisman.
Here.
Councilmember Hutchison.
Here.
Councilmember Perry.
Here.
Councilmember Petronoff.
Here.
Vice Mayor McCabe.
Here.
Mayor Heitman.
Here. Thank you, and if you'll stand for the invocation led by Pastor Ed Brandt from Lely Presbyterian Church.
Mayor, I can't think of a better way to end my May. Let us pray. Gracious and almighty God, we're grateful for a weekend of remembering sacrifices made by men and women in uniform. Their willingness to serve, go, and do the honorable yet impactful work of our nation during wars and conflicts brings a special honor upon their lives. Local lives and families are affected. National pride is placed on the line, and the outcomes will have lifetime effects. And while the official Memorial Day observances are over, we continue remembering and giving thanks. Sacrifices are real for Gold Star families, for dear friends, and for the heirs of freedom and liberty. Abide with the decision makers of Naples. Guide their deliberations with a degree of devotion unmatched in any town throughout our nation. Support the city employees, dear Lord, and let them know of the depth of appreciation we have for their work and service to our city and to our nation. And our prayers and thoughts continue to be with the people of Uvalde, Texas. May our work deconstruct the culture of violence so prevalent in our nation, and may our words and actions create a model for good and decent citizenship needed in our country. For your name we pray, amen.
Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Pastor Brandt, thank you for your service as a veteran.
My honor. You have a great meeting.
Thank you.
I'm going back to work.
I have one proclamation this morning, and if Ms. Cohn would come forward, please. And yes, absolutely, welcome. Thank you for being here. And how appropriate or inappropriate would today be?
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately. Whereas every day more than 110 Americans are killed by gun violence, alongside more than 200 who are shot and wounded, and on average there are nearly 16,000 gun homicides every year. And whereas the Americans are 26 times more likely to be killed with guns than people that have developed in other developed countries. Whereas protecting public safety in the community they serve is a mayor's highest responsibility. And whereas the support for the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens goes together with keeping guns away from people that shouldn't have them. And whereas in January 2013, Hadia Pendleton was tragically shot and killed at age 15, and on June 3rd, 2022, we recognize what would have been the 25th birthday of Pendleton. People across the United States will recognize National Gun Violence Awareness Day and wear orange to tribute Hadia Pendleton, other victims of gun violence, and the loved ones of those victims. And whereas the idea was inspired by a group of friends who asked their classmates to commemorate her life by wearing orange, they chose the color because hunters wear orange in announcing themselves to other humans when they are in the woods, and orange is a color that symbolizes the value of human life. And whereas anyone can join the campaign by pledging to wear orange on June 3rd, 2022 to help the awareness about gun violence. Now, therefore, I, Teresa Heitman, by the virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Naples, Florida, hereby proclaim Friday, June 3rd, 2022 as National Gun Violence Awareness Day. And if you would like to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor Heitman. I want to thank you for Mayor Heitman and City Council. This is the 5th year that you have read our proclamation. Unfortunately, couldn't come at a more appropriate time. So I ask you to join us. There are 8 million of us across the country right now. Our group is called Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. It was started by a mom. You don't have to be a mom to join us. You can join easily. Text the word ACT to 64433. Some of us have been in this fight for a long time. 110 people die every day from gun violence in our country, and it does not have to be this way. There is sensible legislation that we can pass that will not take away anyone's rights. You are not able to do anything, as you know, because of Florida preemption laws, but reading this proclamation goes a long way towards changing the culture of gun violence in our country. It's going to take all of us, no matter what your political persuasion, no matter what your gender. So I ask you to dig deep, ask yourself, what are you doing to stop this? You might say, I've written my senator. Do it again. You might say, I've made a donation. Do it again. Don't stop. We can change this. This is a solvable problem. Please write Senator Scott, Senator Rubio. There is a background check bill that has been sitting in the Senate for over 2 years. 90% of Americans want to see a background check on all gun sales. Please help us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do you want to join us in the picture?
No, ma'am.
Council, any changes or have a motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Hutchison, a second by Councilmember Chrisman. All in favor, sign by aye. Aye. Takes us to item 5, which is public comment, and if you'd like to speak on any item before council, there are registration forms in the back of the room that can be filled out and given to the clerk. We'll go to general public comment, which I have Jackie Kay. Morning.
Good morning, Jackie K, 4595 22nd Street, Northeast. I'm candidate for school board, District 5, and I'm for Students First. So I have a funny story. I woke up this morning, I got dressed, and my plan was to attend a Chamber of Commerce meeting in Immokalee, and something told me to check the calendar before you walked out the door, and I did, and that meeting is tomorrow. So I checked the site, and you all had a meeting, so I thought I would show up. I wasn't sure of what to speak about. However, based on, the gun violence in this country, that's a good topic for me to start on. As you all know, I was in the military. My ex-husband served one son. He went to Afghanistan 3 times, and he was assigned to a special forces unit and also worked with military intelligence. And I didn't know until he came back. He was in a couple of situations where he thought he was going to lose his life. So I understand the importance of not only, the Second Amendment right, but also protecting one country. But I also know as a mom of 4 children, with us being in the military, we had no problems having weapons. We've always had weapons. As a matter of fact, for one of my birthday, I was gifted with a 12-gauge shotgun, and we took it to the shooting range, and it knocked me on my bottom, and I decided to go with a revolver. But part of the military system is, as a soldier, before you are even allowed in the military, you are not only vetted, a background check is done. So that's the first process. When you go to basic training, you are taught weapon safety before they even think about putting a weapon in your hand. And if the drill sergeant see for any reason that you are not qualified or you are unfit to hold that weapon and train on it, they will not give it to you, okay? So if the military members are highly trained and they're required to go through a background check as well as weapon safety, why aren't civilians required to do the same thing? So for me, it's a matter of not only common sense, it's a matter of wisdom. But more importantly than all of that, it's about saving children's lives. I'm hearing reports of toddlers killing each other, toddlers killing their parents because they're leaving weapons around unsecured. With the military, you can have weapons in your home. You are required to have a safe, and the MPs will come to your home and make sure you have a safe, okay? In Germany, you're actually allowed to have weapons. I know this because my ex-husband and I had weapons. We were in a gun club. You are vetted, more so than the Supreme Court, trust me. And then there are certain requirements to travel around with your weapons and have the documentation. So it's not a matter of taking weapons away from law-abiding citizens. It's about ensuring that those who aren't mentally fit to have them cannot get them. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your service. Ms.
Thank
Kay.
you.
And I do not have any further general public comment. Okay, that takes us to the consent agenda. I have a motion to approve.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
I have a motion to approve the consent agenda by Councilmember Blankenship and a second by Councilmember Hutchison. All in favor, sign by aye.
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 Opposed? Passes unanimously. Takes us to our regular agenda item, and that would be Ms. Rambosk.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council. Patricia Rambos, City Clerk. Item 10 is to interview Quinby Tyler as an alternate member on the Planning Advisory Board. As you will recall, a vacancy in the alternate position came open with the appointment of Patrick Coughlin to a regular position. And at that time, when City Council was interviewing for the Planning Advisory Board members, you interviewed Anthony Dwyer, and again for the DRB. He is interested also in the alternate position and will do the appointments tomorrow. So at this time, I'd like to invite up Quinby Tyler to the desk.
I just saw her in the chambers.
I know she was just here.
No one expected us to get past the consent agenda so quickly.
Mayor, we could skip ahead to 12A and approve that continuance real quick.
She'll be right there.
Okay, by recommendation of Councilman Member Blankenship, 11A is a time certain, and that's 12 o'clock, and we will adjourn up into the large conference room for that executive session. So that takes us to 12A. And Councilmember,
Sorry, does the city attorney need to read it before we can continue it?
Thank you. A resolution determining outdoor dining petition 22-ODPV4 for the purpose of granting outdoor dining on private property to include 59 tables, 118 seats, and 2 umbrellas for the bevy locating at 360 12th Avenue South on property owned by 360 12th Avenue Holdings, LLC, said property being more fully described herein and providing an effective date.
thank you.
And the petitioner requested the continuance?
Yes, that is correct. So a motion to approve a continuance would be in order.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion to continue 12A by Councilmember Blankenship and a second by Councilmember Hutchison. All in favor, sign by aye.
Aye.
Do we need to designate that it's to the 15th on the continuance?
If you intend to review that prior to your adjournment over the summer, yes. I don't know if Ms. Martin has additional communication concerning the request.
Well, the only reason I ask is because in our memo, it suggests that it's being continued to the 15th.
Right, so if I could just, since there's a motion and in the middle of it, all in favor, sign by aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Councilman Perry brings up a good point that this item will be continued to June 15th, 2022. Okay? Thank you, Councilmember Perry. Okay, well, Ms. Rambos will go back to 10A.
Thank you again. I'd like to invite up Quinby Tyler for if you'd like to come up to the desk, and we'll have council interview right here. Yes. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Tyler. How are you?
Very good.
Good. Thank you for applying. And we do appreciate your service to the Community Redevelopment Advisory Agency Board. If you would like to say a few words about why you've decided to apply for PAB.
Very good. Thank you. And thanks for this opportunity to come before you to seek appointment as a additional member of the PAB, even in a capacity that's just maybe adjunct or interim, or as an addition to the group. But I have a fairly long history now in my time being in Naples with being on city involvement and being involved in city enterprises. And it started actually, funnily enough, ironically enough, with the PAB when I made my first public comment before a city board, and it was actually the PAB when I remembered back, and it goes back to maybe around 2015. And I remember being, very, very nervous. It was my first time speaking in front of a board. And then from that moment on, it seemed like it sort of snowballed from there. And the next thing you know, I'm serving on the crab. I enjoyed my time on the crab. I found it very rewarding, and it was more involvement than I had anticipated at the time. But I was happy to do it. And I think the reason that I opted to serve on a board was that I have a heart for Naples. I have a heart for preserving its small town culture, its way of life, its quality of life, and serving the community in its goals to preserve the vision that's been set before, well before I came to Naples. I just happened to be a lucky recipient of being in a town that I fell in love with immediately for those very reasons. And so the overarching theme here is that by serving on a board, I feel that I'm putting my time to good use, and instead of just getting up and constantly making public comment, to actually put my time where my mouth is and invest my time in helping preserve the quality of life that we have here in Naples.
Thank you, and thank you for applying. Council, any questions for Ms. Tyler? Councilmember Blankenship?
Thanks for your interest in serving our great city again. Certainly appreciate the time you put in so far. And I know you also have your own business that you run full-time, which I'm sure takes more than 40 hours a week. And the PAB takes a lot of time too. So just want to confirm that you're aware of the time commitment for attending PAB meetings and the preparation, and that you are able to do both, because it is unfortunately a big commitment on top of your business that you run.
That's true, and I've considered all of those things. In fact, I was, after my term expired on crab, I thought, well, this is great. I'll have some extra free time to devote to the business and other pursuits. But it didn't take long. It took about a month and a half before I was standing in front of City Council again, and actually in front of PAB. So regardless of whether I sign up for a board, it seems like I always find myself getting involved in one way or another. There's a sort of common thread that keeps pulling me back to city matters. So yes, I do. I would carve out the time. I was able to do so on crab. In fact, I think in my 4 years of being on crab, I only missed one meeting of all those 4 years. So when I commit to something, I commit wholeheartedly.
Well, that's good to hear. We certainly appreciate what you've done and know that you'll be an excellent contributor to the PAB if selected too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hutchison?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Quimby. I've been acquainted with you for several years now, and your service to the community certainly appreciated. I've watched some of your comments in the various capacities that you've served. I've listened carefully to what you've said when you've come before council. And just now you said a few key words that are important to me. You said the charm and the character of the city of Naples is important to you. You mentioned small town feel. And so, similar to myself, when I started, trying to serve the community and others, we have an idea of what we're going to do and how we're going to stand when pressure's put on us. And if you succeed in what you're about to do here, you're going to have intense pressure. There's forces, as you know, that this community is it's very popular. It's a destination. There's people that want to build as high as they can build and build as far out on the lot line as they can and get a better return on investment. And that's okay. I'm a business guy too. But our community, through our visioning process, as you know, they've made statements about this. They've taken a position. Most of us on this dais have been placed here because of our alignment with our community's vision. So I have really one question for you. First, I'll frame it up. So prior to 2022, the PAB, which is an advisory board for the community, this is one of the most important advisory boards to City Council. PAB, the Planning Advisory Board. So it's planning for our community. So years prior, the PAB mirrored the path of a city council in liberally applying decision-making to approve variances to our code and site plans with deviations. In some instances, almost all of them got approved. Deviations and variances to our code, the thing that got this community to where it is today. And the construct of our code has changed, and now variances as well as site plans with deviations are structured differently in a way which is more challenging to attain. So for the community, what I really want to know is, do you have any comments about how the community can be confident of your resolve in protecting the thing that you mentioned at the beginning of your statement? The charm, the character, and the small town feel.
Thank you for that question, and I can speak to that. I could use an eternity to speak about this, but just suffice it to say, it's not about my wishes for this community to remain small, quaint, and have quality of life. It's actually the majority of wishes of Neapolitans by a wide margin. Overwhelmingly, there's been a call for containing growth, managing growth more effectively, and also being very, very cautious how we allow future development to occur within our city. And it's something I feel very strongly about, so much so that in serving on the CRAB and actually even getting involved in the first place and making public comment from time to time, I have a business in town. I also have I own property in the downtown Naples area. And the best case example I can give you as to how I have fought to maintain the small character and nature of the area, and how I would be very strong against outside pressure for overdevelopment, is that it would be very easy for me as a property owner and business owner to want rampant growth and want property values to increase. And property values increase, of course, when there's a feeding frenzy for developers to come in and they know that they get a green light to expand and build in an unrestrained fashion. That would help me out as a property owner because it would increase the value of my properties. I have fought tirelessly against that. Against my own economic, benefit, but it's been because I don't feel it's right for the community. I don't feel like that is why I moved here. I moved here for the same reason that many other people moved here, which was because they were attracted to the quiet enjoyment of this area and of the beautiful community that we have here. So I feel strongly about maintaining that vision that's been voiced over and over again through the years, overwhelmingly, and it's always consistent.
Well, I have a good sense of your sincerity, and I appreciate that. And thank you for the opportunity, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Quimby.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Perry?
Thank you, Ms. Tyler, and thank you for all you've done for the city at this point. I'm particularly interested in how you see the new 4110 master plan applying to the planning board. There are a lot of things that are going to be, it certainly looks like where there's going to be a lot of development in the CRA district, that portion of the CRA district, which both directly and indirectly affect you and your business. Do you have any thoughts about that, having seen the master plan as it has developed to date?
Yeah, I have many thoughts on that, and again, I could speak into infinity on that, on the subject, because I've been intimately involved in the master planning process from its inception, and on CRAB, I was one of the members who voiced a need for that, and found consensus that there was a need for a master planning process to be put in place. We've successfully navigated through it, and I think they've done a wonderful job of, I say they, but the consulting company that came in to garner public input with Speak Up Naples. There's been a lot of community outreach. Many of the stakeholders have weighed in on this, and I actually feel very positive and generally very excited about the prospect of us paying some attention in that area. I think it's long overdue, and I believe that the efforts that they have made to encompass the values of the city and the values of our residents has been heard, and I believe that they have tried to implement that in some of their initial, at least in principle, their initial design concepts. So there's many things we need to be careful of going forward, and that's why I believe PAB at this juncture is going to be critical in advising and vetting some of these land use codes that may come before us and changes in ordinances that will come before you. And I would feel it would be my job serving on that board to help vet these proposals and design ideas and concepts and capital improvement projects that will be ongoing for that master plan process. It's interesting and it's exciting, but we need to proceed very cautiously because there will be many opportunities for bad ideas to surface at this time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Many of the questions I was going to ask already have been asked, but the concept of what you've done for the community, and as Councilman Perry was asking about the 4110, and you were intimately involved in the charrettes and bringing the business community in to make sure we got that aspect of it. So I thank you for that. But when we look at the PAB, we look at the PAB as someone else had said, is a very important advisory board to the City Council. Because the PAB's job is to, whether it's quasi-judicial or whether it's legislative, is to really look at and vet what comes to us, so that when we as council are looking at whether it's a significant development or a change to our codes, we can feel very assured of what we have in front of us and what we are looking to accomplish through this. Can you talk to a little bit about the vision and the comprehensive plan and how that all applies to or can be looked upon as your role would be to send things to?
I can. I intend to be an absolutist on that front. I feel that the vision plans have been carefully constructed. I think that they have gone through multiple revisitation over the years, and the same concepts keep coming forward. And I think we have a very good vision work plan that needs to be adhered to, and and everything needs to go back to that. So anything that comes before PAB or anything that comes before us, it needs to be referred back to that and cross-checked that we are falling in line with what the vision and the comp plan has in its tenets, and meet those goals and objectives, or at least weigh them against those goals and objectives. I think that's critical, and I think sometimes that may have been missing in the past. It's it's very easy for us to go back to that. It's laid out in black and white. It's very easy to follow if we just keep referring back to it, and I would intend fully to keep referring back to those goals and objectives that have already been met out in previous times.
Right. Well, that really kind of sums it up, because the basis of what we are looking to do, whether it's legislative or what is coming before us in a petition, really has to be brought back to the ordinances, and the ordinances are based upon the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan is based on the vision. When that all comes together, it is what the community has defined of what they want both the neighborhoods as well as the commercial districts to look like. And the more we're tying directly back to, as you said, the comprehensive plan, to the vision, the more we are in line and protecting and preserving the Naples that we all love, and the Naples that we moved here, or the Naples that we grew up here for. So I appreciate your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Petrinoff?
Thank you for applying.
Good morning, thank you.
We just have one quick question for you. I saw on your application that you are an artist and you are also an entrepreneur owning a retail store here. Can you tell us how you think those skills that you bring to the table through those two skill sets that you have, how you would apply them to PAB, because they are unique?
Oh, thank you. Well, I will preface by saying that at first I, was wondering if I'd be qualified to serve on a board, serve on CRAB, let alone PAB. But when I've thought back of it, I don't come with, degrees in architecture or urban planning or even, of course, law. But in fact, I don't have a college education at all. And it served me well in life because I think for myself. I'm a critical thinker, and I am thirsty for knowledge all the time. My creative side, being the art side, allows me to think outside the box on certain things. It also allows me to find solutions to certain creative solutions to problems and overcome roadblocks and things of that nature. So, which I've done so all my life. And I started at 19 in my own business and have done so ever since. And I've experienced a good degree of success in what I do and how I approach things. But I think it's mainly because if I don't know the answer to something, I'm very resourceful in finding out where the answers lie, or at least where the experts or people that can help me come to a solution on something where I need to seek that knowledge. So I have full confidence that my background would serve the board very well.
Councilmember Crispin.
Ms. Tyler, all my questions have been asked, but I wanted to just take a moment to, of course, you and I served together on the CRAB for a year or two, and I enjoyed that association and have appreciated all the work you've done for the community in other ways over the last period of years, and I think you're an excellent applicant for this position, and I'm glad you applied, and I'm really happy that you're continuing to look to find ways to get involved in the community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, thank you, and thank you, Ms. Tyler, for applying to be on PAB.
Very good. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
And that concludes 10A, correct, Ms. Rambosk? Thank you.
Yes, just a reminder, we'll have the selection tomorrow.
Correct. We continued 12A, but I did, in going through our speaker registration form, there was a John Metcalf that wanted to speak on 12A. So if I could just, out of respect for your registration, it has been continued, but if you'd like to speak about that item for the record.
Thank you. My name is John
Excuse me,
Metcalf.
if you'll just push the button to the side and state your name.
Right-hand side, sir.
On the there.
Nope.
It's already on.
Thank
It's on
you,
now.
David.
Oh, you can't see it. Yes, you're good.
My name is John Metcalf. I live at 508 Broad Avenue South, which is a part of Village Green. I've been an owner for 34 years. And what is happening in our area is we are overwhelmed with parking. And the parking, of course, is brought about by the business on 3rd. We, in self-defense on weekends during the season, the owners have had to put stakes with reflectors around their property so that people don't park on their lawns. And it seems that the city council has overlooked the parking problem that surrounds 3rd Street. We have people parking on our lawns. We have people parking all over the place. And when a business comes and asks to expand, the question is, where are all these cars going to be parked? And it seems to me that the city hasn't taken into account the number of vehicles, particularly in the last 2 years. The 10 buildings in Village Green have 313 owners, 313 residences. It's a residential area. And to have people come and park on your lawn and assume that this is where you go if you can't find a parking place on 3rd Street is rather disturbing. And that's why I'm here this morning. It also seems a little ironic that this hearing is after the season when 80% of the people in Village Green have left. It would be much more apropos to have it during the season. Thank you very much for your time. I hope that you understand that the problem that we are faced is parking, and I'd like to hear the parking plan from the people on the council and from the people from the bevy.
Thank you, sir. And again, that item has been continued to June 15th. And I assure you, this council has parking as one of its #1 issues. So part of our priorities in trying to solve the parking issue. So thank you for being here today. Council, that takes us to item 12B.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 12B is a resolution determining outdoor dining petition 22-ODPV3 for the purpose of granting outdoor dining on private property to include 6 tables, 22 seats, and 5 umbrellas for Alfonso Restaurant located at 300 9th Street North on property owned by My Naples Sunshine LLC, Killer Cook LLC, and Queenie B LLC, said property being more fully described herein and providing an effective date.
Madam Clerk.
Will all those intend to give testimony please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Thank you. Council disclosures, Councilmember Perry.
I'm familiar with the site. I've visited the site, no contact.
Visited the site, no contact.
Visited the site, familiar with the site, no contact.
Hutchison.
Visited the site, familiar with the site, no contact.
Okay.
Yeah, visited the site, walked the site, familiar, thanks. No contact.
I'm familiar with the site and visited it and have no other contact.
I am familiar with the site and I've had no contact. Thank you. And we have a petitioner.
Was the petitioner sworn in?
Were you sworn in, ma'am? Yes. Okay.
She didn't stand up.
Okay. Would you like to come up to this podium and just state your name for the record, please?
Hi, good morning. My name is Kamola Tajriva, and I'm going to be speaking on behalf of Afsona LLC, a restaurant that is located at this address, which is the 9th Street South in Naples, Florida. We are just adding additional tables to the outdoor dining. We previously had the outdoor dining during the COVID, which the city permitted us to do it temporarily. And a lot of our customers did enjoy the outside dining. And unfortunately, maybe I should say, fortunately, after the COVID is over, our temporarily permit was terminated. So it's been a long process applying for this. We are small family-owned restaurant, never done anything like this before. So it took us about 5 months to get to this point. So we would respectfully ask you to approve our permit for outdoor seating. It will be 6 tables along with the 22 chairs. We're not necessarily going to use 6 tables, it's up to 6 tables. And none of the sidewalks nor parking issues will be any issue at all. along with the 5 tables and 6 tables and 22 chairs. And the same site, we will have some shading umbrellas installed as well, which not be affected by any sidewalk.
Okay, thank you. Council, questions for the petitioner? Councilmember Perry?
Thank you. There was, on the disclosure of interest of the, I guess it's the owner of the property, that's My Naples Sunshine, Queenie Bee, and Killer Cook. There's an indication that there are no people that have at least a 5% interest in this ownership. Is that correct? Oh, it's been revised. Thank you. Okay. That's really all I had, was concerned about, because that wasn't there. But I have no other questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Council. Any other questions for the petitioner? Okay, we'll move to the staff report.
Good morning, Mayor Martin, Planning Director. I want to take this opportunity to introduce a new staff member of ours. This is Tanya Selmeski. She's been with us for about a month, so this will be her first hearing before council. But she has not been qualified as an expert, so we just wanted to make sure we get that on the record. So give a little credentials.
Hi, I'm Tanya Slomeski. I'm so happy to be part of the staff here and to represent the planning department and be part of Naples. Prior to coming to the city of Naples, I was down on Marco Island for 3.5 years as their environmental planner, doing very similar work, doing permit reviews, plan reviews, going before city council, preparing environmental reports. And prior to that, because I moved down in 2018, I lived up in Connecticut and worked for the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection for 13.5 years, and I was their lead coastal permitting analyst up there, and also did permit reviews and plan reviews for residential and commercial development along the coast, and looking at impacts to coastal resources. So it was a wonderful job. I'm happy to be in Florida. As far as my degrees, I have associates in social science, a bachelor's in environmental science, and a master's degree from the University of Rhode Island in marine policy.
Well, thank you, and welcome to the City of Naples team.
Thank you.
And I think you're very well credentialed, so thank you.
I'm just going to stand here weirdly in case there's any questions.
Okay, so we have a staff report?
We do. So regarding item 12B, this is a request for approval of outdoor dining on private property for Afsona Restaurant located at 300 9th Street North. The request is for 6 tables, 22 chairs, and 5 umbrellas along the south side of the restaurant, parallel to 3rd Avenue North. The fire marshal has reviewed and approved the life safety plan for the outdoor dining area at this restaurant. Previous restaurants at this location were administratively approved for outdoor dining, including Jane's Cafe in 2007 and the Maria Diana Cafe in 2012. There was a change in ownership in December 2020 when Afsana Restaurant took over the lease at this location. The petitioner applied for a temporary use permit, as indicated, during COVID for outdoor dining, and that expired in June 2021. At which time the petitioner removed the tables and the chairs. The petitioner, as she stated, as the new owner of the establishment, has applied for a new outdoor dining approval to reflect both the ownership change and a life safety plan similar to what was previously approved for this location. 216 property owners located within 1,000 feet of the site were notified of the request, and no correspondence was received. Staff has reviewed the petition pursuant to Section 56-126D2 of the Land Development Code and finds that the criteria have been met. And with that, staff is available for questions.
Thank you. Council, questions for staff? No questions? Councilmember Hutchison?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In looking at the diagram, I just wanted clarification. So the petitioner talked about some umbrellas being used, and looking at the drawings, it looks like the umbrellas will be deployed in a manner which will not bring either the base of the umbrella or the umbrella itself over the public sidewalk area, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Excellent. That's all I had. Thank you.
Councilmember Petrinoff?
Two quick questions. One is looking at these diagrams, these are 4 round tables. When you pull those tables out, does it impede the sidewalk at all? If they are fully occupied?
No, no.
The reason that the chairs are angled the way they are is so that when they pull out, they don't pull directly out into the sidewalk. So that's why they've oriented the tables.
Okay,
in
so
that
when
manner.
they sit down and they scoot their chair, and that will not, and there's 5 feet of, I think I remember, in the sidewalk area?
Yeah, they're maintaining that 5-foot clear path.
And just for clarification, because this is outdoor dining, to the prior gentleman's comment, this does not require any additional parking
So
per our
this
code?
Sure. So this is one of those weird historical things where we did, prior to 2008, there was no outdoor dining regulations. We didn't have it in our code, we didn't have regulations. So there were a lot of businesses that had outdoor dining throughout town. In 2008, we did a sweep through, and there were a lot of places that hadn't received permits. So in 2008, we did a sweep all the way through town, and we issued permits to kind of memorialize or acknowledge what was existing out there. This is one of those restaurants. There has been outdoor dining consistently in this location without the provision of additional parking.
Okay.
Because they're not expanding the square footage, and that's how we calculate parking for outdoor dining, is calculated by square footage, not number of tables and not number of chairs, but just by the square footage. We've kind of collectively just allowed the replacement of existing restaurants, but you are correct. They are not providing, I think they would require 3 spaces, roughly 3 spaces for that amount of outdoor dining.
Okay, what do you mean they require 3 spaces?
That square footage, the square footage that they're requesting there, if this was brand new, if there had never been outdoor dining here and they came in tomorrow and said, we want to put outdoor dining, I think they would be just over 3 spaces, so round up to 3 or 4 spaces.
Okay.
But because this is just a replacement of an existing business that's been operating with this square footage of outdoor dining, so it's really I don't have a solid code answer for you, I guess is my answer. It's just a practice that we've been allowing, the kind of that infill, that replacement of existing restaurants.
And have you looked at this during high season? Is there an issue with parking today, since it's been around for so long, and I assume you're not adding any more to what, you're just memorializing what exists? Do we have a parking issue today there?
Not that we know of. We haven't received any complaints. We've checked with code enforcement. There have been no concerns with parking at this issue that we know of.
We send all of these requests through fire, police, and code enforcement to see if there are any specific complaints or violations, and we did not receive any for this restaurant.
Thank you.
But I do agree that when we have the 4110 master plan discussion, it is a good topic to discuss on how we want to handle this moving forward, because it is kind of one of those parking anomalies in our code.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Just a couple of questions. You're saying that the 3 spaces would be determined by the square footage of this outdoor dining?
Yep.
Not by the restaurant itself?
Well, they'd have to park the restaurant as well, but not by the number of seats. It's by the square footage of the area.
Yeah, so 22 spaces, or 22 actual dining wouldn't equate to 3. Seems like it would be more than that, you know? Be a lot of people in the cars as they pulled up.
Yeah, we have different regulations in different districts for outdoor dining. Fifth Ave doesn't require any parking for outdoor dining. This does the 3 per thousand. D downtown does 3 per thousand. So, yeah.
And I was asking that question of you just for the code purposes, but for the petitioner, because the response of we don't think there's a parking issue in this little plaza, because we haven't heard the complaints, doesn't mean that there isn't. Because if you look at this little parking plaza, you have a UPS store there, that has a sign that says, "Don't park here," which they can't do because you have shared parking in the D downtown, yet they're trying to keep their business going because there isn't enough parking for all that's happening in this little plaza, which would be my question to you. When I look at the diagram and I see what is mapped out here, your outdoor dining space is 9 feet 6 inches. And then on your diagram, you show that the seating area with the little red around it would represent where the chairs would actually be pulled out to be functional for dining. You have 3 feet between the wall and there, and then the space itself is kind of outlined. It doesn't say what the actual dimensions are of that space in red.
Well, it's a 1,740 square feet, the outdoor area.
Okay.
And going back to the comments about the parking,
Mm-hmm.
so our restaurant is kind of facing the 3rd Street
Yes.
north, compared to the other restaurant, including the UPS is facing 41. So majority of the customers that come towards the other retailers at that plaza, they kind of park in that like a Christmas tree parking area, I guess. It looks like a Christmas tree upside down. And the parking spots that is right across, right next to our restaurant, that where our patio will be facing, majority of the time it stays empty because I believe people have the, they think those parking lots reserved for our restaurant, even though there's no sign for it.
Okay.
So there's about 9 parking spots there, including, it's not shown on the picture, but if you look towards the right, there's 9 more same parking lots available over there too. So we, even during the COVID, when the traffic was really high, we never had a problem with the parking.
Right. That was my next question, because as you look just to the east, you have the bagel shop, et cetera, right there.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
And your hours, do they overlap with what the bagel shop is? Do you know?
Bagel shop, they open for breakfast and lunch.
Yep.
So only time it overlaps is, I believe they open till 2 p.m. Only time it overlaps is Monday through Friday, our lunchtime from 11:30 till 2:30.
Okay, okay. Because I'm just trying to make sure that what you're planning, because this would be the expansion, and it is actually less expansion than what you had during COVID.
Correct.
And then the question that you just answered that I was going to ask was, what is the impact that that had on parking in that area? And
During the COVID, we had about 9 tables outdoors.
okay,
Because majority of the customers did not want to sit indoors for safety reasons. So we had up to 9 tables outside, and we had absolutely no issues with the parking. Not that it was, we never had a people walk in and say like, oh, I'm sorry, we're late for our reservation because we couldn't find parking. We never had that.
okay, okay. That's my questions. Thank you. Okay.
Councilmember Chrisman?
So, question for staff, first of all. So this has met, this, from a parking standpoint and other standpoint, what's being requested here is, meets all of our codes and ordinances.
No, not strictly. If this were a new development and they were to come in and request outdoor dining, they would be required to provide parking at 3 per 1,000 for the outdoor dining. But it's been just a policy decision over the years that because this is D downtown and to kind of keep the, you know, these are your smaller mom and pop businesses. These aren't, you know, your big restaurant chains. These are your, you know, small little infill developments. We've allowed that to restaurants with outdoor dining that have had outdoor dining since, you know, prior to 2008, prior to the regulations that never did provide the parking to satisfy that outdoor dining, just to replace, not to make that bigger, not to expand the square footage, but to just continue with that.
But how does that align with the shared parking policy within that area?
Well, D downtown is the only district that allows on-street parking to satisfy parking requirements, because if you look at the D downtown, that's, I mean, it's a redevelopment area. That's the intent, and so the idea is that you're not going to have, because we created that district after most of these properties were developed. most of these properties don't meet the parking requirement. And that's an understanding. So I guess it's just kind of a policy discussion of whether we want to, moving forward, enforce the outdoor dining on enforce the parking regulations on the existing businesses, or continue to allow that replacement of existing businesses in the same square footage.
A couple comments. I would, and this builds on some of the comments and questions the Vice Mayor just asked. I'm probably quite familiar with that area of, let's say, from 4th Avenue North to 3rd Avenue North, and from 41 to 10th Street as any area within the design district in terms of frequenting it for various purposes. And I would say that it is, that area I just described is the center point for congestion within 4110, if you had to pick an area. And in season, it's sort of spectacularly congested. It's kind of amazing to me how people seem very happily ready to sit in their outdoor table at Grouper and Chips as the front end of an automobile sort of nudges their leg. You know, it's just, but some people love to walk through Times Square at Christmas season, and some people hate it. So to each his own. My comment is really that I think this is this question, this broader question that's been raised and I'm raising, is something that sooner or later we're going to have to deal with, and probably the implementation discussion around the 4110 master plan gives us a good opportunity to do that. In the meantime, I think that we should be treating any petitioner who comes forward with a reasonable proposal and something that's consistent with past practices at that business and is consistent with what we've done for other petitioners in the same area. We should treat them equally and fairly. So I'm not raising these points to cast any question about the petition before us, but more to put in my vote for this being something that we need to come back and address at the appropriate time in the future, in the broader sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hutchison.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, ladies. So what we're talking about here is grandfathering in due to past policy decisions, right? So, and I'm paraphrasing here, I don't think you said this, but what we're doing here doesn't match up or mirror our code, is that correct? Yeah. At what point would our city staff believe that not following our parking code in this area would not be sustainable? In other words, what's the nexus? What's the manifestation of when we're going to see something, when you believe that by taking this step, it's no longer going to be sustainable? What will we see? What will we experience?
Well, I will tell you, we wouldn't allow this grandfathering if it was anything other than an existing restaurant that had outdoor dining prior and was doing the same exact thing. So say if it was a retail space that didn't provide enough parking, if they came in and wanted to change over to a restaurant and add outdoor dining, absolutely not. They'd have to provide the full amount of parking. But when we get these petitions where it's a restaurant space that has had, 1,000 square feet of outdoor dining since, 20, 30 years, without incident, that's the other thing. We send these out, we ask police, we ask code enforcement, have there been any reported, complaints? Have we had problems? Do we send the police out there regularly? Is this a problem? If we got feedback that it was a problem, then that would be one of those points that we would say this is an issue. But I think that it is really, it's a broader conversation. It's a policy question that we need to have that conversation and decide, is this something that we want to move forward continuing to allow, or do we need to, is this the point where we stop and kind of reassess the whole parking situation in the D downtown?
Yes, because the future state of this area is going to be significantly different than what it is now, correct?
Correct.
So we know that much. So the question is, council, do we just continue doing this knowing that the configuration, that the intensity is going to change? And by continuing to hang on to policy decisions that don't mirror our code, in my opinion, is not in the community's best interest. Nothing against the petitioner. I'm fully supportive of our code. Whatever the code says, I support. I don't support policy decisions that don't support our code. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And staying on this particular petition, how I might agree with that, we need to make sure that we stick with our parking policies. This particular outdoor dining is on private property and is secured behind or protected so that there is a pathway for pedestrians.
Yes, the entire public sidewalk will be maintained.
Thank you. Further questions, council? For the petitioner? Petitioner, if you'd like to make your closing comments.
I understand for the majority of issues are coming up. I've been living in Naples for 17 years, so I've seen all the changes, which majority of times makes us happy, but at the same time it's hard to let go of the old things. But at the same time, I would like you to consider that this is a family-owned restaurant. We're not a big corporate or chain restaurant. We bring a inclusive cuisine from Eastern European country. We are one of the kind in Naples, so we would like to keep continuing that. Also give the opportunity of our guests to be able to sit outdoors as well. But thank you for your consideration.
And just for the record, we did not have public speakers on this item.
No, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Council? Discussion or motion? Councilmember Perry?
I move to approve. Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Perry and a second by Councilmember Chrisman. Madam Clerk, please poll the council.
Vice Mayor McCabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Hutchison?
No.
Councilmember Chrisman?
Yes.
Councilmember Blankenship?
Yes.
Councilmember Perry?
Yes.
Councilmember Petronoff?
No.
Mayor Heitman?
Yes, it passes 5-2. Thank you very much. And council, that takes us to 12C.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 12C is an ordinance relating to building heights, providing for legislative intent, providing for the purpose of amending Chapter 44, General Provisions, Section 44-8, Definitions, pursuant to Text Amendment 22-T2, providing a severability clause, providing a repealer provision, and providing an effective date. This matter is before you on first reading, and it has been before you in various forms, and I will defer to Ms. Martin to tell you the different dates and times that this item has come to you.
Good morning, Ms. Martin.
Good morning. Sorry, this isn't working. So I'll pull it up on my phone.
As only you can do.
Tiniest little. Sorry. Okay. All right. So this is a request for first reading of an ordinance. I think we have discussed this on multiple occasions, but it was, I think we had it scheduled for first reading in April. We then decided not to move forward, council decided not to move forward with that, but then at the April 19th city council meeting and correspondence and communication, it was directed for staff to bring this back for a first and second reading in June prior to the summer recess. So we are back. Nothing has changed since that ordinance that was first presented at first reading in April. It is just the deletion of that last sentence from the definition of commercial districts in section 44-8. So it's commercial zoning districts and or commercial zoning district both mean and include each of the following: highway, HC highway commercial, C1 retail shopping, C1A commercial core, C2 general commercial, C2A waterfront commercial, C3 heavy commercial, C4 airport commercial, I industrial, M medical, O office, D downtown, and PD plan development, regardless of use, and any future commercial zoning districts the city may create. To clarify, all buildings in a planned development, PD zoning district, including but not limited to exclusively residential buildings, shall be considered to be subject to restrictions applicable to commercial zoning districts. And then the sentence that we are proposing to remove at this time reads, public service zoning districts and any future zoning districts that are exclusively for hospitals or parking garages are not commercial zoning districts. So that is the only proposed amendment in this ordinance, is the removal of that last sentence related to public service zoning districts and parking garages and hospitals.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, we have members of the public. I think maybe, well, I would defer to hearing from them first and then make some thoughts.
If you wish to speak on behalf of this item, which is 12C, I do not have, I do have public comment. Thank you. Okay, we'll move to public comment, and Mr. Bell? Good morning.
Good morning, Jerry Bell, 1979 4th Street South. I'm also president of the Aquitaine Shores Association. And Madam Mayor, with your permission, I'd like to read into the record a letter that has been sent previously by a coalition of homeowners associations here in Naples. We are writing to you as a group of HOA presidents on behalf of our boards regarding the NCH Heart, Stroke, and Vascular Institute, in particular item 12C on the May 31st, 2022 agenda today. As you know, there is broad-based community support for this very important project that will bring world-class care to our community in the downtown area of the city and closest to those likely to need it. We believe you all agree on the importance of this project to our residents. Having listened to concerns of neighbors about the height of the originally proposed building earlier in the year, NCH redesigned the facility and is now planning one building with a facade height of 75 feet, essentially the same height as the existing main hospital building, and an overall height about 10 feet less. We believe they, as healthcare experts, know best what they will need in the way of facilities to be successful today and in the years ahead. Our boards are unanimous in our support of the NCH plan. Even at the new plan height, we understand that there are zoning challenges this new building presents, and that there are concerns about exceeding the 42-foot height in the charter amendment of 2000. We appreciate that Council suggested a public service district as a possible avenue to deal with the height of the building, and are thankful that you've asked staff and NCH to explore it. PAB is now scheduled, as you know, to review the text amendment suggestions at their June 10th meeting, and Council will review it in August after the summer break. So in less than 3 months, everybody should know whether a public service district is in fact a viable plan for NCH to follow, and they will then be able to move forward with their petition. It therefore seems reasonable at this time for Council not to repeal the June 2021 ordinance language that pertains to hospital districts, since many residents understood that Council would not eliminate the language until an appropriate path for NCH was approved. It could send an unintended message that council is not aligned with the community on the NCH Heart Institute. There appears to be no downside in delaying the repeal until the Public Service District Amendment are approved, hopefully in August. I'll close by saying I've asked this question in multiple forums on this particular issue. What's the hurry? Why do we need to do that today? Why not wait until we hear A, from the PAB, and find out whether there is another path? Because if there is not, then I'm not so sure that we want to do what we're suggesting this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Donna Kroll. Good morning.
Good morning. Donna Kroll, President of the Royal Harbor Association, and Jerry spoke for all of us, but I just want to reaffirm, we don't understand what the hurry is to do it now before we are 100% sure the hospital has a path to go forward. It took a lot of work with all the associations that signed that letter, and we all believe strongly this is the wrong day to do it. So thank you for your time and attention.
I have no further public comment. Registration. Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for the public for coming forward. And you know, the questions have been risen. And when we look at this, the thought is, what is the issue that we have in front of us? And what is it that we are being asked to decide on? And what are we looking at? And this decision is as simple as striking the last sentence of that June 16th ordinance. And when you look at what happened and what transpired on June 16th, that was, well, 11 hours and 57 minutes into that council meeting, and it was added at the last minute in a second reading, and it was not thought through and was not understood to the degree it should have been. And many have expressed, both here at this meeting as well as in the public, that, and kind of conflated what is in front of us at this point. And conflated meaning that a vote today of yes or no on this, striking this last sentence, is not, under any circumstance, a vote of yes or no for the hospital. There is another path for the hospital. I'll touch on that in a minute. But what we need to be focusing on is this, because that's what's in front of us. And this last sentence and what it is. And many people have said that the city attorney has weighed in and said that this is something that we can do. But that's not true. The city attorney has not weighed in to say that the hospital is not a commercial entity. And when we look at and we see what the Charter Height Amendment states, the Charter Height Amendment passed in 2000 was a clear description of what the citizens of this city want. And it wasn't an ordinance, because an ordinance can be changed. It was a Charter Height Amendment by the citizens of this city. And it clearly delineates that all commercial zoning districts in the city of Naples shall be limited to 3 floors and building heights of 42 feet to the peak of roof, and then goes on to state what districts fall underneath that. And then the last sentence clearly scoops up what the residents intended. The last part of it says, and any future commercial zoning districts that Naples may create. The intent of the residents was to ensure that there wasn't any maneuvering or manipulating that could take place to create something that they did not want. When we look at the legal question and what the city attorney has talked about, they say the legal question is whether a hospital in excess of 42 feet can be constructed in a hospital zoning district and not violate section 14.1, which is the Charter Height Amendment. And it says the question comes down to whether the proposed hospital zoning district would be a future commercial zoning district that may create, meaning would a hospital zoning district fall underneath the charter height? They further go on to not say that that this hospital zoning district would not be a commercial zoning district, but they say that is embodied in the city council's legislative determination. They further go on to say whether the city council's legislative determination is legally appropriate and defensible. Further, they go on to say that Florida law provides that city council's action will be sustained as long as the actions taken are fairly debatable. They go on to say fairly debatable means the rule is a rule of reasonableness. So when we talk about fairly debatable and we talk about reasonableness, 11 hours and 57 minutes into a meeting doesn't fit into fairly debatable or reasonable. They go on further to say, and this is the determination that the city attorney, that the city of Naples legally may, in a reasonable discretion of the city council, enact, and if it is determined by the city council that such district is not a commercial zoning district, but rather is a zoning district that fulfills a community need and is different in kind from other commercial zoning districts. Two parts of this are troubling to me. The first is the community feels that the city attorney has said that a hospital district wouldn't be a commercial zoning district, and therefore that last sentence should stand. That's not what the city attorney has said. In addition, it says if it is determined by the city council that such district is not a commercial, the city council at that 11 hours and 57 minutes threw that sentence in without notice to the public, without full debate of it, and in determining that it wasn't a commercial zoning district by its intent, violated the city charter, in my interpretation. And the conversations that have taken place since that time, the members of this city council, almost unanimously, as a matter of fact, one of the city council members at one point said, the hardest thing for a politician is to admit when they're wrong. And in this circumstance, they were wrong twice. And we were wrong in determining it. When you read it, the city charter height amendment says commercial in any future commercial zoning districts. When the city attorney put it in that last sentence that they said, that fulfills a community need that is different in kind from other commercial zoning districts, meaning the interpretation was it is a commercial zoning district and it is other. But then they went further and said, but according to the one case, it says a purely commercial uses fulfill the community need. The charter height doesn't say in any future purely commercial, it says any future commercial zoning district. So to touch on the question of why today, the answer to why today is because that last sentence is in violation of the charter height amendment. And that charter height amendment is what the citizens of Naples have prescribed. And it is not up to us as a legislative body to preempt, subvert, or countermand the charter height. And why today? Because there is a viable alternative for the Naples Community Hospital, because the Naples Community Hospital is a public service entity, and there is a public service district that is not underneath the charter height amendment and therefore does not violate the charter height amendment. And so people say, why today? Why today? Because the public service district and the path forward for the Naples Community Hospital is a viable alternative. It is a viable alternative that both parties, I sat through the pre-application meeting that NCH had with the city, and NCH's outside counsel, NCH's inside counsel, NCH's contracted expert in planning and zoning group, and city attorney and city planning department all discussed it, all discussed the submission by NCH, the language of it, debated it, and came out with an agreed upon path and language to accomplish the goals of NCH. So there is a path forward. And then you look at what is that path forward. It goes through the PAB. If the PAB agrees with it, it comes to council. So therefore, this body here has the ability to proceed with that path and that course of action. We have within our hands the ability to approve this. So when somebody says, why today? The answer is because there is a path forward that all parties have agreed to, and that is in the purview of this body. If this body says no to it, then the backup plan would be an assault on the city charter. That I don't agree with. There is the path. The path is lined out. The path is agreed to. And the path is up to this council, whether it goes forward or not. So let's proceed with that path that everyone agrees on. And let's take this language that is an assault on the city charter that the residents passed, and the residents were very particular to ensure that manipulation or chicanery could not happen. And that's what we as council on June 16th did. We need to reverse that. And I would therefore say we should move forward with it. And I make a motion to approve striking the language of that June 16th ordinance.
Point of order, as far as making a motion before we've even had a chance to discuss it, that seems inappropriate.
As we go, we can make a motion, and then we can have a second, and then we can have the debate as appropriate to our rules. I think we have talked about this on many occasions, and yes, we can have all the debate we want, but I felt appropriate that we should not take this to the point where we can add divisiveness to this or to this community, but move forward and try to heal the community. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
I have a motion by Vice Mayor. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a second by Councilmember Hutchison, and open for discussion. Councilmember Perry?
Thank you, Mayor. There are all sorts of issues that I have with what the Vice Mayor just said. Among other things, this isn't an assault on the city's charter. We, from time to time, need to make interpretations of what the city charter means. There's nothing in the city charter that says anything about hospitals or whether a future hospital district is a commercial district. In fact, there is no definition of commercial district in the city charter. It says commercial zoning districts and/or commercial zoning district both mean and include each of the following, and it has a list. And then oddly enough, there's a circular definition there, because a commercial district also means any other commercial district, any future commercial districts. Well, to say a commercial district means a commercial district makes no sense, because it still leaves open what is a commercial district. What does it take to constitute a commercial district? It's nothing in the charter that addresses that question. I think it's curious that the Vice Mayor is saying that that last sentence is so offensive when it even includes that a public service district, zoning district, is not a commercial district, yet he's proposing that the public service district is the method that we're going to get to where we need to get. That seems circular in reasoning as well. As far as an agreed-upon path, the agreed-upon path seems to be among the people representing the hospital. The path does not include that it's agreed upon by the PAB or this council. It may be approved by them coming forward, and there could even be issues raised as to whether the hospital fits in a public zoning district, a public service zoning district along the way. So there's no certainty there. There seems like a path that might work, but agreed upon, the hospital is going to agree upon any method to get there that gets them the building that they want to build, and they don't really care whether it's a hospital district or a public service district or an XYZ district, because as long as they can build their building, that's all they care about, and that's all they should care about. I get it. I think it's interesting that the Vice Mayor says he wants to avoid divisiveness, when in fact, that's what we're doing here today, is we have a large number of HOAs, and unfortunately, Mr. Bell, I think, didn't read at the very end which all HOAs were included as signatories to the letter, but there were a lot of HOAs involved that signed off on the letter. There is nothing that could transpire between now and the time that this may be considered in August that could occur without our approval that would somehow violate the city charter, because this doesn't create any new districts. It doesn't create a vested right in anyone to do anything, because they don't have a right to get rezoned into a new district that doesn't exist. So doing this today, there's no urgency to this whatsoever. There's nothing possibly that could happen between now and the time that we take this up that there's any urgency today. I have one question of staff. So this is set before the PAB, the text amendment is set before PAB on the 10th of June, is that right?
Correct.
Then assuming for the moment, hypothetically, the PAB approves that text amendment on the 10th, when would it come before council?
Well, it'll come before you whether they recommend approval or denial, and that would be in August. I think the soonest we could get it would be the August, 17th meeting would be the soonest we could get it to council.
Okay. Then I would, there's a motion on the floor, so I can't make any motion presently, but it seems the most logical thing to be is to track it with the text amendment it's going through. Nothing can happen on this between now and August that, including this amendment or not including the amendment, would affect, with the possible exception of removing public service zoning districts, that reference, and where it expressly excludes that from commercial zoning districts, may imply that a public service district is not available for this. So we may be shooting ourselves in the foot by this amendment. And with that, I oppose it. Thank you, Mayor.
Further discussion? Councilmember Hutchison?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I don't think that I'd be surprised to find anyone in this community that doesn't want the best hospital possible in our community, and that certainly includes me. I've been a patient at NCH, and most people don't know this, but I'll make it public record now. When it comes to a heart facility, I'm especially interested in having a really great heart facility. I'm a guy who's gone through a quadruple bypass not too long ago. So I do have a dog in the fight. So what has NCH accomplished? We've heard numerous times that we want a world-class heart institute. So what's the record say? What are the facts? And what is a world-class heart institute? If that's where we're trying to go, where are we in that? So NCH is one of Health Grade America's 100 best hospitals for cardiac care, 6 years in a row. They're the recipient of the Health Grade's Cardiac Care Excellence Award, 6 years in a row. Named among the top 5% in the nation for overall cardiac services, 2 years in a row. Top 5% in the nation for cardiology services, 7 years in a row. Top 10% in the nation for overall cardiac services for 6 years in a row. 10% in the nation for cardiology services for 19 years in a row. 5-star recipient for coronary interventional procedures in 2021. 5-star recipient for treatment of heart attack for 19 years in a row. 5-star recipient for treatment of heart failure for 19 years in a row. So are they doing a bad job? Do we need to upgrade them? They've done a really nice job. So now about achieving world-class status. A world-class, and this is a paper going back to, I believe, before 2010. So it's a well-documented, professionally written, applying to the Walter Reed Medical Center. There's guidance, there's actual definitions of what it means to be a world-class medical facility. If you don't think that NCH is good enough or has attained high-quality heart care by just what I've read to you, then let's look at a world-class medical facility. It's one where the best of the art and science of medicine come together in a focused effort to meet the needs of the patient by providing the best in physical, mental, social, and spiritual care. A world-class medical facility routinely performs at the theoretical limit of what is possible and consistently and predictably delivers superior health care value, i.e. it's high-quality care and optimal treatment outcomes at a reasonable cost to the patient and society. I would put forth that we have one of the finest hospitals for heart in the nation. The numbers say it as well. And I just wanted, I'm not going to go deeper into that. We could all talk about this ad infinitum. But I just want to congratulate the leadership, the physicians, the staff, the people at NCH for bringing this community such a wonderful heart care facility. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Blankenship.
Thank you. First of all, a question for staff. Are there any pending requests to create a special hospital district or parking garage district?
No, the only request we had, kind of briefly entertained was from NCH, but it looks like they've changed that path and are heading now. The text amendment that was submitted is for the public service district.
Have they actually requested rezoning to public service yet? Or are they waiting on that text amendment first?
Right. Yep. They're going to pursue that text amendment first, and then pending the outcome of that text amendment, then they would be required to rezone the property to
And go through
public
that
service.
whole process.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are members of council normally invited to pre-application hearings?
No, but I would say that was not, I wouldn't have classified that as a pre-application hearing. Generally, our Generally, our pre-application meetings are just where we go over what documents are to be submitted. And we do that, much more informally just with staff and generally virtually. So I wouldn't have classified that as a pre-application meeting. That was, I think, just a meeting.
Okay.
I had since met with NCH's counsel to talk about the pre-application,
Okay.
the submittal.
Because I certainly appreciate that Mr. McCabe had that opportunity to sit in that meeting and negotiate what a public service district means, and that he got satisfied that he thinks that's a good approach and that the city should do it, but we haven't been through that process yet. What I hear anecdotally is it could work, but I don't know until we go through that process. And I thought council had agreed, I forget which meeting, to park this issue until we determined if the public service route or some other route would work, just to kind of let this issue lie and not create the division in the community that it has created. And I find it very awkward and frustrating and concerning to be stuck in the middle, where we have one large homeowners association, Old Naples Association, that's advocating to pass this as soon as possible, and we have 6 other large homeowners associations, which I think was Aqualane, Port Royal, GSAC, Moorings, Park Shore, and Royal Harbor, if I have my notes right, all advocating to wait until August, until we know that if the PEB has heard this and if things can move forward. I'm not discussing any of the merits of the actual change here. I'm just saying, again, what's the rush? I hear the 6 homeowners associations saying, why don't we wait and decide it all at once? And that seems like a reasonable approach to me. So I would just prefer that we wait until August. We don't have any overriding need to pass this right now if nobody's asking for it. And we can wait until August and decide everything at one time. Thanks.
Okay, I'll just say that Council Member Chrisman.
Thank you, Mayor. The number of comments about this issue and what's been said by some of my fellow councilors. First of all, a number of people from the public, as well as some comments here at the dais, have chosen to make some selective readings of what has transpired. But just to set the record straight, let's remember that we passed this amendment to the height ordinance, the sentence in question, back in June of 2021. For 9 or 10 months, up until March of 2022, nobody on this council seemed to have any concern or thought or mention that anything was inappropriate about that, problematic with that. We had done what we thought was the right thing to do. To their credit, the Old Naples Association brought this matter to our attention again in February or March, and suggested that the process, they didn't like the outcome, and they also didn't like the process, lack of public notice, voting on the 11 hours into a meeting, et cetera, and those points were well taken. And we said, well, clearly the process was not the right process, and we needed to revisit this issue. But along with that, other things were happening in our community with respect to the hospital proposal, which changed a number of times and evolved in terms of its substance and what was being proposed. And as we moved into April, it became clear that there were different possible alternatives that might be available, but none of it was clear. And so we acted, I believe it was on April 9th, to say, as Mr. Blankenship just said, let's put this issue on pause until we can understand what all the alternatives might be. And there was unanimous agreement on that. 2 weeks later, on April 23rd, in correspondence, it was suggested that, no, we should move forward on it. And by a narrow 4-3 vote in correspondence, by consensus, it was agreed to move this forward to the agenda item that we have today. So that's the history in a little bit more detail. What's clear, I think, should be clear to all of us, is that support for creating a Heart Institute at NCH, at its downtown campus, is enormously popular. I'd say it's as popular as almost any issue I've seen in my time here on Naples City Council or as a resident of Naples. The residents care. And so the action to possibly act on this hospital zoning district issue today is viewed by many people, understandably, as in contradiction to what they want to achieve with the hospital Heart Institute. And as a council that has said many times that we want to do things properly, fairly, consistently, and not make some of the same mistakes that were made in the past about jamming things down our residents' throats, I think that this would be, if the motion that's on the table passed, would be viewed by the great majority of people in the city as something that is being jammed down their throats. And I think that would be very unfortunate in terms of accelerating, not mitigating the divisiveness that exists. I don't think the charter amendment was ever intended by people who voted for it back in 2000, and as it's been implemented today, as something that was a vehicle to prevent better health care in our community, just as it was not intended to be something that would prevent important cultural facilities like the Gulf Shore Playhouse or Naples Players to be able to go forward and expand and grow. And I think that any effort to link the two doesn't strengthen the charter amendment. Frankly, I think it undermines people's confidence in it and could lead to efforts in the future to question the value of the charter amendment if it becomes a way to undermine or cast doubt on projects that the community wants. If you go back to the vision survey, I don't think, well, I know, I went back and revisited this weekend. There was no single issue in the vision survey that received greater support than better health care for the city of Naples. A couple other things. I think I couldn't really agree with the Vice Mayor's description of the city attorney's letter, the first opinion letter. If you read it, all you have to do is go to the last paragraph and read it. It's a short letter anyway, 3 pages. Encourage anybody to go and look at it. It's in the agenda material now, been added as a supplement. But it's very clear that the city attorney is simply saying that city council has the authority based on state statute, case law, and other things to enact a community hospital zoning district that allows heights in excess of 42 feet. If we determine that it's not a commercial zoning district, but rather a zoning district that fulfills a community need. That's it. It's pretty clear. We have no idea whether the public service district concept will work. I have no idea. I'm concerned that there was a pre-application meeting so described by the Vice Mayor. Apparently not a pre-application meeting according to the planning director, but some kind of a meeting that the Vice Mayor attended. I wasn't invited to it. I wasn't invited to any other meeting with the hospital representatives and staff to entertain whether there was a possibility of this public service zoning district. Why? Perhaps others on this council were invited to this meeting and attended it, or a similar meeting. But if other than all 7 of us received such an invitation, I think that was wrong and inappropriate, and further raises questions as to the legitimacy of this whole process as we've been carrying it out. Now, it's pretty clear from the consensus vote on April 23rd and the comments that I've been hearing across the table now, where this vote today may turn out. And the vote is being thought of as a vote either up or down. We're either going to vote to amend this ordinance, remove the sentence with the views that would transpire if that occurred, or we're going to allow that allow the possibility of a hospital zoning district to continue with the views that are shared by people in the community about that. I think there's a third option, and let me put it on the table. The amendment to the height amendment mentions 3 items. It mentions the hospital, but it also mentions parking garages and public service districts. Am I correct, Ms. Martin? Correct. Yes. And I think in our prior discussions, we've concluded that that including public service districts in that amendment was unnecessary or redundant.
Great.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Because they're already...
It's not listed above, which means it's excluded.
We've also talked about parking garages, and in fact, based on some of the correspondence and conversations I've had from the community, parking garages are a concern for many people, that this amendment opens the door for parking garages to be built at a size and height and potentially locations that that many people would object to. So to demonstrate that we are showing good faith and attempting to amend that ordinance in a way that would be balanced and reasonable, why don't we take action today to amend the ordinance to remove the public service reference, remove the parking garage reference, but leave for now the hospital's zoning element in the amendment until such time in the late summer, fall, that we've gone through the other processes with respect to the public service district consideration and understand what our options are and how we might move forward in the best way for the community to find a way to facilitate the creation of the Heart Institute. That would show that we are interested in making sure that the height amendment ordinance, the height ordinance has the language that is appropriate, is consistent with our charter, as it should be, but creates the time and flexibility for us to deal with the hospital district with all information on the table, and particularly given the city attorney's opinion, is certainly within our legal prerogatives to exercise. So I would like to propose an amendment to Mr. McCabe's motion that would call for us to amend the height ordinance with that sentence removing the public service district and the parking garage district elements, but retaining the hospital district.
I do not hear a amendment from the motion maker or the second, or I have a question
So for the record, could we state whether or not the maker of the motion accepts or rejects the proposed amendment?
Sure. I appreciate the thoughts and the thought process from Councilman Chrisman, but I would say that my motion stands. It addresses all of the issues that are on the table, so I say it stands.
Okay, I have one question for staff, and that is either the attorney or for our Ms. Martin. Will this ordinance and the action we're about to take on first reading affect the hospital and the potential of their and what they are hoping to achieve with this, with their project?
Is that achieving through the alternative approach that you're concerned about?
Is there an alternative approach?
Well, there has been discussion that perhaps rezoning them to the public service district after the public service district ordinance has been amended. That appears to be potentially a path forward. Is it an absolute? No, not at this point. But that is an option that's available.
And a reasonable option, Ms. Martin, from your expert opinion?
I believe it's a reasonable request.
As long as there's a vote on council?
It would have, it'd have to be vetted through the Planning Advisory Board and then 2 readings through City.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion on the table, on the floor with, by Councilman, by Vice Mayor McCabe, a second by Councilmember Hutchison for approval of the first reading. Madam Clerk, please poll the council.
Councilmember Hutchison?
Yes.
Councilmember Perry?
No.
Vice Mayor McCabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Chrisman?
No.
Councilmember Blankenship?
No.
Councilmember Petronoff?
Yes.
Mayor Heitman?
Yes, it passes 4-3. And thank you, council. There was some very important comments made. However, I think it's very clear by our staff that we are not neglecting the possibilities of for any future hospital or any other public service.
Mayor, if I may add, it looks like that second reading would be scheduled for June the 15th. So this item will be before you at that time, and there'll be more information as far as the planning board's action.
Thank you, and I hope that the public and the members of the community understand this was not anything towards the neighborhood associations whatsoever. Thank you. Council, we're almost in need for a break. However, we have public comment for the next item, and I'm concerned that we might lose some of those comments. So if that concludes 12C, if we could go oh wait, 13A has been removed, correct, Mr. Boudouchoir? No? Okay, so I would like to, pardon?
This item, excuse me, Jay Boudouchoir, City Manager. This item has not been removed. We do have a presentation for you today. We do have some updates relative to what's in your backup, but this is going to take a little time.
Yeah.
You want to take a 10-minute break?
I'm going to actually, with council's approval, move to the next item. And that would be item 14A, just to allow for public comment. Yes, sir.
For that item, we've tried to advise some of those who are interested in this that we're following an order, and I've advised them that it'll probably be closer to noon, understanding that we were going to take this 5G issue first.
All right, then, council, as long as that's been advised to the community, I appreciate that. We'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll return with item 13A. Okay, we're back from our break, and we're continuing on with item 13A. Mr. Boudouchoir.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Before I kick it over to Allison to give her presentation, I just wanted to make a couple of comments regarding this item, which is a presentation on the issue of 5G. The purpose of today's presentation isn't in lieu of the workshop we're going to have this fall to discuss emerging technology in terms of equipment size, health effects, things like that. We're going to have that workshop this fall. What today is in addition to that. We thought, based on some communications that we've been involved in over the last several months within the community, that there may be some confusion in terms of state statutes, our local procedures and policies, and the status of pending applications. So what we've done today is we've prepared a presentation to take care of three things. One, to make sure that we are all on the same page in terms of what the statutory requirements are for local governments to address applications for the installation of 5G equipment in cities and counties, as well as limitations that have been placed upon municipalities. We also want to discuss the local policies that were adopted by this council, I don't know how long back, but a while back, that cities are allowed to do. Some cities haven't done what you've done, which is put into place a process to receive, review, and approve applications. That exists today, which should be reassuring to residents. And then the third thing that we wanted to do was provide you a status update on the pending applications that are before the city that have gone through some review. It's been back and forth. Allison will kind of give you the status of whose ball the court is in. But in the backup are the listings of pending applications, and what I wanted, what I advised you, and also want to advise the public that I believe it was Friday we had withdrawal requests for, I believe, all of the Crown Castle related applications. So Allison will update you all on that when she gives her presentation. So with that said, I'll stop and I'll turn it over to Allison.
Good morning, Council. Allison Bickett, your city traffic engineer. I'm accompanied today by Andy Holland, interim Streets and Stormwater Director. The topic of small cell towers was last formally presented to Council on March 22nd of this year. As you may recall, we have received feedback and concerns from the residents regarding the small cells, in addition to inquiries of the considerations. Since the March presentation, we have had new applications that were submitted in for review on behalf of Verizon Wireless. We do have Verizon Wireless in attendance today for any specific questions. I'm going to start with the Florida statutes. The small cell facilities are governed under the Florida statutes 337-401, which gives the city limited ability to regulate the small cell towers. We are not permitted to prohibit, regulate, or charge for the co-location of small cell towers within the city's public right-of-way. This process chart identifies the general process for the permitting of the right-of-way applications for the small cell towers. The term authorities is defined here as the jurisdiction over the right-of-way, but to clarify, this is referencing the staff level processing. You may be aware that we have a fully electronic online permitting system called CityView, where all applicants submit applications. Once the right-of-way permit application is submitted, the permit coordinator, Elizabeth Matthews, is our right-of-way permit coordinator, confirms the required documents are received and the right-of-way permit fee has been made. If there is anything missing from the submittal package, she will respond in the online portal and a letter will be sent out to the applicant requiring submittal of the insufficient documents and/or payment. If we do not handle the notification within 14 days, the application is deemed complete, and that's per the statutes. According to the statutes, we are to approve the application unless it does not meet our applicable codes. A complete application is deemed approved if we fail to approve or deny the application within 60 days after receipt of the application. If we do not use a 30-day negotiation period, we may mutually agree to extend the 60-day application review period. Once all the documents have been received in the portal, the reviews are set within the online system. If we deny the application, we must include the basis and identify the applicable code. The information is electronically sent out through the online portal to the applicant once all reviews are complete. The applicant may address the deficiencies or comments and resubmit within 30 days after the denial or the term in our system has failed. We are to approve or deny the revised application within 30 days after receipt, or it is deemed approved. The subsequent review comments are limited to the original deficiencies or comments cited in the denial. So as you can see and understand from that information, we are on a shot clock where we do have to make sure that we meet those deadlines, or we're at risk for automatic approvals.
Excuse me, can I ask a question?
Certainly.
Yeah. There's going to be a lot of detail here, and it's probably helpful to ask questions as we go. The process here is the city process.
I'm tying in the city process in addition to the Florida statutes and how the process works through our system and applied with the Florida statutes.
So here's my question.
Shot clocks are all controlled by state statute.
Okay, here's my question. What we learned through this recent saga with Crown Castle over a long period of time, a couple of years, was that the approvals, such as within our authority to grant them, were being made at the staff level.
Yes.
Administratively. Is there any reason, and I'm not saying I favor this, I just want to get it on the table for a question, for consideration in the future. Could such approvals have to come to council if we wish to handle it that way?
Counselor, under the Florida statute, the severe preemption statute that the Florida legislature imposed on cities, it states an authority, which is us, may not, F, require direct or indirect public notification or a public meeting for the placement of communication facilities in the right-of-way.
So we cannot, what that says to me, Mr. Brooks, is that we cannot have this come before us as a normal matter of council consideration and approval.
That's correct, Council.
Yet we have.
We have had workshops, and they are not mandated.
So that's the difference.
We also have a section in the code that allows for an administrative appeal of an approval or denial, and that would be subsequent to the approval or denial. So we're trying to work with what we can here to make sure that everyone gets due process, because even the Florida statutes don't trump the U.S. Constitution for procedural due process. Everyone should have constitutional notice and a right to be heard, even if it's post-deprivation, which is after a decision has been made.
So, and this will be my final comment on this item. As we sort of put in the parking lot here, as we discuss this, things to consider for the future, I guess one question I would have is whether and how we might become more aggressive and proactive in asserting our authority within the constraints of the Florida statute to be in a position to review and consider these applications when they come forward beyond the process we have now, which is basically for staff to handle it, which I'm sure they're doing very ably, but then when the realities of some of these proposals come forward into the public eye, and they start understandably yelling and screaming about it, we're the ones that hear about it. And what is our, where are our prerogatives then to respond to those complaints and concerns? And I think all of that is unclear at this point and needs to be made more clear going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Before Allison continues, and just to, to address Mr. Chrisman's original question, which processes are these? Is it state? Is it the cities? It's a combination of, and I think it's important to make it very clear for the public to understand that yes, we can have local processes in place, procedures in place, but they cannot be in conflict with the mandates of the state. So as Allison talked you through this flow chart, it's a combination of the processes that we've adopted locally, but the requirements that we must follow from the state. So absent any changes that may be considered at the state level, we're binded by what exists here. Is there more that we can do at the local level? Possibly in the review, but from what I've seen so far, it's pretty robust as compared to other cities that haven't been exempted from this process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wait, I had it.
And yeah,
Just one quick.
go ahead.
A resident had submitted to us a solution that they had in the Outer Banks where they actually undergrounded part of the equipment. Would we be able to require the Verizons to underground things to hide this equipment?
So,
Or, because it does say that we cannot regulate it. I'm not sure what the definition of regulate means.
I was going to get into that a little bit further and what maybe we can and cannot do and what potential opportunities are. And I'll have Ralph maybe chime in on or Mr. Brooks chime in on some thoughts and all and on the attorney's office behalf.
And there is a lot of information, Council, but if we could hold our comments to where we could finish the presentation, and again, hopefully they can be answered at the end, and we will have a follow-up in fall. Okay, thank you.
I can do a quick answer to that real quick. In an area where an authority has required all public utility lines in the right-of-way to be placed underground, a wireless provider must comply with written, objective, reasonable, and non-discriminatory requirements that prohibit new utility poles used to support small wireless facilities. If the authority has, at least 90 days prior to the submission of an application, has required all public utility lines to be placed underground.
Thank you.
Mr. Brooks, can the community adopt a grandfathering approach where you say all new utility lines must be placed underground and then apply it to all utilities going forward?
That's certainly a potential approach.
Okay. That's a good, thanks.
Yeah, and I will add, I believe in the statutes, and Ralph, I don't know, I'm not looking right at it right now, but I believe that there is a 90-day period, and then there's language in here as far as once that's granted, that they do have some allowances as far as the approval of those as well. And again, I'll refer to Ralph, and once we get further along into the conversation on that topic. But this here is the Florida statutes regulations. This just basically reinstates the requirements under the Florida statutes 337-401, as there are many more internal steps as I ran through in the process chart. This gives a little shorthand version. We are also regulated by the Florida statutes on what we can deny. These include if the small cell material or cells materially interferes with the safe operation of traffic control equipment. It interferes with sight lines or clear zones for transportation, pedestrians, or public safety purposes. Interferes with the compliance with the ADA or similar federal or state standards regarding pedestrian access or movement. It fails to comply with the 2017 edition of the Florida Department of Transportation Utility Accommodation Manual. Fails to comply with applicable codes, and it fails to comply with objective design standards authorized under paragraph R, which is essentially proposing the contacts, the color camouflage and concealment requirements, similar in the design requirements that we can put forth. That leads me into the city's adopted aesthetic standards. In 2019, the City Attorney's Office, in coordination with the department, drafted up aesthetic design standards for utilities adopted under Ordinance 2019-14-313 as Appendix D within the Public's Right-of-Way Handbook. We worked together to provide criteria to protect the city's aesthetics, value, and unique area. This has become a basis for the guidance under which we review the utilities. Review of the aesthetics is quite difficult, as there have been discussions to potentially include review of the small cells by the Design Review Board. Again, as previously mentioned, we are constrained by the laws regarding the turnaround time on the reviews. And jumping here to the underground utilities discussion, this just provides the statute information on the underground areas and regulations to areas where we have underground regulations. As we tend to see a transition request to underground visible utility infrastructure, in some utilities that do have utilities undergrounding ordinances in place that they do consider. So that kind of leads into that earlier discussion on the undergrounding of the utilities. The current process, as I previously stated, is administrative, and this is in place due to the time frame or shot clock requirements in place. I do recall at the June 17, 2020 meeting, the discussions of considering holding special meetings or having the reviews also done under DRB. The downside is the submittals and resubmittals can be uploaded at any time, at which time can be a challenge because of they can be submitted during summer months, during busy calendar months, during the holidays and such. There is potential of including an outside review if interested, such as what Neapolitan has done through a company that knows the ins and outs to provide additional support. And there are certainly other alternatives we can discuss. So I'll hop into the sites that were submitted. You are probably aware of the sites that were submitted by Crown Castle within the 3rd Street District and the location that was constructed at the City Pier. As of Thursday afternoon, May 26th, Crown Castle requested withdrawal of all remaining applications. They did not provide any explanation as to why they withdrew those applications, NAP through NAP4. We were contacted with a request for information and concerns from the community on those locations, so I will be going through those. We also have 5 more locations that have been submitted within the city limits, 4 of which are also in as right-of-way permits. These have been submitted on behalf of Verizon Wireless. The locations for the Verizon applications are at Loudermilk, basically that general area, Harbor Access, which is just south of, it's on Gulf Shore Boulevard, just south of Harbor. 1008 Goodlet Frank Road, which is in Collier's right-of-way, but it's at the Commons near 7th intersection. Naples G6 is at 851 Gulf Shore Boulevard North, which is near the Naples Beach Hotel. And 2400 9th Street North is electric permit only, but I'll also get into that as well. There are some protections because of that being in FDOT's right-of-way. It
Mayor?
is within the city limits.
Allison, just quick question for my curiosity and probably others. The 2 applications, the one in the county right-of-way and the one in FDOT right-of-way, who is the approving authority for those 2?
Well, the Collier County, I have asked that they submit the application in, and I was going to get into that as well for the Commons. They've submitted in an application to the city for review. It also falls under Collier County, so it's technically under Collier County, but being that it is also within the city limits, I've asked to be able to apply our aesthetic standards. We are going to be seeing it, our residents, it's fronting city property. So they have submitted in that application for review. I can kind of get into the information on those specific locations as we move through. Collier County currently has the application in for the Goodlet Frank Road North location. And that one is actually currently in reject status. I've been in contact with Collier County to find out what the current status is on that application and trying to coordinate between the two municipalities.
And FDOT is exempted from the state statute. So
yeah, that's
term of authority that binds us as cities and counties, the state has determined that it doesn't want to live by those standards or those shot clocks. So FDOT is exempt.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. I'm sorry.
They still review the right-of-way permits, but they're not bound by the shot clocks or the other preemptions that are in the state statute.
Does the FDOT have a process for community input, like Ms. Bickett could talk to FDOT on the city's behalf?
You can try.
We should try, if I understand their process.
Okay, so I've prepared a map to give you an idea of what applications or where the locations are that are being proposed. Of course, since I had submitted in the PowerPoint, the locations to the south and 3rd Street District have been withdrawn, but this gives you an idea of where these locations are currently in the submitted in through the city for right-of-way permitting or electrical permits.
Allison, just real quick while we're looking at the map.
Certainly.
I know you're going to get into this a little bit later, but the one location closest to the airport, what is the process in terms of communications between the applicant, the city, and FAA? I understand that there are some concerns. Maybe there is a review process with FAA for locations that are in close proximity to the airports. Can you talk about that at all?
I know that we typically make sure that they have been approved or they have been supported by FAA, but I don't have anything specific. Maybe Mr. Brooks can. We had a little bit of discussion previously at the March meeting on the restrictions and all from the City of Naples Airport.
With regard to the Naples Airport, it did not make the list of FAA commercial airports where they have concerns about 5G. There's also a height number, and I don't want to say the wrong number, but I believe that these small 5G towers are below the height that the FAA would be looking at for physical interference with airplanes. So I'm not sure that they have to put in an application to the FAA or the FAA ever reviews them. But again, you could alert the FAA, but you can try to make them aware of it, although there's no formal application required.
Thank you. Okay. So prior to the request for the withdrawal of the Crown Castle applications, I had planned to discuss the 3rd Street locations in more depth. I will add that we have not received any resubmittals since prior to the March City workshop from Crown Castle. We had not. These 4 locations we had discussed at the March meeting, but I will provide just a brief overview of those locations. The location that I have up here is the 1222 Gordon Drive location that is behind the Tommy Bahamas parking lot.
Real quick, Allison, would the mayor and council like us to review these locations, even though they've been withdrawn? I'm just thinking for time. Okay, so we can skip. Thank you.
Completely through those. All right. So, The first location that I have here is GS4, which is Naples GS4 is what was identified by Verizon Wireless at 1301 Gulf Shore Boulevard North. As identified in my slides, representatives on behalf of Verizon Wireless have submitted new applications within the city. This small cell tower is proposed fronting Loudermilk Park. We have had several departments weigh in on this location. This is south of the northern entrance within the right-of-way by the lake. There is a mix of park facilities, commercial and residential in this area. None of the Verizon Wireless applications are proposed to co-locate their facilities within city infrastructure, so I would like to note that. I have highlighted it and in the corner here to kind of show you the information on the pole. The highest, the maximum height is 35 feet of these poles that they're presenting to the city. This location is GS6. This location of 851 Gulf Shore Boulevard is by the Naples Beach Hotel property. This has been a concern, as you may be aware, due to the construction and future infrastructure of the Naples Beach Hotel property. We will likely need to compare the most recent plans. They are not required to work with the Naples Beach Hotel owners, so this will need to be evaluated internally. That again has been a challenge, I know, between the utilities department and the streets department, particularly in some moving pieces of the puzzle for the project. I have alerted the owners of the Naples Beach Hotel, and they are aware of this project. Naples GS9 is one of the first locations that Verizon Wireless presented to the city. We have been working with representatives with Gulf Shore Association of Condos on this general location for quite some time. We've had community services staff, Heather Shields, involved with feedback to the interior landscape options and opportunities. Feedback was received by GSAC on this location in the prior response comments. This is in the Center Island, as I mentioned before, just south of Harbor Drive on Gulf Shore Boulevard North. This exhibit provides the dimensions proposed for the small cell in this area. With the antenna, as I mentioned, it is identified to be 35 feet in height in total. And just as a definition, the small wireless facility means a wireless facility that meets the following qualifications. Each antenna associated with a facility shall be no more than 6 cubic feet in volume, and all other wireless equipment associated with a facility is cumulatively no more than 28 cubic feet in volume. And this is per the Florida statutes. There's a little more information, but I won't ramble on too much onto that. The location that I mentioned before is the Naples, the Commons at 1008 Goodlet Frank Road on Collier County and within Collier County's right-of-way. The proposed location is within the city limits, but as I mentioned, it's within Collier County's right-of-way. I did, as I mentioned, reach out to Collier County last week and received the current status of this application. It's currently in reject status as of May 9th, and they have not received a resubmittal as of Friday afternoon. I had advised that I would like these to meet the city's aesthetic standards. The final location is along US 41, just south of Diana, and proposed to be in front of the Chambers, the Naples Chambers building. They are not required to submit a right-of-way permit for the proposed location along the state highway, but they are supplying or placing conduit and work along Diana, which does require a right-of-way permit. So that does come through the department and through the building department, or the streets department and the building department. They have shared that they're also considering a location by Neapolitan along US 41, which would be similar to this. But I have not seen that to date from Verizon Wireless.
So Allison, just to be clear, anything vertical that ends up being approved will be DOT approval, we will not have a say in the vertical structure. Our say will be subterranean, correct?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
And that leads into discussions and questions. I know that we kind of alluded into some of the discussions on the underground, the opportunities, what we can do. I also, again, mentioned Verizon Wireless is here. If I stated that they can speak during public comment, and if there's any specific questions, that they are ready to address any of those on behalf of the applicant.
Great. And Mayor, just to reiterate, this item wasn't meant for any action today. This is meant purely for educational purposes to make sure that we are all on the same page, staff, council, and the general public. But we're happy to have a Q&A session if you'd like, and if there are public comments, there may be.
And I just want to add one more thing that I don't think that I mentioned before is these applications that I mentioned that were submitted through Verizon Wireless, they have been resubmitted. All of them have been resubmitted, so the ball is actually in our court right now. I will have to make some decisions coming up, aesthetics and what we can and cannot do, except for the location at the Naples Beach Hotel has not been resubmitted to date. So that's the only one that I don't have back in my court to consider. But I will need to be making some decisions, and again, I do need to meet the state requirements.
Okay. Council, Councilman Peshner.
One quick question. How do you notice residents, or is that not required within X circumference of where these are going in?
We are not required, but
You're not allowed to make a required notice. You could do a courtesy notice, but you can't make the applicant notice anyone or require that there be a public notice, but we certainly could go as a matter of community outreach, public outreach, to give courtesy notices.
And have we done so?
I don't know that we've done so, but my question is, what does the notice do other than inform? Usually when we give notice is to provide an opportunity for feedback, but based on what I've understood our process to be, there isn't a venue really other than comments that may come in that we will take into consideration, which we surely would in our review process, especially the aesthetic review. So it would be really a matter of advising the public, anyone who's interested, that this is a pending application and they may or may not want to opine through some sort of written communication to us.
We could probably do something like a notification that an application has been received. Public comments will be accepted, and then provide Allison's email and mailing address. And then we could put in maybe a section on administrative appeal, rights of administrative appeal. Once a permit is issued, there may be an administrative appeal pursuant to the section numbers of the code, and place that in there, similar to a notice of rights. I don't think we do that now.
Thank you. Councilmember Hutchison.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Boudechouart, for your guidance in this. And I don't expect my asks, what I'm about to say, I'm not expecting answers on this right now. It's just for the record and to see if we could possibly get this information at the appropriate time. We've all been through periods of time in our country where we thought it was okay to do certain things and later find out it wasn't. Tobacco, asbestos, and the list goes on. So just because we say something is okay doesn't mean it's so. We find out later, and sometimes we find out later to the detriment of many. And I'm not saying that this isn't one of those items, but I just don't understand enough about it, and I want to understand enough about it, and I think our community does as well. So my ask is this. I'm asking for the latest federal studies on the potential health impact of 5G wireless communication technologies. I want to know if the small cell equipment produces radiation. I want to know what is the specific frequency band which this equipment uses. Part of our responsibility is to protect the health of the community. And for our legal counsel, even though there's mandate or preemption from the state, if we have evidence that we should be concerned, or if we have a lack of evidence to satisfy us to a certain extent, can this city council protect our residents and those who visit this community in a vacuum of such information? Transparency for the applicant or whoever is appropriate. I have a request that the applicant provide a listing of communities or governments which have prohibited the deployment of this type of technology and why the deployment has been prohibited. So basically what I'm trying to get at is before we just sign off on this and say, you know, cigarettes are really good for people and, you know, go ahead and install all the asbestos Chinese drywall you want, let's do our due diligence. Let's ask the right questions. Not sure if the answers are going to be there, but if no one else is going to ask, I'm going to ask. And I'm going to get into the details. Thank you.
Counselor, I could address maybe preliminarily your first issue about the health impacts and what has happened. The Federal Telecommunications Act of 1996, Section 105, prohibits local zoning authorities from denying a tower based on RF concerns. That was in 1996, before 5G was around. With the rollout of 5G, there's different technology and different impacts, some of which have been studied, some of which have not. The FCC issued guidelines on radio frequency and health impacts in 1997 as part of that 1996. Those have never been changed since that time. Subsequently, the Environmental Health Trust and Children's Health Network brought a federal case in the D.C. circuit. The D.C. Court of Appeals ruled recently on August, let's see here, August 13th, 2021, and that's the U.S. Court of Appeals case number 20-1025. After reviewing 10,500 pages of science studies, that the FCC should not have summarily dismissed the request of the Environmental Health Trust to restudy RF and reopen that rule and look at new guidelines. And the appellate court, which is just one step below the U.S. Supreme Court, ordered the FCC to go back and either amend that rule, put it out for rulemaking, or provide additional reasons and support for not opening that rule. That is still within FCC right now, and I will find out where that's going or where that's been appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court or not, and I'll let you know. But I guess the short answer is the federal government is supposed to be looking at this. The courts have ordered them to take a relook at this, and we still don't have the new FCC rules. But we're preempted by the federal legislation from denying it based on health impacts of RF. Now, recently, last week, And today, some citizens filed to intervene in a case that was brought by the Massachusetts Department of Health denying a cell phone towers in a residential neighborhood. And the applicants in FCC appealed that. So it's the Massachusetts Department of Health versus the cell towers and the FCC, and now the neighbors are intervening, and they again have the Children's Health Fund as well involved in that case.
Well, thank you, Mr. Brooks. And knowing that it's only been 25 years for the federal government since they've had an opportunity to look at the health concerns of this technology, I'm not really encouraged that it'll happen anytime soon. But that still doesn't relieve us of our obligation, in my opinion, right? And just sign off on this and just let it go forward. That's just not how I'm wired. So. Okay. And
Just to get that far.
good. And in the state statute, I read where certainly as it reads, we can't stall, we can't prevent the collocation of this equipment. We can't prevent them from doing it. Are we able to require the small cell providers to provide us a document saying that if and when we find that this technology has detrimental health impacts to our community, that they'll be held accountable?
I will put that on my action list to
check it out.
Check out and maybe prepare something.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll have no problem signing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chrisman.
Thank you. Allison, first question is the applications that were withdrawn by Crown Castle. Did we ever find out who they were representing? I heard rumors they were representing Verizon, but I don't know. Do we know?
I believe they did mention at one time that it was Verizon, but I don't have anything that was written or that they would provide.
Thank you. Second question, I've tried to educate myself on small cell technology and 5G, and I'm probably at about 2 rungs on the ladder at this point, maybe 1.5. But my understanding is that small cell technology is really built around providing many units, if that's the right word, that are relatively close to each other on smaller poles or towers, and that the implementation of 5G technology is really built around this sort of massing of smaller facilities within relatively close proximity to each other, which is what we sort of saw an example of, I guess, with what I'll call the Third Street proposal. Is that your understanding as well, Allison?
Yes, yes.
So what's counterintuitive to me is now that we're seeing the second group of proposals coming, they're not similar to that. They're rather disparate one-offs. And do you have any understanding as to how that squares with how this technology is supposed to work?
I think that I'm expecting more applications in the future from the applicants. I know that they had indicated at one point that there was quite a few applications we were going to be seeing in the future.
And you just gave me the perfect setup to my next question, which is, what I think we really need to be focusing on is not what is before us today, but what is the full potential? Because we're not just talking about one carrier, Verizon, who, again, based on the research I've done, is apparently has invested more and is ahead of the other carriers in trying to move this technology forward. But as AT&T and T-Mobile and whoever else is in the game come forward, I'm sure you can't answer this question, none of us can, but what is the full build-out for a city like Naples look like? In my mind, it's pretty frightening. It's pretty frightening. And when you get into areas outside of, say, 3rd Street, as an example, where you at least have some, even though we didn't like the locations, some existing poles and infrastructure that you could attach these things to, as you get into other parts of the city, you're probably more likely to be talking about, as apparently is being proposed at Loudermilk, something de novo that is going to have to be put in there that's 35 feet tall. So I think that's what's most concerning for me and probably many residents as they begin to focus on this, is just what would the full build out of this look like over 2, 3, 5, 10 years as this technology is implemented. So my final comment I wanted to make, at least at this point, is the following. What I've been thinking about with this issue is, and I actually liken it to what was going on with the Naples Beach Hotel conservation easement. And in this sense, a couple years ago, we were dealing with a topic that was specialized. And we needed specialized assistance and counsel. And it was how should we develop a conservation easement for the Naples Beach Hotel? And we sought and recruited specialized outside counsel, who in turn found a specialized organization, a land trust, which knew something about this topic and gave us advice and assistance along the way. And it took a while, but it had a good outcome. I know Neapolitan Enterprises, major property owner down on 3rd Street, and obviously the organization that's been most impacted by these early proposals, went out and sought and received specialized legal counsel and specialized consulting assistance from a firm knowledgeable in this area. And they've been helping Neapolitan figure out how to address this issue. I guess the question I'd put on the table for consideration and further discussion is, does the city of Naples need to seek this kind of specialized outside assistance from a law firm and or a consulting firm with knowledge and special expertise in this area? Again, my readings are showing that this issue is growing across the country. Across the country. And obviously every state has different statutory requirements, and what can work in suburban Washington, D.C. and Massachusetts may not apply here in Florida. But nonetheless, having some specialized assistance and counsel on this may be very important, because I think we're into a long game here, not a short game, with these current proposals. And we really need some help in figuring out what kind of a strategy we might develop to protect our community from what might otherwise occur.
Thank you. Councilmember Blankenship, and then I'm going to go to public comment.
Thanks. So, Allison, this discussion today is about the 5G cell towers in the city right-of-way and the state statutes that allow them to use our right-of-ways for free. Mm-hmm. What about private property? These 5G towers are free to go anywhere on private property, right?
Well, they can,
Assuming they get agreement from the property owner.
yes, but I think that we've posed that to Verizon Wireless at least and asked about, even I believe the Naples Beach Hotel said, we'll let you use part of our property to put one of the small cells there. And they said, well, it gets complicated. We can do it in the right of way. And it's free. We have all the line, we don't have to pay anything. We don't have to get an easement. We don't have to go through all the hoops, and we're protected. So
Does the city have any ability to regulate these towers on private property?
Well, I think that would only add to the burden and discourage the incentive. Right now, what the applicants are saying is they're not going to FPNL. They're not going to the private property owners to use their poles or their buildings or their rooftops because they need leases and they need easements, and they're being charged. Even if fees were waived by the private owners, which I haven't heard that happening yet, they still require insurance and easements. So there's an incentive to use our free city right-of-way, obviously.
Sure.
There's new technologies that are coming out every so often where they even have some in certain areas that hang off of wires that look different. Maybe Allison can talk about that a little bit more, where some of those might be more amenable to putting in other locations rather than on the ground in our right-of-way. The problem with the 5G is they have a main pole tower, but they have a great deal of interference by buildings. And so that's why they wind up putting these small towers in between buildings, because the 5G won't pass through the buildings.
So where I'm going is we're talking about safety of residents and visitors, others. And it seems to me that carriers already have 5G here. They're advertising it everywhere that they have 5G here. So it seems like we need to understand where it's already in place. I mean, if we're going to go spend money and try to regulate where it's on a right-of-way, but it's already everywhere anyway, we need to understand that and where it's being used and what the risks are, if any, and if there's any ability to regulate it, if possible. It's just, if our concern, legitimately, I think, is about public health and safety, we need to understand the total issue, not just along our streets.
Allison, could you explain about the larger 5G tower that's on 5th?
I know that there's the larger tower, and I know that we haven't had any request for it. That's a little bit unique. Then that's obviously the main tower. We have some main towers around the city. You probably have seen them on Gulf Shore Boulevard North on some of the buildings, and those are the ones that you predominantly see that have been here for a while. And these small cell towers are a little bit more unique, where I think that they've identified these locations are typically needed, from what I understand, and Verizon Wireless can probably provide a little bit more information on the background with the needs and all, but it's primarily where they need, there's a heavy amount of data that's necessary, that they're getting hit and they have calls and they need to address in those areas. So I don't know that I can specifically tell you all about the tower on the Fifth Avenue one and all, but I know that we have not had any other request, or there hasn't been an identified need in Fifth Avenue, and I believe it's, from my guess, is because of that large tower that's there. And again, that can be something that if you want to ask the applicant, they may have more information than I do on.
Yeah, if we don't get any further information later today, I would suggest we have that at our next workshop, whenever that is, to get a better picture of the total 5G issues and what we can do or understand about them.
Yeah, I think we're, this is kind of a good segue into what we'll be preparing for you all this fall. And the items that Mr. Hutchinson alluded to were in our notes as far as things that we want to address. And then just making sure that people understand what 5G means. I mean, I think someone pointed out at the last meeting that, stands for fifth generation, and the speeds that we are expected to achieve is really kind of dependent on how the network is built out. I think I read as much as 10 gigabytes of speed. But what does that mean as far as what the build out looks like? How close are these towers? So I think there's some education that we all need to have in terms of how this is emerging in the industry and what it looks like for communities. Beyond the health questions that we have, but the visual impact that these structures will have in both urban and rural environments. So we'll make sure that we're prepared to have that conversation this fall.
Thank you. I'm going to move to, you're complete? Okay, thank you. I'll move to public comment. Carrie Burrows. Good morning, and if you'll just state your name for the record, please.
Yes, good afternoon. Do I have to hit one of these buttons?
You're good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Carrie Burrows, 7701 Telecom Parkway, Temple Terrace, that's just outside of Tampa. I'm here because I am a consultant to Verizon Wireless. I am a direct employee. My title as a consultant is one that just varies across all the different departments. I'd like to start by saying, Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, Commissioners, staff, the staff has been fantastic, and community, thank you for allowing me the time to come down here and speak with you. The reason I came today is based on the great communication and dialogue that I've had with Allison and the staff that you have here. I will tell you that open communication and the information that we share back and forth really helps us in determining a lot of the questions that you all have had here today that I've listened to. One of the biggest things about Verizon is we come in and we try to be the best community servant that we can. We're trying to bring in what we consider our latest and greatest technology as it is incorporated into our network. The 4 sites that we have into submission right now to the city are 4G with future technology. So the 4G technology is a little bit different than the 5G. I think a lot of people don't understand that the difference between the technologies is the 5G technology that we're currently utilizing is a data input-output type technology. The 4G incorporates voice into that. We've been involved in many of the communities across the state of Florida since 2016. We've been talking with communities, implementing our 4G technology, and upgrading, of course, to our 5G. One of the big things that we strive for is a lot of the communities use their police, EME services, fire, ambulance, use a Verizon network. And so a lot of the locations that we are picking on the front end are very strategic to maintaining that our network, like a big umbrella, is getting covered in those areas where we do know we have issues. So I think this went off. I guess my time is
No, you
limited.
still have a minute, sir.
Okay, but like I said, I think from the standpoint of us being in Tampa, Allison being down here in Naples, and the communication that we've had overall, even video conferencing has really made our submittals a lot easier to select and to respond to the comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Murphy. Good morning.
Good morning. Mayor, Council. So I'm here, SMW, Mike Murphy, SMW. I represent Verizon. We do the engineering, field visits, things like that for them. So I'm here really to help anything with Allison technical. That way we can just answer any questions you have on that side of it, on the engineering side. That's all I had.
Thank you, and I have as public speakers, but you're also here for Q&A, correct?
Correct.
So, council, do you have questions for Mr. Murray? Vice Mayor McCabe?
Yes, as the gentleman just said, what you really are putting up in like Loudermilk and off of 41 is really 4G.
Right now, it's 4G coverage right now, correct?
Yeah, so it is not 5G.
Correct. That's for future technology.
For future
yeah.
technology. And for 5G, as one of the other council members said, you need closer proximity of towers to achieve 5G? Is
Correct. Yes, because the 5G is just a data input-output, as he said.
Yep.
But it is a closer range, and it can be blocked and cut off by anything. So they got to be able to visually see each other.
They have to be within sight, uninterrupted sight.
For all of them.
And what distance typically between towers?
250 to 400 feet.
400 feet. So, not that far.
Not that far.
Not that far. So basically, if you put it into a novice kind of concept, this is wiring your own home and making sure that you have repeaters, basically,
Right.
stationed
One end
throughout
to
your
the other, that's correct.
Yeah. So it is not the cell technology that we see where you can put something on top of a building.
Put something up and it goes for a mile.
It
that-
goes
that
for
would be
miles and
your-
miles, yeah. This literally, as one of the other council members said, the towers that are going up is not what we will see. We will, when this is built out as a network, you're going to have every 300 to 400 feet, one of these little mini towers.
If the coverage is needed.
Yeah.
I hope answering this.
Sure.
All right, so from a high level, the way the technology works is right now we currently have a number of macro cells, which are the bigger towers. And they're in strategic locations because they started with the lower G, okay? And of course now they've advanced to the 4G. Okay. So what we're looking for now as we incorporate the small cells is what we call an interdependency. Okay. So they will be interdependent with each other. But in the big scheme of things, that interdependency could be getting a signal back and forth from an existing macro site. Mm-hmm. It could be considered from another 4G site. So that particular coverage that we're incorporating now is much greater and overall coverage than what the 5G is. Some of the 5G technology that we are now implementing, we are seeing technology expansions, and that's going to be part of what ultimately dictates what we need for overall coverage is once they're up and operational, what the area is that they're covering. So now we're actually seeing somewhere in the area of about 750 feet, which is, almost double what Mike stated, that we are growing that, but that's in each direction. So you're looking at about, 1,500 feet in a 360-degree coverage area.
Mm-hmm. So basically a football field length between.
Well, here's the one thing that I have to come back to. Mm-hmm. It is because of the interdependencies, so we got to take a look at the 4G, okay, and the macro sites, and then what our coverage objectives are for the 5G specific. Yeah. Okay. So you could be getting 5G coverage, okay, and picking up, if you're leaving that area, you could be going to the 4G. Mm-hmm. So once again, that interdependency of the way the network aligns itself is very critical. So that helps determine the factors.
Okay. Yeah, just my questions and thoughts are that when we see the submission has been mentioned before, with one tower at 41, one tower at Loudermilk, which very, very far distance, that is not the 5G network that we will be.
No, sir, it's not. Yeah. But it's the groundwork that's being laid to expand the network as a whole. I think someone commented about Verizon being out in the forefront of this. Mm-hmm. Yes, I've been with Verizon now for 8 years, and that's what I've been doing, building the relationships and the network that we need to expand. Verizon does a lot of what we would consider self-performing. So our poles that we submitted, small cell poles to Allison, we own them.
Okay.
That way we can put them very specific to what our network needs are. That's what helps fuel that better interdependency. So that's a huge factor for us.
Okay. And by you owning them, it means that there will not be a co-location of an AT&T or a T-Mobile or anything like that. They will have to have their own?
I will answer it this way. I've worked for all those companies over the years. I've been in the business 27 years. We can't dictate whether or not they can utilize our pole or not. That will be dependent on how their network operates. One of the things that we do, though, is our poles are built to meet and or exceed, what are we at now, Mike? H? Hurricane H rated, all right? And it will house all of our equipment, okay, which is our 4G and two future technologies, as well as one other carrier. So we're trying to come into the community and say, hey, we're here, but we can help if we can.
Okay.
All right?
And just one last question, because you're saying where the towers are going now on 41 Loudermilk, et cetera.
Yes, sir.
And given that they have to be somewhere in the range of a one football field length from each other and uninterrupted, do you already have the plans of where you're going to, or projecting to, put the rest of the network?
Not at this time, we don't, because once again, this is part of a 2022 build plan. What we're just starting to explore now, and because these sites are not up and operational yet, we're not going to know how that new technology is going to blend overall, and where our gaps in coverage would be. So setting up that particular, I guess the best way to look at it is its network as a whole, where those additional sites would be needed. I would guess that you would see more 4G sites first, and then we'll continue to grow it with some 5Gs mixed in as well.
Okay, but logically, you would say if you have one at 2400 9th Street, which is 41, you would need to have one every 300-400 feet, the entire length of 41, to connect that.
No, I would not say that.
Oh,
no,
okay.
no.
That's interesting.
No, there's a lot of factors that can come into play. There's also different types of bandwidths, okay, that 5G operates under. So some are a lot more sensitive than others. So as we're starting to, expand the network that we currently have, we'll see which network band is going to best help us in making the coverage. So, yeah, I couldn't say that would be the case.
And if the competition has to put their own towers up in the same kind of structure, does that inhibit yours because you would have them in the same general area?
Well, first of all, I'm very respectful. I can't speak to what the others do. I just know that we're safe within 5 feet, okay, of interference, okay?
So they have to be greater than 5 feet?
That's it, yes.
Greater than 5 feet from your pole?
Yes. So if they're coming on our pole, they can be 5 feet below us and they're fine.
Okay.
All right? And there was a lot of discussions about things like FCC, FAA, and stuff like that. And the one thing that I would like to comment on is Verizon really, we chart our own path when it comes to our EME studies, our FCC, our FAA. I will state that one of the comments were made about the FAA and commercial traffic. We've gotten flagged from smaller, I guess what you would call, like we have a Pasco County airport out where I live. I got flagged on that site, on a site that I had near there, okay? And that was because of our filing. We do a very extensive regulatory submittal. So we go into the FAA, we go into the FCC, we do our own EME studies. So we cover that whole gambit. and we had to provide documentation that showed no interference.
So that's what you mean by flagged is?
Yes.
That it did not interfere, is what you're saying?
Right, it did not.
Okay.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you.
I'm sorry, too. We have to continue with item 14 before we go into our executive session. I hate to limit any time that we have with you coming. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I do have your phone number, and we have a lot of due diligence this council must continue to do, so I'll make sure that council members have your information to be able to contact you. So
And yes, Madam Mayor, one thing I will tell you, a number of...
you have to come to the podium, I'm sorry.
Yes, Madam Mayor, one of the things that I will tell you is that I've worked very closely with a number of the municipalities, their mayors, their commissions, and such, so I am only a phone call away. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Bickett, I want to thank you, and thank you, Mr. Rudeshwar, and this really is a workshop item that will be continued on, whether it's this, before we end in June or in next fall. But I thank you for updating us, and we look forward to all the questions being asked by council and getting those answered over the summer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, council, we'll move, that'll conclude 13A, moving to 14. And Mr. Budeshwar,
Mayor, just a housekeeping question. We have a presentation that Mr. Mayor will be giving here shortly, but we do have a time certain that was scheduled for noon. If the council wishes, we can push that to maybe 12:30 or 12:15 or immediately after this presentation ends, but I just wanted to make sure that there is sufficient time to give the presentation, hear public comments, and for you to provide direction.
thank you. And yes, under your recommendation, we'll have to take that, move the executive session at least till 12:30, but we have several public speakers that have been patient, and I want to get to them. So we'll go ahead and do the update on the Naples Pier Survey. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Merritt?
Chad Merritt, Service Center Director. Thank you for allowing us to come in and present. Obviously, this was about a 5-month program that was adopted back at the end of 2021. And during that time, or when it was originally approved, it was asked that staff were to collect data and report back to the council with our findings. So we have 3 different sections of this presentation. I'm doing the survey data that we put out, and then I have Lieutenant O'Reilly who will be presenting the staff reports, and then we have Miss Joanne Fitzgerald, which is part of the Conservancy, who was one of the driving factors of the Pier Pelican pilot program. So I'll start. So as I said, on December 15th, 2021, the City of Naples approved the Pier Pelican pilot program to be implemented for a period of 5 months. And during that 5 months, it was requested that we collect data, report back. And so we went and did that. And the Pier Pelican pilot program was actually a program that reduces fishing to 6 days a week, which meant that there would be no fishing on Sundays. During that time, as I said, we did go through, we did the survey, but I also think it's important that we know that on November 29th, the City of Naples, and this is 2021, the City of Naples adopted an ordinance which put limits on some of the equipment that was used by fishermen. That was hook sizes, the number of fishing poles, etc. They also eliminated fishing between the hours of 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. One of the things I wanted to kind of share was during that 4 months, which I don't have because May, because we're in May, so I don't have all the data for the attendance report. But as you can see, projections right now, if you compare it to a lot of the other months within past years, the pier is seeing a tremendous amount of traffic. And within that 4 months, just in April, we're looking at 164,000 plus that visited the pier. Moving on to the survey data. So we did have over 2,900 responses. The survey was put out social media. We put it out on the website. We came up with some posters that were posted actually at the pier with a QR code that would allow people to go and participate in the survey. We also did an email through Constant Contacts, and we did send this to President's Council so that they may distribute it among a lot of their contacts as well, which I think really helped us with the over 2,900 responses. So one of the first questions that we asked in that survey was, how often do you visit the pier? So our goal was to try to figure out, when are people coming, what are they doing, and we wanted to know if this was, if everybody was coming more of a seasonally or just coming once a month, if they were coming weekly. So as you see, seasonally was a little bit higher than the monthly, and then monthly was a little higher than weekly. So we're looking at the seasonal responses were about 30%. The monthly was about 29%, and our weekly was about 26%. So the number of people that attended or that responded in the survey that attend the pier daily was about 8%. So then we went on and we wanted to find out what the primary reason you visit the pier. There's various reasons why people come. We had other responses, which I'll share some of those shortly, but we had over 3,000 response to this question. That was fishing was about 925 of the respondents, and then viewing wildlife and nature was about 675 of the respondents. Entertaining guests was about 519 of those responses, and to go see the sunset was about 351. We did have exercising and beach and swimming. Some of the other responses that were notable, people watching, socializing, event, fireworks, group tours, playing volleyball, photography, to go and eat, and to use the restroom. Next question they were asked was, what is the primary reason that prevents you from visiting the pier more often? Number one, parking. Number two was I just don't have enough time. Number three was it too crowded. And number four was the pier environment. Some of the other responses were fishing regulations, they live out of the area, safety concerns, and then in the other category, people responded they were not interested in going to the pier. People responded they had nothing that prevented them from going to the pier. People fishing prevented them from going to the pier. People not fishing prevented them from going to the pier. Weather, physical abilities, health, lack of bike racks, and too far to walk. So then we wanted to find out who was responding to the survey. So we asked if they were City of Naples residents, Collier County residents, or if they were non-residents or visitors. We had more City of Naples residents that responded to this, which is really good when you're trying to conduct a survey of your community. So about 1,400 of these responses were City of Naples residents. Collier County residents were about 1,200 and about 280 visitors. We took a screenshot just to kind of give you an idea. Obviously, this is just one Sunday, but this is a Sunday about sunset, and this was, looks like about March. This shows you the traffic during that time. It's very heavy. We felt that at least to see if this was something, if this program existed and nobody was going to use the pier, then that would have been a concern for us. And I'm going to let Lieutenant O'Reilly come up and present the staff reports that were conducted by the police department.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Michael O'Reilly, Naples Police Department. I just want to offer a couple of caveats about the staff information. This information reflects just the City of Naples Police Department's activity, whether it be our Pelican Patrol, Beach Patrol, or police officers. It does not include Conservancy personnel data. Our data was based on the information gathered since January 1st through today's date. We have the most updated information today, and it was twofold. It was gathered through our Pelican outreach personnel, who are there from 8 a.m. in the morning until 1 p.m., and then our Beach Patrol personnel, who are assigned to the pier from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., which encompasses almost all of the allowable fishing hours on the pier now. There's going to be some difference in the numbers you see from what we present versus the Conservancy's data. Again, they have volunteers, they have Conservancy personnel, and of course they receive birds from members of the public as well. Our data represents solely the information gained from our officers. First slide is the education provided. This is mostly the pier Pelican Patrol folks in the morning discussing fishing regulations, wildlife regulations, and also just wildlife interpretive information with visitors in the morning hours from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. That's the majority of the time the fishermen are there. That's also when we get a lot of the tourists and residents that actually take the time to ask information. In the afternoon, when the Beach Patrol folks are there, the pier's a bit more crowded, and it's more of enforcement on our behalf rather than the information. But it's pretty indicative that there's quite a few people on the pier, and we're actually reaching quite a few when it comes to informing about fishing regulations. Also, this includes education provided on warnings for using the equipment that was prohibited on the pier starting January 1st as well. So education provided also includes those warnings for pier violations. Injured birds released. So we have two different categories. We have birds that were hooked that we took onto the pier and then were able to remove the hooks ourselves and release. And then the next slide you're going to see is the birds that were transported. So these are the total birds, if you take this slide and the next slide, that we actually handled by either pier personnel or the police department. And as you can see, the numbers are in single digits for the months. Whether that's due to a closure or the equipment restrictions, we can't say. There's probably a correlation both ways. But more important is when we get into the daily data, which days we see birds being transported versus which days we don't. And these are the actual transport numbers for the months. For January, we had 3 birds, February 4, March 7, and April 4. It's interesting to note that the pier closure is obviously on Sundays. During the entire pilot program, we had 0 birds hooked or transported on Sundays. The second lowest was Monday, which you would expect considering we usually will have follow-up injuries the next day. The daily data shows probably birds that were transported that might have been hooked the day before. Sunday and Monday were the lowest days with 0 birds and 1 bird hooked, respectively. And that's it. Thank you.
And Madam Mayor and Council, I will introduce Ms. Joanne Fitzgerald from Conservancy of Southwest Florida. She'll be handling the next slides, which as it relates to the Pier Pelican pilot program, the data that they collected. So.
Good afternoon.
Hi there. I'm Joanna Fitzgerald, 34102. Thank you for having me. Let's see. I just want to give a quick overview of some things just to refresh our memories. So I appreciate your time and consideration and the opportunity to present results obtained during the trial closure to angling at the Naples Pier. To recap the situation, I first came to City Council a year ago in May 2021. Our shorebird admissions to the Conservancy due to fishing hook and line injuries from the Naples Pier reached crisis levels. The Von Arx Wildlife Hospital budget and staff can't sustain these numbers of injured animals. Keep in mind, we're discussing only pelican admissions here today. Royal terns, cormorants, osprey, ready tern stones, and many other species are injured by lines and hooks from the Naples Pier. So the goal of coming to City Council was to seek help in reducing the number of birds injured at the Naples Pier due to fishing line and hook injuries. We had various ideas and options that were discussed and recommended. Ultimately, 2 recommendations were brought forth. One was to reduce the hours anglers are allowed to fish at the Naples Pier, providing wildlife time to forage and rest without encountering dangers from fish hooks and lines. The other was to increase the amount of patrol coverage provided by Naples Pier Outreach Pelican Patrol staff. Along with several operational changes that they already discussed, recommended by the Naples PD, it was decided to have a trial closure to angling 1 day per week. The timing of the closure was January through May, since these months bring more shorebirds to our area due to migration. Initially, it was decided on Wednesday would be the day of closure. The Naples PD didn't have coverage on Wednesdays. That was quickly amended at one of the first meetings we were at. PD was able to provide 7 days a week coverage. So city staff met and spoke with Mayor Heitman. They recommended Sunday, and that resulted in the Sunday closure from January through May. Just a quick review of the historical data that brought us here. We had a 112% increase in admissions from 2019 to 2020. 2021 saw no difference. As pressures and usage continues to rise along our coastal regions, we expect conflicts between the public and wildlife to increase, similar to what we're seeing at the Naples Pier currently. So to get into the first graph, what I did was I showed a review of admits according to the day of the week for a three-year period. And to just keep in mind, when you're looking at these numbers, it's not apples to apples. It is different because we never had Wednesday coverage. So that alone right there is a factor that could be some differences. Also, pier coverage could be sporadic. There were times when staff left mid-season and we weren't able to have the city get another pier patrol staff on board in that time frame. So to me, I think the takeaway from this graph is that it does illustrate that the shorebirds at the pier do face a threat of injury from fish hooks and line every day of the week. Then the next data that we analyzed was for the month of the trial closure, and this is just real quick. I do think we got the months right. As you can see, it's already starting to dwindle at the end of April and into May. So the next thing, I'm sorry, it didn't get into the...
Oh, yes, thank you.
I'll tell you what I'm doing. This didn't get into the PowerPoint, so I'm handing out a handout, which I also handed out at the CSAB.
If you don't mind, you could just give it to Councilmember Blankenship and you can pass them down. Thank you.
Sorry about that. So this was for, oops, did I already go there? I already went there. Oh, no, because it's not up there. So this went by year, so by months, just for a full year cycle, again, for 3 years that we looked at it. So analyzing all 12 months worth of admission data, when considering the continued 1 day a week seasonal closure, I support the CSAB's recommendation and vote to maintain the Sunday closure year round. If not that option, then I recommend that Sunday closure be moved from November to April instead of January through May because of the numbers. As you can see, migration would be covered in that from the very beginning when we start to see the birds coming through at the end of the year. Let's see, I wrote, okay. The anglers would still have 6 days to fish, including 1 weekend day. That totals 102 hours per week versus the 11 hours of no angling that's currently happening on Sundays. Wildlife at the Naples Pier will continue to have Sunday to rest and forage without the danger of being hooked and injured, as well as, even though it's Sunday closure, they are allowed to fish along the shore. So I'm not taking fishing away completely anywhere other than just at the pier. There is free fishing along the shoreline with just a special permit. So in conclusion, I sincerely thank the City Council for taking actions to protect native shorebirds. It is a tribute to our community and aligns with Naples being a bird sanctuary. I recommend the closure to angling on Sunday be instituted permanently, either year-round or November through April. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your commitment to following through with data in this pilot program and for the Van Arks Hospital and all you do there. So thank you.
Last slide, I promise. So, as I said, this information was presented to CSAB. This was on May 17th. The CSAB did vote 3-2 to recommend to the City Council to implement the no fishing restriction year-round on Sundays. So with that, any questions or discussions? Open to.
Mayor, may I add a couple of other
Mr.
comments
Bitterschlager, yes.
to the presentation? Thank you, Chad, for bringing this presentation to the Mayor and Council today. Just a couple of other observations for your consideration in making a decision today. I think we are looking for some direction regarding this no fishing Sunday rule that has been in place. A couple of things that kind of jumped out at me during their presentation, one being the fact that of those who responded to why they go to the pier, although the vast majority said they were going for fishing, 925, 120% more people, almost 2,100 people are going there for other reasons. So I think it's important to include all of the other reasons in one category, because this is about a prohibition of fishing on Sundays. The other thing that kind of jumped out to me was why people didn't go to the pier, and there were a number of people who indicated they didn't go there because of fishing. So as a newcomer and an outside observer, I think the continuation either annually or seasonally of a no fishing policy on Sundays addresses a number of things, including those who want to come to the pier but don't come to the pier because of fishing can do so once a week. So I just wanted to add those observations for your consideration.
Thank you. Council, if we can wait to hear from the public, and then unless there's questions you need answered right away? Okay. All right. Our first speaker is Gretchen Sherman, and again, as she's coming forward, if you wish to speak before council, there are speaker registration forms in the back of the room and can be filled out and given to the clerk. Okay, go ahead.
Gretchen Sherman, I live at 1035.
I don't think it is.
Oh. Oh, now it's on.
Thank you, David.
Oh, Gretchen Sherman, I live at 1035 3rd Avenue South in Naples. I'm a resident of Naples. I'm also a volunteer at the Van Arks. I'm one of the people that transports the injured birds. I've been speaking to you throughout this process. I'll keep it short. Been very encouraging to get fewer calls for injured birds and for fewer birds in the hospital. I'm also a resident. I have purposely gone on Sundays to enjoy the pier, and I enjoyed it thoroughly on Sundays. The pier was crowded. People were enjoying, the beauty. The birds were flying free. You didn't have to maneuver around fishing poles and lines and hooks, and I would really encourage you to continue banning fishing just one day a week. It's just one day. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Gaylord.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak and give my perspective as a visitor, longtime visitor. My family came on summer vacation in the mid-'60s, and we fell in love with Naples. My dad and I learned to fish at the Naples Pier, and it's been a family tradition ever since. And I taught my son to fish at the Naples Pier. I visit at least twice a year, spending 2 or 3 weeks each time and several $1,000s. And my sole purpose to be here is the Naples Pier, because it's my country club, my paradise. I have been, I have become a regular, and I'm known as a regular, even though I only visit twice a year. So it is a very, very dear place to me, and I love to fish.
Sir, can you introduce yourself? I'm sorry. Your name? Can you
Oh,
introduce
I'm
your name?
sorry. John Gaylord, and I'm 8836 Finleyrig Drive, Dublin, Ohio. Okay. So, what I have seen, I have not been here since last June. What I saw when I arrived here 2.5 weeks ago, the pier has been transformed as far as the environment. It is clean. I attribute that to the diligence of the staff. Lauren and Art are doing a fantastic job educating and helping folks understand, and helping the people that are maybe less likely to follow the rules to follow the rules. They really do a great job. The closure at night, that doesn't affect me. I didn't fish all night at the Naples Pier, but when I used to come in the morning, it was a disaster. I spent my first half hour picking up dead fish and entrails and paper, and I can't tell you the nasty things I picked up at the pier. Okay. Today, this week, these last couple of weeks, it is perfectly clean. It's wonderful. I want to point out a couple of very important things. I studied all of this data when I discovered it was there, and two things that were not pointed out in the presentation. One is that the pelican admissions this year in the 4 months versus the average of the last 2 years is down almost 2/3. In fact, might be more than 2/3. It's down dramatically. I attribute that mainly to the new tackle regulations, the lack of multiple hooks. None of that has impinged on my ability to catch and enjoy fishing at the Naples Pier. I believe that is the single biggest factor in the decline of the pelican admissions. The second thing that was not pointed out, there was a graph that showed the pelican admissions by day of the week in this past 4 months. Sunday was tied for second in the number of admissions of pelicans, and the pier was closed. I don't believe that the closure has had anything to do with the reduction in the admissions. It's the tackle, the education, and the enforcement. And I and my fellow regulars at the pier do a lot of educating. We do. Saturday, I equipped two separate dads and sons with the proper lures and tackle to enjoy fishing at the Naples Pier. Yesterday, there was a contingent of folks who were not from our area, who spoke no English, only Spanish, and they immediately started to use multiple sabiki rigs and so forth. I even got out my phone and did Spanish translation to tell them, hey, you're not allowed to use this. You're going to get a fine. And I did communicate to them, and I took out my bait rings out of my tackle box, which are no hooks. They don't entrap anything but bait fish. Threw them over the side and allowed them to use that to catch bait. They were happy and had a wonderful time. So, we're doing our part as regulars. I don't believe the closure has anything to do with the mitigation of our wonderful shorebirds and staff. Make them not part-time, the pelican staff, make them full-time. Another 28 hours a week, I think somebody told me, would allow them to be there all the time. They do. Lauren and Art just are wonderful people, and they do a great job.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay, our next speaker is Scott Jacobs. Followed by David Ladd.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Scott Jacobs. I live at 1300 Gulf Shore Boulevard North, 34102. I would like to thank the Naples City Council for implementing this year's pilot program to restrict fishing on Sunday at the Naples Pier. I would urge council to consider making this permanent moving forward for the following reasons. It had an impact. January through May of 2022, there were 37 injured birds due to fishing activities at the pier versus 87 for the same period in 2021. While other variables may be at play, this is a 57% decrease. Many other piers in Florida have adopted a balanced approach addressing both the interests of the fishing community and wildlife concerns. Much of January through May is part of the critical migration time for shorebirds. The Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission concluded that trauma caused by fishing gear is the greatest cause of mortality of brown pelicans in the state of Florida. A relaxed atmosphere was introduced to the pier on Sundays, with visitors enjoying the uninterrupted sounds and sights of nature. CSAB reviewed the data on 5/17 and voted in favor of permanent Sunday closure. Naples is at the crossroads of some of the most internationally significant environmental sanctuaries, including Ding Darling, Audubon's Corkscrew, Everglades, and Big Cypress. 3 million visits visit these 4 preserves yearly, documenting both the ecotourism opportunities in the area and why large numbers visit and economically impact the greater Naples area. Bird injuries at the pier are in conflict with goals of these sanctuaries. I would like council to consider the work done at the Von Ark Hospital. Without their effort rescuing wildlife throughout our community, the bird injuries at the pier and eventually on the beaches would reach unacceptable levels for both residents and visitors. Von Ark is a critical, no-cost asset to the city of Naples, and City Council should prioritize working with Director Fitzgerald to support their mission by reducing the burden of preventable bird injuries from the pier. The City of Naples' 2021 vision statement states in its opening sentence that the enduring character of Naples reflects our commitment to protect and enhance the natural environment. 1 day a week closure is a start, but does not fully comply with the vision statement goals and is not striking an equitable balance based on survey results documenting 69% are visiting the pier for reasons other than fishing. This year, measurable progress has been achieved, documented by both the reduction and severity of injuries to shorebirds, and I would urge council to consider approving permanent days of closure to fishing at the pier. I greatly appreciate council's time on this important issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. And our next speaker is David Land.
Good afternoon, David Land. I'm on our zip code 34103. I'm speaking today as a resident, not as a member of the CSAB board, so I want that to be clear. From item 814A on today's agenda indicates the discussion will focus only on whether to continue or discontinue the Sunday closures. While Sunday fishing is the only thing on which the CSAB made a recommendation, I would encourage you to address this matter more broadly for several reasons. First, the Conservancy in its presentation on May 17th and again today addressed not just Sunday closure, it was also recommending expanding the amount of coverage provided by the Naples Pier Outreach Pelican Patrol staff. Examining data and based on conversations with fishermen, other pier visitors, and pier outreach specialists, there is merit in this recommendation. It is believed this could be realized with the addition of no more than 28 hours by one outreach specialist. Second, when analyzing data presented by city staff and the Conservancy, there seems to be a strong indication that non-closure measures may have a significantly greater effect on reducing pelican admissions than a weekly day of closure, whether for 5 months, 6 months, or 12 months. It is believed there are opportunities to do more along these lines than is currently being done. Third, data presented by city staff and the Conservancy seems to indicate that if the primary goal is to reduce pelican admissions, closure on a day other than Sunday may be more effective and would not reduce by 50% the weekend days, which may be the only time those who can fish or do so with their children. Fourth, if pelican admissions are primarily occurring as a result of fishing on the city pier and the number of admissions is placing financial, personnel, and/or facility pressures on the Conservancy, it would seem to be appropriate for the city to discuss whether it might share the cost associated with pelicans transported from the pier to the Conservancy. Fifth, the data and analysis presented by city staff and the Conservancy make it clear that we still do not have a thorough understanding of how best to address reducing pelican admissions with the least dislocation to those who fish. Thus, study for another 19 months, 2 years total, would seem to have considerable merit. And finally, there are safety and signage issues at the pier related both to fishing and non-fishing, which are worth our attention. In light of all these, I would again strongly urge you not simply to address Sunday closure today, but to also look at all these and perhaps other matters in a comprehensive, integrated way. Page 4, did you get the handouts that, did you give them the handout? Okay, on page 4 of that, you see a number of areas that might be considered to look at this more broadly than simply Sunday closure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And our next speaker is Georgie Goldstein, followed by Sarah Rant. Good afternoon. You'll state your name for the record, please.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Georgie Goldstein. I'm a citizen of Naples, and I live at 2084 Monroe Avenue in 34112. I support the change from seasonal to annual closure of the Naples Pier to fishing on Sundays. I'd like to quickly just say that it feels to me that the majority of the citizens here to offer public comment are here to speak on this issue. We've been waiting since 8:30 a.m. and some have had to leave because we've been waiting for so long. I believe that if the majority of people to speak and have public comment are here for an issue, then that should be early on the agenda. So moving on. I'm a clinical social worker. I work as a therapist here, assisting many members of our community in mental healing and well-being. One of the therapeutic techniques I studied while getting my master's degree was nature therapy. Research shows that connecting with our natural world provides humans with a release and a sense of grounding. Because of this, I speak with many clients about how much time they spend outside in one of the many natural and conserved sites here in our beautiful city. As you all know, we are so lucky to live in a place that is so close with nature. I mean, the reason I moved here from Washington, D.C. years ago was because of the deep connection I felt with visiting the Everglades, birdwatching trails such as Crew, and of course, our pristine and immaculate beaches. The pier is an incredible place for our citizens from all backgrounds to connect with nature. The pier is also our literal icon. It's on that, on the mural behind you guys. The unfortunate thing is there are so many occasions when our beautiful seabirds, like brown pelicans, are hooked from fishermen, leaving blood and terror in the very place many come for peace. Just the other day, a friend of mine emailed me a picture they took while walking on the pier after dinner. They were there around 11 p.m. and saw fishermen slicing off the fins of a live ray, leaving bloodstains on the pier. That person is here today. Even looking at the photograph, I felt my body developing a sort of trauma response. The Naples Pier, our icon and symbol, should not be a place where our citizens may experience this type of trauma. Closing the pier to fishing 1 day per week offers our citizens a day where they know they can connect with our beautiful nature here without the fear of that piece turning into the trauma of witnessing the injury and often death of our seabirds. This is especially important for our children who are earlier in their development and are more fragile because of this. Please hear the voices of all of our citizens to continue to offer Sundays as the day of peace on the Naples Pier. Fishermen can continue to fish in any other place on Sundays. Thank you so much for hearing me.
And thank you for staying here for the morning with us. Good afternoon.
Sarah Rant. I live at 34108, and I volunteer at the Conservancy.
I think everyone else has spoken much better than I can. I just want to add my voice. I have volunteered at the animal hospital and have witnessed the time and expertise it takes to, whoops, I need my glasses. The expertise it takes to treat a bird that is injured by hooks and fishing lines. The doctor, PJ, cannot put a cast on a wing or a bandage on a wound. These caretakers, they have to be creative, caring, and give the birds lots of time to heal. When too many birds come into the hospital, the staff is easily overwhelmed. It takes weeks for a large bird to recover, so when there are many pelicans to care for and many other birds, it's not enough space nor time. The pier is not deserted on Sunday. I was there Sunday and Monday. Hundreds of people are there to look at the dolphins, the rays, and the pelicans and enjoy the breezes. It appears not even these crowds don't miss the fishermen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Then that concludes, okay. Thank you. Okay, I have Mr. Rogan, followed by Ms. Arsenault.
Good morning, neighbors. Special good morning.
And you are?
Oh, I forgot. Glad you reminded me. Mike Rogan, 34102. Special good morning to our new member of the community. We had an opportunity to connect, and he lived in my hometown, Hammond, Indiana. In fact, he's familiar with some of the outdoor art my family put in Northwest Indiana. And again, welcome, and I hope it's as wonderful a place for you as it is for me. Getting to business. I'm going to ask you to run another experiment. And it really came up mid-year for me, mid-spring. I think everything you've done is right. I think a lot of people got upset with what was done, but that's politics. Everything that comes in here, you got some people that are happy, some people that aren't. I want you to jump into a time machine to the early 90s, and I don't know how many were here. And it wasn't actually done at the city level of government, it was done at the state level, and that's when we banned gill netting. You know, at that point in time, we had a real fishing fleet here in town, and fishing was, commercial fishing was actually a chunk of our city gross product. And that gill net really hurt. And you had kids that were really fed on subsistence fishing, and that was a reality. And how did you know? A lot of these little kids walked around with alligator skin shoes, moccasins, but they didn't buy them in stores. I mean, that's how substance we were not that many decades ago. I encourage you guys to be bold. I really do, because that's what we need to do. We're doing experiments. You bit the apple, and the upset people got upset, and we're all looking and seeing what's going on. Here's my proposal on the thing. Let's try a 2-for-1. Get 2 weekdays, no fishing, and fish on Sundays, and let's see how it runs. Why am I saying that? We're all concerned about violence. That's the one thing. Could that one day of family together, where this pier, which is everyone's country club, can make some dads and daughters and sons happy? I think it might. And as long as we're in experimental mood and all this stuff, let's try it, okay? And we'll leave it at that. My other solution was my fishing lure. Again, I don't need approval of anyone to do what I'm doing. I'm paying for it all myself. I'm to a point in time with the thing that I'm trying to find a manufacturer. I do not want to manufacture myself at age 75. I'm just not investing in capital equipment and all the things that it take. And I'm trying to find someone. I found someone in Central America on way to Bango. And I know the entity, and they know what they're doing. Actually, they sell a lot of fishing lures into Walmart. So it's not a bum deal. I've got the thing priced. I think if it's over $5.99, it won't sell. But at $5.99, I've got a fair profit for a retailer, a wholesaler, a sales rep, and the most important, federal excise tax. So everything's covered. All I have to worry about is what happens in that factory, and the damn thing works 100% of the time. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Ms. Arsenault.
Eileen Arsenault, 1188 Gordon Drive. I first want to thank you all for this experiment, because it's been a long time coming that we need to address this problem. If it weren't for the Von Arx Hospital, I don't know what we'd be doing. We'd be really overwhelmed with sick birds. I've been involved with the Audubon Society here for many years, and I'm very aware of the pressure on our natural resources, especially our birds. The shorebird populations have really plummeted, and pelicans have really suffered. So this is a really wonderful thing that you did to give us a chance to see if this works. From what I can tell, and I think the other speakers have been much more eloquent and had statistics, I think this is a success, and I do encourage you to extend it year-round or at least seasonally. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment portion. Council, for discussion purposes, we have guidance that needs to be given to staff on whether we want to continue, want to discontinue this pilot program, and the changes on if we do continue, what we will do. So, any council member that would like to start first? Clarify any? Council member Hutchison.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of questions, and I'm not sure if our city staff will know this, but I think I'd like to try you guys first, okay? And some of this has to do with an outcome of an appropriate decision. So it's just a request for some answers. First of all, are you able to talk about the pelican population trend? Do we know if the population is growing or declining? And if so, by how much?
Yes, sir. So I probably would have to defer to Ms. Fitzgerald. I'm not sure if she can report on that. I don't have that kind of data.
Okay, just something we can probably get. And what's the natural predator of the pelican?
I'll also have to defer that one.
Okay.
I wish I had it. I would make assumptions, but I don't want to make assumptions because we all know what that does.
All right. And as we're looking at pelican issues, we're moving down a path where we're going to remove the beach outfall pilings along the beach, of course. And most of these are used by the brown pelicans as a temporary roost. Do you have a hypothesis of where those pelicans will go when these pilings are removed?
Also, another environmental question. Do you want me to get Ms.
No, that's fine.
Fitzgerald?
If you don't know the answer, that's fine.
Yes, sir.
Just on the record. Yeah, I'm just wondering where.
I wish I had those answers. I can get those answers for you and report it back to council.
Yep. When we start talking about the test, this test period, I want to make sure I understand the results against what we were testing for. In other words, we made several moves, and you've heard them discussed today. The education, the fishing equipment, and the enforcement. So we made several moves. And we're really unclear as to which of those moves produced what, right? What were the results that each one of those moves produced? So another few questions. If we want to sustain enforcement and maximize enforcement, what needs to change, if anything? Have we maximized our ability to enforce the rules around fishing, which ultimately impact the hooking of pelicans? Have we maximized our opportunity, and if not, what do we need to do to maximize our opportunity? Anyone?
Yep, so I'm going to bring up Lieutenant O'Reilly. He's the one that manages the staff on the pier.
Okay.
The issue with the enforcement, what we have done.
Lieutenant, sorry.
Did I not turn it on?
Know your name.
Oh, Lieutenant Michael O'Reilly, Naples Police Department. Good afternoon. The issue with enforcement on the pier, once we changed the regulations and started enforcing them on January 1st, We've had, while we're on the pier, 100% compliance, whether our Pelican outreach personnel or beach patrol personnel. Whenever we came across prohibited equipment, and I actually have the data broken down by equipment if you're interested in that information, we gave the warning there for the first violation, informed them, and in almost every case, the people have put away the equipment that they were using incorrectly. In the cases where they didn't, there was a citation issued. And in cases of repeat people bringing prohibited equipment or fishing on Sundays when it's prohibited, there were citations issued for that as well. To my knowledge, we have not had a single repeat for a second time. So the most citations that have been issued to any one violator has been just the one violation. We have since January also increased our coverage at the pier to 7 days a week. So the consistency is also twofold. We're consistently enforcing the rules, but we're also doing it on a daily basis for, again, almost the entirety of the fishing hours from 8 a.m. through 11 p.m. And we have also varied our Pelican outreach personnel so that we cover that gap from 1 to 3 p.m. as well, just to make sure there aren't people trying to pull one over on us for those 2 hours in the afternoon. So we've changed it up a little bit. And I think we could continue that same effort and get the same level of compliance.
All right, Officer O'Reilly, thank you for that. You mentioned, and for the distinction for myself as maybe for also those on council and the public, when you say we and the people that are our officers or our presence, the presence of city staff on the pier, is that police officers or is it beach patrol or is it both?
So the consistency is in our non-sworn, which is our Pelican patrol personnel in the morning hours up to 1 o'clock, and the afternoon from our beach patrol personnel. And of course, throughout the day, the beach patrol personnel check on the pier. Sworn officers patrol the pier as part of their daily activities when they have time. It's a discretionary activity on their behalf, but everybody enjoys the pier, the police included. In the summer, not for very long periods of time during the day, but they still go out there. Okay. But all of the data for enforcement is an amalgamation of everybody's information. So our sworn and non-sworn personnel, any violations that they encounter are documented.
Our beach patrol officers, are they considered sworn?
They are not, sir. They're civilian.
They are not sworn. Of all the individuals that you just described, who has the most touch time with the pier?
It's about 50-50. The Pelican Patrol people are there exclusively, but only there for 5 hours in the mornings, 7 days a week. The Beach Patrol folks are there longer, but their duties also include the sand on either side of the pier and the parking lots as well. So it's about 50-50. The law enforcement officers are mainly if there's a problem on the pier or after hours. Anything after 11 p.m., all that data is coming from sworn law enforcement.
Okay. Mr. Budishwar, are we fully staffed on Beach Patrol, or are we currently looking to add to that staff?
I'm not sure what our vacancy situation in terms of approved positions. I'd have to defer.
We have completed the hiring process up to the stage of background investigations. We do have a gentleman that we're looking at hiring within the next 2 weeks to fill the only vacancy we have.
So the answer is no. We need to fill
We're
out.
looking. And so if we add one more individual, what will that make our staffing? How many people will we have for that particular position? And does that close the gaps in terms of our touch opportunity on the pier? In other words, by adding one more, are we closing the gap in maximizing our effectiveness on enforcement at the pier?
So that will bring us up to a total of 7 full-time Beach Patrol specialists, which are the non-sworn wearing the tan shirts and the pickup trucks. They cover the pier from, again, 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., except the days off for that one officer who has it 5 days a week, or if there's vacations for the folks that are filling in. So they're, like any staffing issue, there are always going to be days where we can't cover 100% of the time. The only way I think you could be assured that we have someone there 24 hours is to probably hire 4 more Beach Patrol and assign them just to the pier, which is highly inefficient.
Yep, okay. And then 2 more questions, I'm wrapping up. We've seen the data, and anything that might impact that data is something that we need to know about, because it started in January and we're talking about in through the end of May. Can you tell me when the brown pelican nesting periods are?
I believe gentleman earlier was stating that was January through, was it May? Is that correct? No. Allow Miss Fitzgerald to come up.
Joanna Fitzgerald, 34102. They start to nest this time of year. So part of the reason you see the decline in that one graph that I handed you is they are starting to head out to the rookeries and starting to nest, breed, and then have their babies.
Okay, and my research said it's March and April, so you're saying it continues into May?
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're starting in March and April, but they're just starting the breeding process.
Excellent, yes.
Actually, nesting on the rookeries continues.
And finally, one of the key points in your presentation is the unsustainability of the Von Arx Wildlife Hospital to continue treating the injured pelicans, which I can certainly relate to. So has there been any changes in the hospital staffing? What does the trend look like in staffing at the hospital? Are you finding it harder? Are you increasing people, decreasing?
We're a nonprofit, and I have constrictions on my budget, so I have no ability to hire more staff.
Yeah.
We're where we have been. What has changed is the amount of euthanasia that we have to perform, because we can't take care of every animal that comes in. So that's where we've had to make our changes, is severely injured birds, they don't get to have a chance, you know. So no, I'd love to have a bigger staff, but we have to balance it with every other animal that's coming in, and that's why I target some of these preventable situations.
Right. Thank you for that very much. And so, council, that's all the questions I had. I would tell you that there are several data points here that need to be discussed or at least considered. If not today, then some point in the future. One, I believe that I've heard enough information to continue this test, not make it permanent. Two, I believe that if our goal is to reduce or accommodate the Von Arx Animal Hospital, which is doing a fantastic job for our community, if our goal is to ensure that they're not overwhelmed with pelican injuries, well, we better figure out what we're measuring and how we're going to measure that, or what we can do to assist. And I would certainly support that. But that's it. And I appreciate the community, staff, the Conservancy, and others for the time and effort, as well as the fishermen, the people that really are one of the major respondents to our survey. So thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank
Mayor?
you. Councilman Blankenship. Oh, sorry. Mr. Budeshwar?
Sure. I just wanted to make a couple of comments and observations, some of them in response to Mr. Hutchinson's questions to maybe help kind of move us towards some sort of decision. Let me say, nothing is really in perpetuity. So if you make a decision today to continue, and you can do so maybe as a compromise to continue the pilot for another year, is something that you may consider. But, coming from the East Coast in a very marine environment, I mean, I do have, some experience in dealing with shorebird migration, nesting, and activity. And the very activity of fishing is an attraction to shorebirds, pelicans, and mostly annoying seagulls. But just having that activity present is an attraction. The question regarding marine-based vertical structures like these outfalls, that are resting locations, where do the birds go? I wasn't being facetious when I said to the nearest place. They'll go to the nearest vertical structures. I mean, obviously the pier has a lot of places where these birds can choose as an alternative location. So I think logic will tell you, as we reduce above surface structures in the nearshore environment, these birds will probably gravitate towards the pier. So the activity of fishing, the decrease in vertical structures in the nearshore waters, I think will all be contributing factors to possibly more birds in this location. So I just wanted to make those couple of comments. The other comment that I want to make is, from the fisherman's perspective, of which I am one, it may feel punitive, but I think, I think there's a couple of things at play here. Of course, the health of these, magnificent birds, but also, why does the pier exist? I think we miss a point here if we don't have that conversation regarding why others come to visit this site. And is there a large group of people, visitors included, that really want to experience the pier in the sunsets and everything that comes with it, without this activity of maybe stepping on a hook or smelling, the fish and so on. I think that's something to consider. I think this isn't just about, from my observation, isn't just about the pelican issue. I think it's about the total look at the pier and how it's used and has been used and should be used. So just a couple of comments.
Thank you. Councilman Blankenship.
Thank you. Like a lot of things in government, it's about finding the right balance of all the different users here. And a couple of questions. So I think Mr. Land said that the CACB only looked at the issue of continuing the Sunday closure. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
They didn't look at all the other ideas and things that he offers?
Sir. So with us, with this getting ready to sunset in May, the only thing that we were looking at and focusing on was whether or not the program was going to continue, and trying to get the data together so that council could look at it and make a good choice and a good decision on how to move forward.
All right. And one of our speakers, I think, said that we needed 28 hours more of people to have full coverage on the pier. Is that what Lieutenant O'Reilly was saying, that if we hire this one other person, that covers the 28 hours? Or is that something else is needed?
Yes, because I do know that they are part-time seasonal, and he'll be able to talk about some of the further hours and such.
Lieutenant O'Reilly, Naples Police Department. The only hours we do not have coverage on the pier before 8 a.m., which is when most fishermen have not yet arrived, is the 2-hour time period from 1 to 3 p.m. So we're talking 14 hours during the daylight hours where we are not on the pier.
What would be the cost of filling that time?
An additional $280 at about $20 an hour. More likely, it would be hiring an additional part-time person just for the middle period of the day. We could probably accomplish that with one more part-time person. But there would be some overlap, a little bit of inefficiency, but enough to make sure we're covering the entirety of the fishing hours.
So it's a minimal cost, it sounds like, that could be built into next year's budget if we wanted to.
I was going to suggest, if there is an appetite to look at staffing, that we do so during the FY23 budget development process, and in the context of everything else that we're doing and needing to make decisions on.
Councilmember Blankenship, do we have data that showed any time frames of injured birds? I know we were covered in the morning. Do we have any time frame data?
We didn't break down the data, but since it's all entered in our computers, we could run the data and find out when they were all recovered or transported.
I mean, if it's when...
Yeah, I'm having trouble interpreting the data.
Me too, yes.
Councilman Hutchison may have had the similar comment. Because when I look at this, the slide that was handed out, the activity in prior years drops way off in the summer. So first question is, why continue the ban during the summer when the activity in the prior years has dropped way off because it sounds like the pelicans go away and are nesting somewhere else. So we're banning fishing for no reason, perhaps. Second thing I look at, and I meant to start off by saying congratulations on the successful program before I got into the details, because it looks like the number of injuries and the number of admissions, number of birds being transported has dropped off dramatically over the first part of 2022. What I'm trying to understand is why. And when I look at the slide 21, the per day, I mean, it drops off dramatically every day.
Thank you, David.
Every day it drops off. To me, that sounds like the education is working, the increased hours of the Pelican Patrol, the removal of the treble hooks, the removal of multiple poles, all those other things we did that are happening on all the other days are having a huge impact. And in fact, I look at Sunday, and it only dropped off by 4 pelicans. So to me, that's not saying banning fishing. Everybody was celebrating the drop-off of injuries, which is great, but I don't think it's because we banned fishing on Sunday. I think it's because of all the other changes that we made that we should, and I think we're going to continue those. So where I was going with the 28 hours thing is, okay, if education is working, if Pelican Patrol is working, that's what we need to invest in. That's what we should continue. Because that's having the biggest impact to me. Now, maybe we can get some more data to understand better and ask CSAB and staff to go back and look at the data in more detail, look at the other recommendations in more detail, and maybe find some more things that we could do to improve our outcomes. But coming back to my earlier point about finding the right balance between people fishing, people sightseeing, people going out just to see sunset or whatever other reasons, it's trying to find the right balance here. And it sounds like our fishing activities have really improved with the education and all these other things to improve. So I'm struggling with continuing the Sunday ban if that's not the driver of the improved outcomes.
So if there is a continuation of this pilot program, maybe the days that are...
That's right. Maybe it's a different day, or maybe it's something else.
And I don't know if Ms. Fitzgerald has that data, but to answer your question about the summer months and whether we just don't have that information or if there really is a change. So thank you.
The other thing I'm struggling with on Sunday, banning on Sunday, and we talked about this at prior meetings, is the impact it has on working families who work 6 days a week trying to make ends meet with affordable housing, inflation, all these other issues. And Sunday may be their only day off, and we're not letting them go fish on the pier. I'm just struggling with.
Could you go to the slide about how the number of visitors, or did you have it by day?
I had that by a month, but hold on one second. This is a breakdown monthly.
Oh, okay.
So obviously I don't have May, as I said, because today's the last day of May, so I'll have that probably in the next couple of days. But
we don't have it by the day?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Chrisman.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I see this as a pretty easy one to resolve and answer. I may be a minority in that regard. I think what we have here is a good news story. We know that there's multiple factors contributing to it: education, more staffing, the new regulations on fish hooks, and in some way the limit that we placed on days in which you can fish from the pier, maybe other things as well. We don't know for certain what factor is contributing more or less, and I really question the desirability of spending what would require tens and tens of thousands of dollars in staff time
time and other resources, either by our own staff or the Conservancy. I'd rather see Ms. Fitzgerald helping injured birds get better than chasing down data endlessly. And I think we know we're moving in the right direction for a variety of reasons, and keeping the Sunday fishing ban, and I believe it should be made permanent, made year-round, is just a smart and prudent thing to do. And as was suggested, I think, by several people here, it's not just a matter of, instituting no fishing on Sunday. What that does is change the personality and the dynamics and the environment on the pier. I've received, I assume the rest of you have, many emails on this from residents over the last period of weeks, and many of them have spoken just to that point. Gee, it's so nice to go to the pier on Sunday. And whether it's in the middle of summer when there's fewer people and fewer pelicans, or it's in the season when there's more people and more pelicans, I'm not sure that matters. I think what we're trying to do is create a better balance, and frankly, one day a week seems like not very much to seek on that. So I would support the recommendation that the CSA be made. And while I have the floor, I need to make another point. I'm very concerned, and I think it's inappropriate for Mr. Land to have come here today and made the presentation he did. He's a sitting member of the CSAB. He's on that board. There was a discussion. I watched the discussion on tape over the weekend. It was a great discussion. Mr. Land participated fully in that discussion and vote. He made many good points, many of which he made again here today. But are we really, I want to talk about this more in correspondence today, but do we really want to have a policy and a procedure where sitting members of advisory boards who may have ended up on the short end of a vote can come and effectively appeal that decision to us? I'm not sure. I support that, and I will bring this up again in correspondence and some suggestions on future policies to deal with it. So thank you.
And I just want to point, I will make the clarification that Mr. Land did made the point that he was not
understand,
here
Mayor,
as a board member.
but it's still, my point still stands.
I understand your point. I just want to make the record clear that he did indicate that he was here as a resident, not as a board member. So that's something we can discuss later. No, excuse me. I'm sorry, sir. Let me finish the rest of our council discussion. Thank you, Councilman Chrisman. Vice Mayor?
Just a quick one. I agree with the points that Mr. Boudicroix had made up at the front. Two things. One, when they had the list of the activities that had fishing as the top one at 925. But then if you look at all the rest of them, it was over 2,100 who were enjoying the pier for something other than fishing. So that really puts it more in perspective. The second thing Mr. Boudicroix did point out as well is that there is not just, this isn't just a pelican and injury pelican issue. This is enjoyment of an iconic piece of Naples. When you look at the verbatims or the comments that are also written in here in the section, there's over 400, 500 that are in there. And if you read those comments, they do take it to that next level, meaning this isn't just a pelican or this isn't just a fishing issue. This is an enjoyment of a treasure for Naples. And many of the comments, not scientific, but I would say probably more than half of the comments are talking about why they wouldn't go to the pier, and it's about crowded with fishing tackle, it's too many people fishing, it's fishing in danger from casting, it's many of those elements that would lead me to align and agree with what Councilman Chrisman has said. Is this started out as a conservation making sure we're protecting the pelicans, but as it's evolved, it's come to a whole nother level. And it's giving an enjoyment of the pier to a whole new set. And therefore, I would say, I like Mr. Crispin, would say, I don't think we need to really spend much more time, and definitely not any more money, to accomplish what we've already seen, which is this is a benefit. And I would support continuing the elements of the fishing tackle restrictions and all aspects of this, including no fishing on Sunday. I would support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Petronoff.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Most of my responses are echoed with what Councilman McCabe and Councilman Crispin said. And when I did read the verbatims, it was a lot of references about fishing and dangerous hooks and blood and guts on the pier, and how this is why they would not go to the pier. What is stopping them from going? And it's a lot of verbatims. The question that I had was, on the survey that was done, were there safeguards in place that it was only completed by one person, one survey?
Yes, ma'am. So on SurveyMonkey, now somebody who's an IT guru can go on and probably reset that. But SurveyMonkey doesn't allow, if you ever do it on your phone and you try to do it over and over, it'll say you've participated in that already, which was one reason we chose that platform. And that was also another reason why we chose to put the QR code on the pier, because if we went out and did it just 1 or 2 days a week and collected data, we were worried that we'd have a bias. If that was on a Sunday, then you're not going to get the fishermen responses. If we did that on a Saturday, you may not get the ones that aren't fishermen responses. So, and I'll kind of add this, the whole purpose of the survey, from I talk from a Parks and Recreation person. It's not our job to determine what the community, and I guess make that decision for them. We totally rely on this data, and we allow these the community respondents to tell us this information, and we felt like what we needed is to find out. It's great to ask that bold question, do you support it or not support it, but we need to find out what they're using it for from a recreation standpoint. And I think
this was excellent qualitative verbatims, and when you read through here, it really highlighted to me, that people are trying to use it for other purposes, and they enjoy the sunsets, which I would support continuing the Sunday ban. On the other piece that I had was, we tracked Pelican Bay, and there's been a lot of discussion about the numbers. I didn't see in there, and maybe we just don't track it, Terns and Osprey. And there's something in here that the Conservancy gave us that said terns may be hooked more than pelicans. And is it because they are that species that they're just not counted in this?
I think the goal of the program when it was presented was focused on the brown pelican population.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's the desire to track those particular birds. If it is, obviously that's something that we will do with the council's recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Perry.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And I'm not going to repeat everything that's been said today. The only, I think there was raised by a couple of people, whether this be permanent or whether it be we continue the test project. And I'm inclined to extend the test for another, I don't know, maybe 6 months or a year. Perhaps a year is the right amount. Banning the Sunday, and let's take another look at it and see if the numbers that we have here continue to be sustained over time. Because it could be that there are some anomalies in here that when you only have one data set, it may lead us in the wrong direction. But I am in favor of continuing everything that we're doing, perhaps for a year, and then take another look at it maybe next June.
Okay, Council, from my summary, we can wrap this up with there's at least 5 of us that want to continue this program. and whether it be for 6 months to a year, we can do 6 months and bring back the data that was somewhat missing from the questions of council, maybe specific days, and whether enforcement is actually necessary for the afternoons, and if we can keep track of that or look at that data that Lieutenant O'Reilly had. And continuing the tackle and education and the enforcement. I think that's good direction. Mr. Boudouchoir, do you have anything needed?
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be a kind of a consensus that, there are a number of different reasons that this should continue. The question is, how long? Should it be a year? Should it be 6 months? If this pilot started in January, I think if you at minimum go till January, we'll have kind of a year's worth of data to sort through and maybe answer some of these other questions. But that'll be the middle of the season, and just concerns about making policy changes in the middle of the season is always an issue. I mean, perhaps we do this a year, and then the other thing too, and I know we want to wrap this up, but I'm thinking about the reduction in volume of use during the summer months on the pier, and if we're going to pilot this for another year, I'm just throwing out another idea. Perhaps there's a blackout period during the day, which allows on Sundays for no fishing, which allows those who do want to fish early in the morning or late in the evening after sunset, they can have that during the low volume period of the summer. I'm just trying to think of a compromise here while we're piloting this. That way it still gives, the daylight hours, maybe it's 11 a.m. to dusk, or that there is no fishing on Sundays during the summer, but because of the lower volume, let's allow those who want to fish early in the morning to be able to do so. Just throwing that out as an idea. I can summarize maybe something for you if you want us to do that, to take action on. I don't know, Chad, if I said anything there that alarms you, but I'm just kind of trying to listen here and maybe provide an outside objective.
I think you hit all of the objectives except for you added maybe we add morning.
Yeah.
First thing in the morning, but I would agree that we can get that data and information if you want to bring it back at a workshop in January and continue it for a year.
Yeah.
But just that we haven't updated a workshop in January.
Sure, yeah, and we can do that. We can provide an update in January. I think that's a good path forward, and maybe just continue what exists today for a year, subject to any information that you may learn in January that you may want to reverse course or make a change. I think right now it's just to make sure we're all clear. I'm looking at the website here. Sundays prohibited all day, and then Monday through Saturday between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. Fishing is prohibited, right?
That's correct.
So we would continue that for a year from today, and a workshop in January with information.
With more data to come back on, I think you have yes, Mr. Merritt.
So when you look at the different ordinances that were created for the fishing tackle as well as the 11 to 5, that actually was an ordinance that was adopted, so that would stay in place. Okay. Just for clarification, that was not part of the actual program. So the main thing that we're looking at this point is whether or not we continue the Sundays on the whole year, or if we're just going to do it as a seasonal thing, or just not do it at all.
I think the direction is to continue it with a year, reporting back after 6 months with the data that was missing.
We should have a vote. Yeah.
So what I would propose for council's consideration is that you direct us, city manager and myself, to bring a resolution to you tomorrow. And for tomorrow's agenda, it would be an add-on item. And that resolution would amend your existing resolution that you have concerning the pilot project to extend it for, now I've heard reference made to a year. Is that to January of 2023? Or are you referring to June of 2023?
A year from the day the pilot program started.
So that would be January. That would give you a year's worth of data.
No, I
No,
don't think that's what we're.
a year from today.
No,
A year from today?
Yes.
yeah.
Or
Okay,
tomorrow.
to June 1st. Okay, all right, we'll work together and we'll get that language to you. I'd like to be able to put it on your consent. So tomorrow at setting the agenda, if someone could make that motion, that would be appreciated.
Do we need a motion for direction today for the resolution for tomorrow?
I'm pretty clear. I think, again, I can work with the city manager and we'll present it to you for tomorrow for formal action.
Okay. I want to thank Ms. Fitzgerald, the volunteers at Von Arx, Lieutenant O'Reilly, and Mr. Merritt for all that have helped the beach patrol, and to the community for being patient with us to try and figure it out, because it's important that everyone's heard, and that we are trying to know that we are trying to make the right decision for our community and the safety of the Pelicans and the pier. Yes?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Before a motion is made and a vote is taken, because we've talked about several things here that I believe are heading in the right direction. I would be remiss, though, if I didn't remind council that we've heard from our staff, a member of our staff, Officer O'Reilly, that there's 100% compliance when pier officer personnel are on the job at the pier. And before we continue with, in my opinion, before we continue with the program to restrict or maybe possibly head in a wrong direction at the end of this, an extension of this test period, I would support putting a belt and suspenders on what our own staff is telling us really works. And that aspect would be direction to the city manager to continue to explore or move in a direction which would explore adding personnel, the appropriate personnel in those time gaps during this extension of the test period. So that's, I just wanted to put
And
that
for
on the record. Thank you,
clarification on that, it would also be whether it was the enforcement of what Lieutenant O'Reilly wanted, and that was for tackle equipment.
Yes, this is, in my opinion.
Okay.
Again, that we've been very successful in various elements. We're not sure where the results are coming from, but the education and the enforcement. If we just extend this and we stop enforcing, we stop educating, we're not going to, I don't think we're going to enjoy or like the results. So that's my ask, and I appreciate you giving me the time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, but I just want to clarify. Mr. Merritt just informed us that we have an ordinance that supports the enforcement, education, and the tackle.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So that's in place. Okay. Whether we need more enforcement or not is a different story. Thank you. Council, that will conclude 14A. Thank you, Mr. Merritt. And we are behind our schedule for a time certain for our executive session at 12 o'clock. Mr. Boudouchoir, is there anything that needs to be said about the executive session, or can I adjourn and go?
Yeah, just for the public's benefit, we're going to recess into executive session to discuss collective bargaining pursuant to Section 447.6051 Florida State Statutes 2020 relative to the bargaining units, American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Council 79, Local 2017, and Government Supervisors Association of Florida, Office and Professional Employees International Union, Local 100. And we will adjourn to the large conference room on the second floor of City Hall. We will also be multitasking with lunch.
An approximate time period, sir?
We don't expect this to last more than maybe 30 minutes.
Okay, so for the public's notification, we'll return by 2 o'clock.
Correct.
Okay, we're adjourned until 2 o'clock in an executive session. 15. Oh, wait. Okay, we're back from executive session, which concludes 10A, moving to 15A, utilities is
15A, Integrated Water Resource Plan Update. City Council will receive a follow-up presentation of the Integrated Water Resources Plan, first presented March 22nd, 2022, and provide consensus on the plan conclusions and recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. And Mr. Middleton, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. Bob Middleton, Utilities Director. On May 19th, 2021, City Council approved a professional services agreement with AECom to provide an update to the city's integrated water supply plan. The purpose of that update was to confirm and continue to identify the city's water supply needs, develop water supply alternatives and to meet those needs, and identify capital improvements associated with costs with the implementation these alternatives over a 20-year planning period. In March 22nd of this year, City Council received a presentation by AECom, the firm that did the update, of the Integrated Water Supply Plan that included recommendations for the next 20-year planning period. The plan evaluated the potable water supply and the water treatment plant capacities, the wastewater treatment plant, the reclaimed water system capacities, including the aquifer storage and recovery wells, and provided recommendations and considerations for City Council for the next 20-year planning period. With us, we have Tim Curran with AECom. He will be doing our quick presentation for you. That will include a review of the potable water system, conclusions and recommendations, the wastewater system, and the reclaimed water system. As Mr. Brooks mentioned, what our recommended actions will be is for City Council to receive this updated presentation, discuss feedback, and provide a consensus on the system conclusions and recommendations. And if City Council agrees to do that by consensus, then we would come back at a later time to formalize the updated integrated water supply plan by way of a resolution. But that will be completely up to City Council if we want to do that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Curran for him to make the presentation. Tim.
Good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon. Good to be back before you again. For the record, my name is Tim Curran. I was a project manager for the team that did the update to the city's integrated water resources plan. And as mentioned, we were pleased to be here back in March and provided a lot more detail than we plan to today. Really, the objective today is just to do a recap of where things stand and specifically hone in on the conclusions and recommendations. I'm here solo today. I don't have all my reinforcements, but just to refer back to the team, we had the folks within AECom, Ron Cavallari, who many of you may know is the leader of our Fort Myers office, and Zane was a main helper of mine. Metro Forecasting, David Farmer, responsible for the population projections. Kirk Martin and Raul John, with Water Science and Associates, for evaluating and reviewing your actual groundwater resource and the well permits and the capacity of those wells to deliver the water supply needs. And then Jeff Wilson with Weston and Sampson was on our team to bring their experience with your reclaimed water reuse distribution system to the team. So it was really a well-qualified, well-balanced team to do this update. So our agenda for this recap is to do a quick system overview again, just to reorient you with the system that we evaluated, summarize the population projections, then look at the 3 different utility sectors that we evaluated, and then go with each one of those areas, review the conclusions and recommendations. So this is the same schematic that we presented before that kind of shows your overall, in a very simplified fashion, your overall system. The drinking water side here on the left with your 2 well fields, Coastal Ridge and the East Golden Gate well field, through your 30 MGD water treatment plant to your potable distribution system. And within that system, you have 2 different types of customers in terms of their meter, the types of meter systems that they use. They either have 2 meters, one specifically for their sprinklers and one that would be then primarily for their domestic in-house use, and then customers who have a single meter for both uses. To the right, is an outline of your potable water distribution system in the service area, 29 square miles and about 18,000 customers. As you know, it goes outside of the city limits through agreements with the county and others as to that the city is providing service to those customers. Now, on the wastewater side, you have your gravity collection system, collects wastewater treated through your 10 MGD water reclamation facility, producing reclaimed water. And that reclaimed water is primarily used to supply your reuse distribution network. A portion of that water can be sent to your ASR wells for use later. And then in those situations where excess rain or for whatever reason there happens to be, the demand is down to where you have an excess amount of reclaimed water, then there are provisions to be able to allow that to discharge to the Gordon River. Now the systems are tied, and that system, your wastewater collection system service area is shown here in green, a little bit smaller than your potable water service area, but still generally aligning with the city limits. And then shown in the purple is where you currently have reuse service available. Again, smaller area, fewer customers. The two systems are tied together in that there is a connection from your well field to supplement the reclaimed water supply in combination with water from the Golden Gate Canal, which is used as a supplement. That water is blended with the treatment process, so it gets filtered and chlorinated and then is available to serve your reuse distribution network. To highlight the population projections, the projections were done for your potable water service area and your wastewater service area, and then broken down into both permanent population and seasonal population for a total population served. And it's the total population served that we based our evaluation on, both review of historical information as well as making future projections. You can see in the potable system that it, from 2021 to 2040, increases from just under 80,000 to almost 87,000 customers served. The wastewater service area, a little bit smaller. As you can see, the scales are the same on these two graphs. Still, again, broken down between permanent and seasonal for the total population served over the same time period, increasing from about 54,000 to just under 60,000 customers. The way we evaluated both the potable and the wastewater system in terms of flow projections was to look at a historical flow and develop per capita factors that then we could determine what factor will we use to then apply to the projected population so that we can project the potable needs going forward. This is the summary from 2016 to 2021, the total flow that left the treatment plant and was distributed, divided by the population served during that year. And you can see that we were ranging in the mid-180s and then dropping off into the high 170s, really indicative of the implementation and bringing customers onto your reuse system where that potable use was now being met by the reuse system. Just a summary of values here on the right-hand side. Your level of service per the comp plan is 300. In 2008, with your original integrated water resources plan, these same numbers used 267 gallons per day to make the future projections. Your recent 6-year average is 181, and we recommended using 185 to make the future projections. Don't want to over or understate, and that seemed like a good place for that, because we are, in the end, assessing the viability of your potable water infrastructure to meet future demands. So we chose 185 to make those projections.
Excuse me, just, Mr. Middleton, what comp plan are you looking at?
The only comp plan we have, that's
2000 and?
When did we update it last? 3 years ago, or parts of it 3 years ago?
How about just for your portion?
My portion?
Was updated 3 years ago, or?
I updated the 10-year water supply plan 4 years ago. And it's always had the reference of 300 gallons per capita day as the level of service.
And that has How long has that level of service been in?
For as long as I've been here,
So that level of service of 300 gallons
per person per day,
per person per day,
has always been in the comp plan since I've been with the city.
and this update that's happening, is that changing, do you know?
We did not make a
Oh,
recommendation
that's
to
right.
change
She
that.
didn't go over that with you. Got it. Oh, got it.
I'm
Okay.
sorry?
When Erica went over the planning part, she didn't go over any of the utilities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay. Anytime you need to, please do. So to do a similar review of the wastewater reclaim water system, and just to make it clear, we project wastewater flows based on that data because that produces the reclaimed water that's available to serve your reuse system. The reuse system is then supplemented by other supplies, but that's the basis that we can not only project wastewater flows for the sufficiency of your wastewater infrastructure, but also the available reclaimed supply to be used in your reuse system. So the historical per capita for those flows from over the same time period, 2016 to 2021, and we did add 2021. We went back, so we were now this far into the project and included 2021 on both potable and wastewater. And you can see that the downward trend from as high as 109 in 2017, and we're in the 80s currently for the last 3 years. Similar summary on the right, 150 for the comp plan. 140 was used in the 2008 Integrated Water Resources Plan based on the experience at the time. Your 5-year average now is about 94, and we recommended using 100 for the projections. Now, there was some discussion at the last council meeting about, is this downward trend real? Is it, we need to make sure that there's not any anomalies in the data. So we did go back and look at a few things to help give us comfort with the numbers that we're using. Now, intuitively, rainfall, you can relate that to potable, varying with potable practices because it influences the amount of water people use for irrigation. But it also influences your wastewater flows due to the infiltration and inflow component of the gravity sewer systems. And the more rainfall you have, the higher the groundwater is, the more ponding there is, and so the more flow that will contribute to your wastewater plant. So you can see that a general trend following, this is annual inches of rainfall over the same time period, and it generally follows, it's not going to be exact, but it shows the trending in the right direction. We were pointing out at the time that this drop in flow is indicative of the success of your I&I mitigation program. And we wanted to look further at that, and so this is an annual summary of your wastewater flow trends from 2000. And your I&I mitigation program started in the early 2000s, and you can see there's been a downward trend in your wastewater flows coming into the plant that can be attributed to tightening up of these sewers that used to bring that other water into the collection system. So we went back and wanted to make sure that we were comfortable as well and feel that this is confirmation that the per capita numbers that we're using are legitimate. So if we now look at the reuse system, we've broken this into like 4 categories to talk through the components and characteristics of the reuse system. So we'll start with the wastewater and the reclaimed water. As I mentioned earlier, they're one and the same in terms of quantity and the source. And the historical projections show that the historical and the projected reclaimed water show that that alone is not enough to meet your reuse demand. And this is something that you've known, but again, the numbers keep showing that that's the case. And if we look at just 2021, the average supply of reclaimed water was 4.4 MGD, yet your average demand for reuse irrigation demand was 5.5. So you can see right there on an annual average basis, we're 1 million gallons short. So with that shortfall, the evaluation of your supplemental supplies is really important. And the Golden Gate Canal is a key supplemental supply for your system. The Golden Gate Canal is permitted for up to 10 MGD as long as the flow is above the weir elevation that's monitored by the Water Management District. And in 2021, you averaged about 1.7 MGD of withdrawal from the Golden Gate Canal. Now, it varies month to month, but on average, it was 1.6. Even with that 10 MGD permit allocation and this 1.7 MGD average, it's still not available about 60 days a year. Now, the data shows that it's not 60 days continually. It's not like 2 months out of the year we can't take it. But there are 60 days out of the year where the Golden Gate supply is not available to offset and help meet the reuse demand. And that's an important factor to consider for sure as we look at the performance of your existing system as well as the ability to perform into the future.
Pardon me, and for everyone's knowledge, we have a Golden Gate Canal permit for how long?
The timing, Bob?
It's 30 years.
From the date it started?
Right. I think it's through
08?
2031 is when it expires.
But it went from 08, is that when that contract?
2010.
Thank you.
Or 11, whenever we started the permitting and design on the Golden Gate Canal pump station.
Thank you.
So the third aspect of your reuse system that we wanted to present is your raw water supplement. There was an emergency allocation added on to your raw water, fresh water permit allocation to allow you to take fresh water to supplement reuse. And that permit allocation is 3 MGD. This is how you can meet your demand when the Golden Gate Canal is not available. That's when it is utilized. And it has had moments of use in 2021, even though Golden Gate Canal was available up to 1.7 MGD. There were 24 days in May of 2021 where the system relied upon the freshwater aquifer to meet that demand at an average of 2.6 MGD per day. And so it served its purpose of why it's in place. When the Golden Gate Canal is not available, and the permit to use that is as much as 3 MGD, and during May of 2021, you used 2.6 per day to meet that demand.
Petronoff?
That's pretty close to the max that the permit will allow. What happens if it meets the max? What are the actions? What happens?
Well, there is a reporting to the Water Management District as part of the regular reporting, just to advise them of the situation, and there's not any penalties immediate or anything of that nature that kicks in, but it does raise the attention to, is the allocation sufficient, and how is the water being used, and is this going to be an ongoing regular event, or was this truly indicative of a one-time that we'll have another one time, but it's just not a regular practice. In fact, you'll see a little later, we're recommending that be increased.
Thank you. Crispin?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. This is a topic that I wanted to ask some questions about, and Mr. Middleton, last time you presented the previous draft, I asked about it, and then when you and I met, I guess it was in connection with the capital budget, we talked about it a little bit too. I'm talking about reclaimed water now, and I know you've got one more slide to fill out this one, but this is a question either for Mr. Middleton or Tim for you. I'm still struggling with fully understanding where we are with this. Intuitively, I think most of us, most residents, would say that our goal should be to get everybody connected to reclaimed water in the city of Naples. Right now we have, I think, with the reclaimed water efforts that were begun some years ago, I think we've got maybe 10 or 15% of the city connected. Is that a fair number, Bob?
Yes.
And I guess you also, we have some golf courses and things like that that are within the city, but it's a small percentage. And, again, intuitively, most people would say from a standpoint of good environmental policy, good natural resources management, water management, it would be good to have as close to 100% as you could, right? And that would be a good thing. in terms of the ideal. Maybe you disagree with that, but that's how I think of it. And if you don't agree with it, you can answer in a second. What you're saying in this plan is that we can't go any further. We can't go any further. And I'm still struggling to understand exactly why. Is it because of the, is it due to the availability of water that can be used for reclaim purposes? Are there alternatives, such as additional ASR wells that could be provided, but the cost feasibility of that is just, in your judgments, not feasible and therefore not on the board for consideration? It just seems to me to be counterintuitive to have a plan that says, a 10-year plan, right, looking ahead at least 10 years, that says we're stopping right now with respect to expanding reclaimed water. So that's my question, or questions I'd like to hear some more dialogue on.
Certainly. Well, I guess I would agree with you that intuitively that would kind of make sense. We should make reclaimed water reuse available to every customer. But I think and we're not saying that it can't be done, we're just saying it doesn't make sense to do it. Not only does expansion of reclaim, I want to again make the distinction, of the reuse system very expensive and costly, it will take many functioning ASR wells and the expansion of your distribution system and so forth, and all of that comes with a price tag. But what you've really attained where you are today is a great balance of your water resources. You have enough reuse customers that gave you that potable offset that extends the viability of your potable system as is, as a functioning good source of water that's permittable and is not stressed in any way. You don't need additional ASR wells, even though we are recommending that you do bring ASR 4 online, because it just gives you that bit of flexibility. Because as you are now with your supplemental supplies, you're right on the edge. You get through that tough month, and then you breathe a sigh of relief until it comes around again. But you've also virtually eliminated your discharge to the Gordon River. So when you take all those factors into consideration, you have achieved a great water resource balance that it doesn't make sense to expand reuse just for the sake of expanding reuse. You're in a very good, manageable place, and that's really how we see the situation.
So you're saying that the reuse that goes on now, the reclaimed water use that goes on now, takes enough pressure off of our potable system to give us the running room going ahead to meet our potable water demands comfortably. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
Yes.
And when you say we're eliminating discharge into the Gordon River, in other words, the discharges we would make into the Gordon River impact the water quality there, and by not doing that, we're making a marginal contribution to the Gordon River?
Definitely a good contribution. I mean, that's the objective of DEP and others, is to eliminate surface water discharges. You still want to keep that discharge in your toolbox.
Right.
When you need to, you have a place to go. But usually when you have to go to that kind of a discharge, it's because there's a lot of rain, and that's when those water bodies are best suited to receive that, because they're flowing full and velocities are up and oxygen's up and all that kind of stuff. So in the end, it still is it is a contribution to the environmental quality of the Gordon River, but you do want that in your toolbox. You just haven't needed it because you have enough reuse customers that most all the time you dispose of your reclaimed water to them. Then you have the supplemental supply to meet demand when it goes beyond your available reclaimed supply.
So I guess I'm sorry, go ahead, Bob.
If we could stay on that, let's talk about the river discharges. One of the goals of the 2008-2010 Integrated Water Supply Plan was to reduce the potable water demand by 25%. We met that. In other words, the amount of water that was used for irrigation was drinking water, and we wanted to reduce that by 25% by providing the reclaimed water. And we've done that. At the same time that we did that, we were able to reduce the volume of discharge to the river, and that's treated effluent that we're legally permitted to discharge to the river. We use, and keep in mind that occurs during the wet season, when we have more water coming into the plant than we have reclaimed water demand to use it. And just to, and I've got numbers back to 2016 of what our river discharges were. And keeping in mind, we treated nearly 1.9 billion gallons of water at the wastewater plant. For the year 2016, we discharged a total over 5 non-consecutive days of 17.8 million gallons. That's 99% of the water that we brought into the plant we turned around and reused. And as we go on through in 2018, 2019, 2021, and so far through 22, we've not discharged anything to the river, zero. We used 100% of the water that came into the wastewater plant, turned around and used it for reclaimed water that supplements, that takes the demand off of our drinking water system. So Mr. Blankenship asked me that question last week, and I was able to provide it to him. And a good question, and I'm glad to provide that answer just to kind of give some perspective on what we do with that water. And the small, and I'll refer to it as the thimbleful of water that we occasionally discharge to the river.
However, okay, that answer? Yes.
Yeah, no, I appreciate those answers. Yes, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Blankenship.
Yeah, 2 questions. So you might clarify for people, you use the term treated effluent. That's not sewage.
That's not sewage.
That's
no.
basically the same reclaimed water that we use on our lawns, or could use on our lawns.
Correct.
So it's treated water. It does have nitrogen and some other stuff in it.
There are nutrients in it. And
so it
yes.
does contribute to some of the issues in Naples Bay.
Correct.
But it's just to clarify what that is. And you, my question is on the next thing. You may be touching on this, is how much water are we pumping into the ASR wells 1 through 3, and why can't we use it?
We are using it. I don't have the exact numbers that we're putting in, but we constantly store water in the ASR wells. Number one, to make an ASR well function properly, you have to put water down and turn around and recover some. And actually, we have limited what our recovery is just based on the fact that there's a lot of chloride in that water. And we have set a benchmark for ourselves that the effluent of the plant or the reclaimed water that we're sending to the customers will not exceed 400 parts of chloride, which has hampered us over the years because we could have pulled more water out of the ASR wells, but we were fearful of exceeding that 400 part of chloride in the past. And now, over the past, since March, we're now pulling more water out of those ASR wells to meet and supplement that reclaimed water.
So if we could deal with the chloride, we wouldn't have to pull as much out of the Golden Gate Canal.
No,
right?
we want the Golden Gate Canal to be our primary source of supplemental water. And it's there for at least 10 months out of the year.
Okay. Or we could use this water, like if we did, from a policy standpoint, wanted to expand the availability of reclaimed water to residents in the city, you could use water from the wells?
I'm not sure how much we're going to get out of those wells. The wells were designed to supplement the water system for a 2-month period. That was all. That was the way they were originally designed, and the amount of water that we can get out is only for a 2-month period. We don't typically use the ASR wells to supplement the system 12 months out of the year.
Use it during the 2 driest months, right?
Yes.
The idea?
Yes.
So the water goes in but doesn't come out?
We bring it out. Now, like I said, to reverse the process, We do that even during the time that we have good water in the Golden Gate Canal or a high volume of water in the Golden Gate Canal. We will reverse that process just to keep the wells fresh. The more water you put down and the more water you take out helps replenish that bubble of water you've stored. So it's just not water in and stay there and we only pull it out during the last 2 months, but we don't pull a lot of it out because we don't want to take all of that water out at one time because we're saving that water during that 2-month period, for that 2-month dry period.
So could I jump in?
It's an operation. It's an operational thing that we deal with. I mean, it's clear. It's crystal clear to me on what we're doing, but I'm having a hard time explaining, what we're doing.
It's complicated, and I'm sorry, with Mr. Blankenship's permission, let me just jump in again, because we're not trying to badger on this, Bob. But 5 or 6 years ago, we added reclaimed water to our house in Old Naples. And, we did it for a variety of reasons, but one of them was that it was, as we looked at the calculation, we believed we would be saving money over time. So just in practical terms, this is our side of the fence, meaning council's. When I talk to my friend in the moorings, and he says, and I tell him about my reclaimed water experience, and he says, gee, I'd like to do that too. Sounds like a good deal. What do I say to him?
Do you have reclaimed water?
Yeah,
he may have reclaimed water available.
He's talking about the cost.
I understand.
No, what I'm really talking about is
why he doesn't have it.
I'm using moorings as an example. Maybe it's a good, but I'm talking about an area that where we haven't expanded reclaimed water. And he said, gee, I'd like to.
They want it too.
I'd like it too.
It's just a blunt answer. We don't have enough water to supply everybody in the city. We've done a study on that and broke the city down into 12 zones to determine what that would be. Keep in mind, we're providing 15 million gallons of water to the entire system for drinking water and for irrigation needs. If we cut down, is it feasible to cut down 10 million gallons off the water plant and put it to the reclaimed water system? I don't think that's feasible.
Right.
Because our system is so large, you've got to have water going to the drinking water system to even maintain it. So when we first started this program, that city council was asking the same thing. Well, we want everybody to have reclaimed water. It's not going to happen. There's not enough water available to do it. Our treatment plant, the pumps that produce that water, we expanded. We have 4 600 horsepower pumps that pump the water out to the distribution system now that provides water for 15% of the population. When we first started this, we had 2 600 horsepowers and 2 300 horsepower motors. So we had to expand the size of that pumping capability to even pump that volume of water to meet the needs. Here's another thing that I'll remind you of. Our primary customers are the residential customers. We will never shut the reclaimed water system off on them for lack of availability. And that's a good thing because there's other reuse systems around the state that can't supply all the time, so people don't have the availability of the reclaimed water or irrigation water 365 days a year. We have that. If we shut off the golf courses, we're going to have an additional amount of water that we could do that. I wouldn't recommend to shut the golf courses off permanently because they provide us a benefit. When there's times that we have to get rid of reclaimed water or excess treated water, the golf courses take it. They put it in their lakes. They store it up to a certain amount. So they provide us a benefit. And that's one reason they are considered, we charge them less for the reclaimed water they use, but we consider them a secondary customer because we have to.
But the answer is to tell people what we does that water would be to take it from our potable water supply, which has obvious limits, to have a permit, to be permitted to take more out of the Golden Gate Canal than we currently do. I'm just saying theoretically now. hypothetically.
We're not taking close to what we're even permitted to take out of the
Okay,
canal.
well, but could that be hypothetically a source of water for expanding our reclaim system? Could it be?
If I could jump in, I mean.
Sure.
The challenge with that is that the bigger you make your customer base, the more challenging the dry season is going to be. And you will have a difficult time meeting that dry season demand for that bigger customer base unless you have a family of ASR wells that are truly functioning and recovering.
Well,
That's where the Golden Gate Canal
that-
water would go.
And I was going to come to the ASR wells as to what the feasibility is of creating that family of expanded wells for that purpose. Is it not feasible in terms of those wells providing the water source that we need, or just the cost that would be involved with that?
Both.
Both.
It is costly. It is a roll of the dice in some sense. There was hope that ASRs 1 through 3 were going to be much more successful in recovery capacity.
Not correct.
Nope.
Not correct. That's not correct. The ASR wells, we knew going in, we would get no more recovery than 5 to 10%. And that's what we're getting right now. That's correct.
Well, I guess
That's
I would
correct.
say with ASR 4.
ASR 4 is
ideally,
different.
It's a different zone. It's within the USDW.
It is not as deep as the other wells. It's within the drinking water supply. However, DEP has not been forthcoming to want to even provide an operating permit because of the rules that we have to deal with right now.
Rules as in
The quality of the water, and that we're putting water in a drinking water supply, what happens to be at 640 feet deep, which nobody will ever drill a well to 640 feet deep within the city of Naples for a drinking water supply.
Oh, I thought this was going to be ASR.
That's what we're talking about.
Oh, okay.
They don't want us to create a storage bubble of reclaimed water that's within the drinking water supply.
Got it.
However, that bubble is would be at 640 feet deep. The chances of somebody drilling a drinking water well down to that depth is not going to happen within the city of Naples. We have our fresh water is in the top 200 feet, and we're at 640 feet if we stored water at that well depth. There's not a chance that anybody's going to get into that water to be using it for a drinking water supply. I'm sorry.
So, wait, who was in order? Were you finished?
I'm finished for real this time. Thank
Perry
you.
and then Hutchison.
Well, I saw smiles when Bob jumped in, but
Oh, no,
this is
Councilman
not a
Perry.
typical ASR approach, so.
Just two quick things.
Oh,
Oh, go ahead.
I'll come back to that, because you're right. If you don't know why we were only expecting to get out that much within our reclaimed water, then it doesn't seem worth it. But we had to, in order to get our expansion of our regular water use permit to be able to grow. I mean, right? It's facts. If we
That
couldn't
was
get
part of
larger-
the overall plan, correct?
I'm sorry, Councilman Perry.
No, thank you. Just a couple quick questions. One on the Golden Gate Canal. Now, this is going to be, presumably, it's going to happen sometime in the future. The county's plan to reroute some of that water down to Rookery Bay. And when they start doing that, how's that going to affect us as far as the water coming down the Golden Gate Canal?
The Water Management District is aware that there are users downstream of that water supply. They can control the volume of water that goes through Henderson Creek and Rookery Bay from the structures that they're going to build at some time. I don't even think they're constructed yet. They're going to have to continue the volume of water down the canal that we'll be able to use to supplement our reclaimed water system.
Okay, so it's your understanding that on this study, that's already been taken into account.
That's correct.
And then just a thought, it seems to me when you're talking about the minimal amount that we're putting into the Gordon River, with what we're taking out of the Golden Gate Canal, the net is actually a negative as opposed to, I mean, not a negative in the sense of from what's going into the bay. If we didn't do anything, there'd be a lot more going in there than with those two elements in your system, both the inflow and the outflow.
That is correct. And that was another goal of the 2008, 2010 plan, was that the other element, environmental part of that was that we would use that water, fresh water, instead of it overflowing the weir and going into Naples Bay. That's correct.
Yeah, I think that's a very important
Yes.
element of the system. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hutchison.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Bob, and to this gentleman here. Just a couple of things. So this is the first time, I've heard that we've got some concerns about water supply in certain areas. And to go back, potable water, we're serving 29 square miles, 18,000 accounts. So
That sounds right,
that's potable water. Wastewater, we dropped that down to 16.4 square miles and 9,000 accounts, so that drops in half. And then reuse meaning reclaimed, we dropped down to 6.4 square miles and only 1,600 accounts. And it's the reuse that we have a hypothesis that we can't continue to support with the current dynamics in our system.
We can't support additional expansion.
Yet, in my community of Lake Park, we've got, and everybody probably knows this if you ride bikes or travel through there, we've got transition taking place from these little small homes to major homes that are going to have a tremendous amount of landscaping. These people are going to want reused water, and I bet you we're transitioning. We've got all this construction and redevelopment going on. Do you think it's going to have less need for reuse, or do you believe the need and the request for reused, reclaimed water is going to expand?
Looking at the Lake Park area, that was one of the areas that was not of high demand for drinking water irrigation. Now, if you replace those houses with larger houses, you have less area to irrigate. So the demand is actually going to reduce, whether it's on reclaimed water or on potable water.
So you believe they're irrigating now?
I don't believe the irrigation demand in Lake Park is what it is compared to other areas of the city.
Is there reclaimed water readily available through Lake Park?
Not readily available. It's on 10th Street.
Yep.
It's on 15th Avenue, 8th Avenue. It's sparse through there. 21st, 22nd, I believe. Yeah, that was the original system that was installed even before I was
I have
here.
a hypothesis that demand for reclaimed water is going to expand.
Okay.
In the lake. That's my hypothesis.
Okay. It's available to them. I wish they would get on it. If there is an availability of reclaimed water for the homeowners, if there's a purple pipe running in front of their house, they need to be on it.
So if we're having trouble supplying reclaimed water now, are we really wanting people to get on it?
Yes. Let me try to explain this again. Everybody's going to shake their head. The system's not shutting down. When you hear there's we are not meeting demands, we're talking about the water coming into the wastewater plant is 4.4 million gallons. What our demand is 5.5. We have a delta of 1 million gallons we have to come up with. So we supplement that water from the Golden Gate Canal. And when we don't have the Golden Gate Canal, we supplement it with the ASR wells, and we supplement it with the raw water main, is the fresh water coming from the wells, our drinking water supply wells, to the water treatment plant. We are able to, and when we get into the dry season is when we have our issues. Once we have exhausted the Golden Gate Canal, we're taking 3 million gallons a day out of the raw water supply. Plus, we have the ability to reduce the flow to the golf courses. That reduces our demand as we're bringing in more supplemental water. So we have operational procedures that take place to make sure that our residents have the water they need and we can manage the system. What we're saying is over a long-term period, if we expanded the reclaimed water distribution system, we may begin to have those problems where we can't prioritize our customers and that they will get reclaimed water 365.
Okay. Yeah, I just have a few more questions and I'll be out of it. You made a statement. Could you say that again, what you said about golf courses? We have the ability to do what?
Turn them off.
Yeah. Has that been tested?
We test it all the time.
And we haven't had any negative blowback from that?
Oh, sure we do. That requires them to now use their supplemental water supplies, which is their wells.
Okay.
They all have supplemental water to use for irrigation of their golf courses instead of the reclaimed water.
Okay. The level of service of 300 gallons per
person per day.
Yeah, the CD, what's that mean? Capita?
Capita.
Yeah.
Per capita.
So the good news is this. The level of service is 300 gallons a day. The actual use is about 181, and I'm about 35. So I want everybody to know I'm doing my part.
Thank you.
I'm in and out of that shower quickly.
Thank you.
So
When was that data last collected?
yeah, there's where I'm going with it, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the 300 gallons level of service, my question was, is that based on realistic current metrics?
Yes. It's our current water data of water leaving the plant through the demand.
Have we ever, so that's a level of service, can you, and I'm sorry to have to get in the weeds on this, but how do we arrive at 300 gallons per capita day level of service when we're only actually at 181? Have we ever been up to 300?
Close to it, yes. Back when I first came to the city, we were at 373 gallons per capita day.
And is it because of the reclaimed water that we're back down?
Reclaimed water and the water, well, not even reclaimed water. Back then, it was that the Water Management District came up with and began enforcing water restrictions.
Okay.
When the water restrictions took place, it was only 3 days a week based on even and odd address. That reduced a lot of our demand.
Okay.
And certain areas of the city were irrigating every day, nonstop. The stormwater systems couldn't keep up with the amount of drinking water that was flowing down the streets.
Wow, yeah, okay. And then finally, I'm gonna arrive at a conclusion, my final statement here in a second. But in looking at these slides, we're, over the next 29 or 19 years, we're expecting a 10% increase in population to our potable water system and a 10% increase in wastewater population. My question is this, the previous 20 years, did it also see that 10% increase? I know you're probably projecting off of growth trends in the county, et cetera.
Right.
What did we just come through? What did that data look like?
The same as this.
It mirrored this.
It mirrored this, the data 10 years ago.
So I've got a concern about that, I got to tell you. I think that what we see right now in growth does not mirror what we've seen in the past 20 years.
Okay.
Okay, so if it mirrors it, I'm concerned because it doesn't make sense to me. The only other thing I would say about this is that I would value your assessment of the threats, because when you take a look at the reuse system components and characteristics, you say that historical and projected wastewater and reuse supply alone is not enough to meet reuse demand. You referenced 2021, we're averaging 4.4 million gallons a day supply versus 5.5 million demand. Golden Gate Canal, it's permitted at 10 million gallons. We're doing 1.66, but that supply is not available for 60 days a year. What if something changes in that? And that's the threats I'm talking about. You're telling us what we're dealing with now. What's missing, in my opinion, is the threats that's going to change this whole dynamic, this whole discussion. And that's what I would value so that we can properly prepare for those threats, as well as the current situation that you've presented. And I appreciate the hard work on this, but that's all I had for you. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Same thing I said to him, right? I said, there's no way we're using less. But if you've expanded your reclaimed water system, I could see how that would work. But does it fit with the amount of growth, which I know we all questioned last time? Go ahead, McKay.
Just one quick one. So we can't increase our reclaimed water system because we don't have the supply.
That's
Period.
correct.
That's it. That's the fact. We're taking 1.1 million gallons from Golden Gate. That's not reclaimed water. That is just Golden Gate water.
Right.
So.
With 9 years left.
With 9 years left. But you keep saying, well, if somebody in Lake Park wants to expand the reclaimed water, we should welcome them.
Not expand off the existing system.
Off the existing system, but that would be an increase to the 4.4. Means, and we don't have that. So there's something that's not adding up.
Well, the only thing I can explain is we have a way to manage the system.
Yeah.
Through
By
operations.
shutting other people off.
By shutting other
Yes.
people off.
But then that means we still have 4.4.
Yeah.
And the 4.4 is coming through our wastewater treatment plant. And when people say that there's a cost savings to reclaim water, there's two components to that. There's reclaimed water, which is a reduction in the per gallon or whatever the rate is.
Right.
But then there's the ancillary benefit that it's not running through the sewer system charge. That's where the expense comes. So if a house wants to reduce their water bill, they just put in a separate meter for the irrigation system, and they get a savings right there because it's not running through the sewer system charge.
We have proved that's not the case over and over again.
But see, that
and to have a dual water system, depending if you're not using massive amounts of water, like for a 2-inch meter going to a house that include irrigation, there may be some savings by not paying the additional sewer charge. The majority of the water meters we have are less than 1 inch. And we've turned the numbers on people calling all the time. Hey, I've got this size meter. I want an irrigation meter. I'm going to save all this money. It doesn't.
Let's put it this way: they do save money because it's not tripping the sewer bill.
As long as it's reclaimed water.
Yeah.
I'm talking about a dual water system on using potable water.
Yeah. The concept of we only have so much, we're already using it all, and we're having to go get more. And then saying we really can't increase it because we can't even keep up with it today is a fact. The other part that if we're pumping millions of gallons down into our ASRs, but we only get 5 to 10% out, that's a quandary. Because if we're only getting 5 to 10% out, and this first time I heard it, is the reason why we're pumping it into the ASR is so that we can make sure we qualify for how many gallons we can take out of another well field. That one's a quandary as well to me, because it doesn't make sense. So we got to pump water in the ground so that we can qualify to pump water out of the ground.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't pick up on that.
Oh, okay, because that's what I had heard. That was the first time I heard it, and I went,
No, I'm not. I didn't understand that.
In the idea that we can only get 5 to 10% out of our ASRs is because of the water quality, is what you're saying? And
The
that is
chlorides.
because of the chloride, which would mean brackish or some type of saltwater intrusion.
No,
Which would,
it's just at 1,000 feet deep. The background water is about 30,000 parts of chloride.
okay, and you know where I'm going the next one.
Go ahead.
You pull it out, you go through reverse osmosis, and life is good again.
Well,
which makes me, like I've always been saying, we should have part of our water system a
If
reverse
you will read in your
osmosis
agenda
concept.
memo, it's not recommended to the plan. However, if city council directs, we can do the exploration and do the feasibility study on a reverse osmosis and
But-
start that planning now.
So
I just
if-
need to be told what to do.
If we did a reverse osmosis, we can take that ASR from a 5 to 10% to 100% usage?
I don't know.
The concept is sound, though, isn't it?
But it's.
Argue with him.
The other part of that is the rules are changing.
Yep.
Had we probably had the rules that we do not right now for direct reclaimed water or indirect reclaimed water, we probably wouldn't have expanded our reclaimed water system at all. But you know what we'd have done with the wastewater plant flow? Sent it directly back to the water plant to be retreated. That's the rules that are coming into effect right now. That would have been the cheapest way to do it.
So,
Counselor, one more thing on that.
That's true. That's where we're headed.
Okay.
Direct
Counsel-
potable reuse,
Yeah.
that's what it's called.
Okay.
Councilman McCabe, also with the reverse osmosis, you have to look also at the brine concentrate because that is super concentrated, much beyond the background water. And you either have to build a deep well injection, the boulder zone, to Florida and aquifer, or you have to go offshore and dump it in the ocean, and people are opposing dumping it in the ocean lately. So, and the deep well injection well, what does that run? They put one in Key Largo. It's
They're about, the numbers we're getting on them right now are about $15 million,
yeah.
if not 20.
right, just to summarize, I think I've taken us well afield, well field. We should probably go back to this.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just say a couple things. Yeah, nothing's a panacea. There's issues and things that have to be sorted out under any approach. But one good thing, again, for your conversations with your constituents is that even though reuse may only be available to a small portion of the population, the entire city benefits from it. Your potable water is the lowest cost it can be. That's serving everybody, and so that is a concept that still it doesn't give them reclaimed water if they really wanted it for irrigation. The overall utility, the integrated system that the city owns and operates. Well, we covered this fourth bullet, so I'm just going to move on. The conclusions and recommendations, we have now to present them for each of the three areas through 2040. From the conclusions is that the projected max day demand, and that's what we design water treatment plants for, is 21 MGD, and you have a 30 MGD plant. And so there's no gap that has to be made up. The plant has sufficient capacity. You have 51 existing wells in your freshwater system, groundwater system, and they have sufficient capacity with redundant wells being out of service for maintenance, rotation of wells, and things of that nature to meet that demand with no gap. Brackish RO, right now we feel the data doesn't support its need at this time, but as Bob pointed out, if you did want to implement such a system, it does take time, and it might warrant some more feasibility, but the numbers don't support the need. Your freshwater system, as it stands now, and the demands that are projected are adequate for 20 years and beyond. And we've talked about the level of service, the 300 gallons per capita per day. So the recommendations that follow with that is continue your well acidification program. This is an ongoing maintenance activity for your wells. Restores their capacity. There's just a buildup on the, on the screens and on the well hole itself, and that's a very common practice. You see the capacity is recovered, so continue that. Continue preventive maintenance at your water plant till it remains a viable asset, and renew and modify your water use permit in 2031. The modification is, as we mentioned on the reuse side of the supplemental source, is to increase that 3 MGD to 5, just to give yourself a little more breathing room as you manage your reuse utility. On the wastewater system, the conclusions, the projected max month flow, and on the wastewater, it's not a max day like water plants, and your plant is permitted on a max month basis. It's permitted at 10 MGD. The projections are 7.5, so you're in really good shape there. The Gordon River permit of 2.42, it's sufficient. It's really more than sufficient. It's usually not needed, but you don't want to give up that privilege, that ability to discharge when the time rolls around. Your infiltration and inflow, I&I, that mitigation program is successful. The data supports it. Your chloride levels at the at the wastewater plant, reflect that. And so that's a positive on the wastewater side. And the level of service on the wastewater side is 150. And that's how it's described in the comp plan, and we continue to meet that. So the recommendations that go along with these conclusions: continue plant maintenance, same thing as on the water plant. Maintain the Gordon River discharge for flexibility, and continue your I&I mitigation program. Now, this is specific to the wastewater element alone. The next slide speaks to the reuse system through 2040. The conclusions, we can't emphasize enough that the 2008 plan and the recommendations and the implementation that came out of that are highly successful. The city and the staff and everybody should be really proud of what the plan recommended, what you did, and what the results are. And that's really what our report is coming back and tell you, is that you did a good thing. You're in a good place. You've got a good balance. Yes, there's some nuances and some things that we might put some emphasis on for various reasons, but it was very successful. Reclaim Water Plus supplements that you can meet existing demands. If we bring on another house or two, or you're still going to be able to manage it, and you've got the tools to do that. What we're recommending against is wholesale, brand new subdivision, entire areas that could bring on significant demand. With where the balance you have now, reuse expansion is not needed. You've brought your potable demand down. You've got a viable freshwater source with the mix that's at play currently. And it's also very expensive. Pipe, ASR wells, maybe even more treatment. We may not be able to just take Golden Gate Canal water and just put it in the ground. The rules that are being applied may require that be treated to some level other than what it gets now as it goes through the last part of your wastewater plant. So the recommendations: do not expand your reuse system, increase the raw water supplement allocation from 3 to 5, pursue operation of ASR 4. You've made a capital investment to this point. You should see that through and have that tool again available to you. And the expectation, we won't really know until it's tested, but that it should have better recovery performance than 1 through 3, because it's in the geologic formation is different, and the background chlorides are less. And then Bob mentioned the limitation right now, or one of the limitations on ASRs 1 through 3, is we can't bring back too much salty water, or the blend very quickly goes up above this 400. And so that becomes kind of like the limiting factor as to how much to recover. If seasonally you were to increase that slightly just to get through the dry season, you could eke some more water out of that during that dry season where you're really trying to get everything you can.
But can you go back to that, because I think Councilmember Blankenship asked if we increased our 400 milligrams now per liter and our chlorides. Now, the only reason I was opposed to it and fought for that 400 was because we had fruit trees and we had orchids and we had, landscaping that would be affected by higher chlorides. So that was why that was there. And Mr. Middleton doesn't go over that 400, even though I think it was taken out of the comp plan. I'll have to ask. But he has a policy that he doesn't go above the 400. I don't know what else the long-term consequences are on our yards with that high chlorides and other trees. Has there been updated research? Is there anyone in the state that's using higher chlorides that we can compare to? That's, it's a long-term effect, but.
What I'll tell you, and I'll try to go back and confirm some of those places, St. Petersburg was the first place in the state of Florida to begin a reclaimed water program. Typically, coastal communities along the coast have higher chlorides in the raw sewage coming into the plant. Prior to 2006, our chlorides leaving the reclaimed water system were about 600 parts. And yet there were places that were using the water at that higher level of chloride without any detrimental effect. City Council says you got to get the chlorides down so that we can sell the reclaimed water, and we were able to do that. We were able to cut the chlorides from 600 parts down to 400 parts with putting liners in the gravity sewer system. And we spent a lot of money to do that, but we achieved what we wanted to do. We got the chlorides down to 200. That's below drinking water. The drinking water limit is 250 parts of chloride in drinking water, and we were at 200. We're still at 200. But during the 60-day time when I'm needing more water to get through the dry season, if I increase the volume that we pulled out of the ASR wells, we were going to exceed the 400-part limit. But it was for a limited amount of time. So where we were when we were at 600 parts, that's what was going out of the plant 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
But that was also to golf courses.
That was the golf courses too.
Right.
The golf courses never really suffered any issues with using that water. They say they did, but
the mitigation was on their part.
Right. And they don't have to do that now. And they have supplemental water that they use in the form of wells to supplement their irrigation system, or to supplement their own irrigation. But the limited amount of time that we would have that 600 parts or greater than 400 is a very short amount of time. Then we have the rainy season come in and all that's rinsed away. If there's any salt accumulation or chloride accumulation for that 60-day period.
So our scope of work was to just look at this part, but the what-ifs that were mentioned, what's the scope of work for the what-ifs? What if we can't receive the Golden Gate Canal water? I mean, that's, you said it's been explored in this document, and I guess I missed it, but.
Well, the fact that Golden Gate Canal water may be cut off was certainly wasn't explored. It was not considered something that would happen. Is it a threat? I'm sure we could come up with some scenario that says that's a threat, but no, we did not look at it.
Oh, I don't want to come up with a scenario. I want to stay with the facts. You know, with the growth. I mean, we're looking at the growth. Where, I know that was the question that I had, the population figures, really. We went by the census, and the census was lower than what we actually had in population, right? So that was an old census that we used. And we've had growth in the city. In fact, you know, double density in certain areas, and it's not all seasonal. And then so has the county. And we don't even know the exact, I mean, or do we know the exact population within our area and the potential impact and the density impact on us for demand?
That's what's in the updated report.
Well, to that extent, yes. I mean, the work that David Farmer does is drills down very deeply to plan developments, densities, persons per unit, and things of that nature, so that it isn't just a very generalized assessment of what the population would be. And it is done with the GIS tools that look at the exact boundary of your water system and what each of those parcels would potentially produce or reveal in terms of population.
Thank you. Blankenship and then Perry.
Yeah, so the 400 limit, is that an arbitrary number that was chosen, or there's a science behind it that says above 400 things start to die?
Not that I recall.
There was, in my recollection.
Okay.
That's the only reason I picked 400, because it was a regional planning council.
So maybe it's helpful if we could get some data to see if it could be increased. Like, I don't know, see what other systems are using, or if the University of Florida has done some research on it in the last 10 years or so, since that number was identified, just to see, you know, that might be, we might could raise it from 400 to some other number.
Right, and if you compare to St. Pete, that's kind of hard, because St. Pete they have rock front yards. They're grass, and, you know,
Well, they had rock before they did all of the reuse improvements that they implemented. Yeah, they didn't even grow grass.
Right. I mean, their front yards were rock beds, so,
But there was an extensive study that Bob mentioned on ornamental plants and flowering plants and what levels of salinity could they handle. And I would venture to guess there's been updates because it's a topic of interest for sure.
yes.
Yeah, so that's a request to see if we can get information that would support a potential increase of that number.
Okay. Councilman Perry?
On the reclaim system, what portion of the eligible homes that can be on the reclaim system are on the reclaim system at this point, as far as residences?
Those that have not connected, we have, it's about 300. About
300 are not
out of the
connected?
16 out of the 19 available properties, 300 have not connected.
Of 1,900, 300 are not connected, so we have a
And
pretty
that
good.
number's reducing because we have people connected to it all the time.
And generally, I'm assuming as houses like Mr. Hutchison was talking about, where they're tear down or rebuild, they normally connect when they build the new houses, if it's available?
It's a requirement by the code.
Oh, it is?
Yes. That's the only mandatory connection part that we have in the code, is if a house is knocked down, a rebuild is mandatory connection, or if it meets 50% of the house dictated by another building code, then that would require mandatory connection.
Okay, so there aren't a lot more that are going to be connected over time, so there's not going to be a lot more demand when you take into account the golf courses and all that.
That's correct.
And are all the golf courses that are within the bounds of the reclaimed water area connected to the system?
Yes.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay, I do not have any public comment. Is that correct?
I have none.
Thank you. And your next steps?
This was our ask. If, by consensus of council, what staff would need is consensus of the recommendations we made here and any other recommendations you would like us to make that we would memorialize in a resolution going forward. And I did put in my agenda memo that, about a reverse osmosis. If you recall back when we first did this presentation back in March, one of the council members asked a question, how long would it take before we could actually have a reverse osmosis plant? And it was told that it would be 8 years because there's feasibility studies that have to be done, where the water's going to come from, where's the reject water that has to go be disposed of somewhere down a deep well, which is typically the way it's done. And there's about 8 years worth of planning to do that. If it's the will of council, we just need to know if that's the direction we want to go at now.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Middleton. So I just have a few more questions, and I understand the ask. There are some, we discussed a little bit about the redevelopment and things going on within our community. However, we all know that the water, your department services well outside the city boundaries. I needed to be sure. So I understand down Goodlet Frank, where we're servicing down there, where we did some of the septic to sewer conversions.
Right.
Take me the other way, where metropolitan Naples is about to grow. Is this going to be serviced by our water distribution?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so as I looked at census numbers, population, because I'm going back to the projections, and how much faith I have in the projections, and I'm just that by nature. It's not picking on you guys. I want to be confident in those projections, okay? And in the census, 2020 in Collier County, the change from 2010 to 2020 in the Collier County population was 16.9% increase just in that 10 years. Now we're going over 20 years. I believe it's saying 10%. We're saying it's going to mirror the previous 20 years, right? I just want to make sure that my ask is just make sure that our numbers are right. If we're going to be making decisions, and I'm looking at just some other data, and I know the city is not the same as the county, but I do know that the city, our water distribution is not just within the city. So we have to consider what's really going on. And that blank, that primarily bare piece of ground that where metropolitan Naples is coming, I believe water is going to increase significantly there, right? And I don't know how that's factored in among, as well as other redevelopment and development opportunities. So my ask is just go back over our numbers, make sure we're right.
If you would care, I can bring David Farmer back. He is the expert that put together the population projections.
Okay.
And in my opinion, the data he provided was probably more accurate than the consensus, and than the census. Not the consensus, the census. And he's got his own beliefs on the actual data the census provides. And he's made corrections based off of that. He uses several different sources to determine that. The other thing is the amount of time he spent just doing this in Collier County. He is also the author of their projections in Collier County, and we're part of Collier County. So he's very well aware of the development happening outside of our area, but also aware of the development and redevelopment within our area, including metropolitan.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Naples Beach Hotel. Is water use going to increase in that property?
Yes.
Stay the same or decline?
It's going to be about this. It's going to be a little bit more.
It'll be a little bit more?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, that was based on the original engineering report that was done. There's been changes made to the development or the beach club since we were looking at that.
Yeah, I just have questions about some of the metrics and the data. And then I mentioned the threat assessment. You know, you can do all the what ifs you want, but there are several things in this report that make me wonder just how well we have a grasp of the threat assessments, the threats. And I don't want to get in the weeds on that, but it would be appreciated. And it goes to some of the comments that the Vice Mayor has made and others about RO, reverse osmosis, and when we need to start thinking about that. And I think it's our good fundamental grasp of the threats and what's been trending. So I appreciate the time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Middleton.
Mr. Middleton, did we remove our the requirements for 3 days a week for watering?
No, we
in a
did not.
drought season?
No, the irrigation restrictions for potable water are still in our code. 3-day-a-week irrigation.
Okay, so, I mean, because we haven't really had droughts like we experienced back in '08.
Correct.
So does that affect our data? If we go back to the drought days, I mean, how will we provide that water?
Well, number one, we've got a reclaimed water system that we can provide water for, regardless of the drought. I mean, we still have water from our various supplemental supplies
For reclaim.
for reclaim. And from what our report shows and what our daily demands are, we have a 30 million gallon a day plant. We're able to produce so much water from the drinking water wells that we have, and we're treating and pumping out between 13, 14, 15 million gallons a day. So if it goes back to where it used to be, was 18 million gallons a day, our well fields is much more reliable than it was in 2008. We're not pumping near the volumes that we're allowed to.
And there was one other question, and that was continue to be able to discharge into the Golden Gate Canal.
Or the Gordon River.
I mean, the Gordon River.
Yes, our recommendation is that remain available to the city. You have, your history has shown that you don't really need it, but you don't want to give it up as part of your.
But what if we don't have a choice? What if the regulations change?
Then we'll have to do something else with the thimbleful of water that we have to discharge to the river.
And do we have an update on that discharge?
I have an idea of what it would be. It would be a deep well.
And are we planning for that?
It depends on what the state will do when they go to issue renew our current NPDES permit.
And when is that?
I should have it any day.
Okay.
Or at least responses back from our request for information. In other words, that DEP asked questions, we provided a response to their questions. Now we're waiting a response back to our questions.
And I know this isn't your field. Wait, let me ask back to the other permit. You said that we renewed and our permit is until 2030?
Don't confuse the two.
I know, I'm going back to our freshwater.
There's the Water Management District, which issues allocation permits.
Right.
For water.
And when is that one?
Our drinking water, water use permit expires in June of 2030.
Okay, that's the 2030 date.
That's correct. The Golden Gate Canal for 10 million gallons will expire, I forget the exact month, but it's in 2031.
Right, okay, I have that. We expanded though, or we renewed our fresh water permit from '08.
In 2011, I believe we did that.
And then again
2010.
in 2000 and?
No, ma'am, it was a
haven't?
20-year permit.
Okay,
So the renewal back in 2010 will take us through 2030, or to 2030, for 20 years.
okay. Any other questions, Council?
I have one. Not council.
Mr.
Excuse me if this is a silly question, but in terms of, the conversation surrounding growth in unincorporated Collier County, what is the city's service obligation for new connections for wastewater treatment and potable water? Is there a service obligation?
If it's in our service area, we have to supply it.
So new development within an existing service area, we're obligated to supply it, but new areas, we don't have to take on.
If they're not within our service area, we don't supply them.
Okay. Okay, thank
But
you.
the redevelopment.
Yeah, redevelopment,
That's
we're
all
obligated to.
redevelopment.
But new development that we don't have current connections, yeah.
Well, let me see, how do I phrase this? I'm not going to tell anybody, if we have available capacity in our water or our wastewater plant where we provide service, I can't tell them no. I guess is what I'm saying. Unless city council comes up with a policy that we're going to say, I don't even know what that policy would be, but have a policy that would limit or not allow that to happen.
I put that as a note to talk to Mr. Boudouchoir about the those agreements and what those are, and are also for, our joint meeting and agreements that we have, but also in the amount of nitrogen and phosphorus that's in the canal or Jordan River that's going into the bay, how we can address that, because I think I've heard it from this side of the table, we as a city are putting all this money into correcting the nitrogen and phosphorus in the bay and canal, and if it's coming to us, how are we addressing it from that point of view? And that's a joint conversation, mutual.
Which we'll have next week.
Right.
I'm just fact-finding. I'm just trying to get the lay of the land.
Yes.
Thank you.
So,
Very good. Let's start over. I'll be
thank
back.
you. Thank you for your patience. Remember, yes, and thank you, Mr. Middleton, because we do have a new council, and it's hard to tell them, this is a lot of information and understanding, but I think you have the direction of finding out, what ifs, because even though this council may not be here, we certainly don't want to not look at what ifs, and then all of a sudden there's a capacity, and we have 8 years where we have to build an RO, and we leave our city without any forward thinking.
Thank you.
Not for us, but for someone else. Thank you.
So Mayor, if it would be appropriate, I'd like to propose, I don't know if we're doing this by consensus or
Yes,
motion.
I'm not sure exactly what you were looking for.
But I'll make a motion, and we can turn into whatever we want, that we accept this plan with two additions. Number one, to get back from staff a scope and estimated cost on a feasibility study for RO. And number two, a recommendation on, given that this is, I guess I would call it a 20-year plan, looking out 20 years, what Mr. Middleton would recommend in terms of building in the next update. I would, in other words, I think we ought to have a schedule where at some point, I don't know if it's 3 years, 4 years, 2 years, 5 years, that there would be an update to this plan that may not, I'm not talking about a new plan per se, but if we're looking at a plan that has a 10 or 20-year shelf life, there ought to be periodic updates that council receives. And I'm not sure what, we don't have to talk about that now, but I'd like to hear at some point your recommendations on that.
I don't have a problem doing them annually.
Yeah.
Doing an annual update, not of the entire plan, just looking at projections, looking at population projections, looking at water demands, because that's going to dictate what we have to do down the road.
Yeah, I don't know what the right answer is there, but I think this is pretty important stuff, and I think we ought to be having periodic updates, as you say, not on necessarily on the whole plan, but on certain aspects of it. So I'll make my motion that we accept the plan with the addition of a request that Mr. Middleton comes back to us with a scope and estimated cost on an RO feasibility study, and we can decide whether we want to proceed or not on that, and also that we build into our future schedule annual updates on the plan.
Well, I would just ask this question. The cost of an RO plant could change. I mean, I know in '08 we have a cost of what the RO would be. I'm sure it's different today. To me, it would be the projected year we might, with the population growth and estimates, because it looks like if this takes us to 2040, we really, and you need 10 years to plan, we only have 10 years before we really need to be looking at this if this plan is actually accurate and we're getting updates. So to look at the cost, I don't know, maybe I'm off, looking at when we might need it is different than the cost of it.
Well, I gather in 2008, there was a discussion around this, and I wasn't part of that, obviously. So, and I recognize the cost in 2008 and the cost today and the cost in 10 years is going to be different. But I think it would be, in addition to looking at the need for and feasibility of such a plan, having some kind of a
plan,
estimate of what the cost would be, at least now or projected ahead 5 years or 8 years, would be good.
The cost is going to be whatever it is at the time we do it, but the feasibility is a roadmap of how to get there. In other words, can we use the existing property of the plant property we have right now? Are we going to go with a 30 million gallon a day RO plant? Are we going to go with a 5 million gallon a day water plant and have 2 water plants? Are we going to roll in are we going to maintain the same water supply that we have right now and split it between an RO plant and our lime softening plant? When will we build the brackish water supply wells? Where will we put them? How will we connect them to the plant? So there's several steps that you have to take when you do a feasibility study and plan those at certain times, at certain years. But the feasibility, and then cost, cost is once we decide what we're going to do and how we're going to do it, then we'll do a rate study to determine what those capital costs are going to be, how we're going to finance that. There'll be debt involved. There may be grants involved, money that can offset those capital costs. So the financing part of it is a whole nother element, but we have to find out where we're going to put the plant. That's the first part of the feasibility study you have to start with.
Step one. So I interrupted you, your motion to.
Well, my motion stands with the understanding the nuance that Mr. Middleton just provided.
Second.
Can I clarify something?
Yes.
So the clarification is to get a feasibility study done that on an RO, what would the high-level steps be to creating an RO plant?
Yeah, but
not now.
The sense of my motion, at least as I intended it, would be to have Mr. Middleton to come back to us with some, with the scope and detail of such a study that we could look at in more detail and then make a determination whether this is a feasibility study that we want to undertake or not. I mean, I don't know enough to say yes or no to it at this point. Yeah. That's what I was intending.
And Mr. Boudouchois?
Sure. Just to help out here, the conversation regarding a desal plant as a part of a much larger presentation here. What I would like council to ask us to do is let Bob and I huddle on this. What we would do is go to maybe our list of pre-qualified CCNA qualified engineers to give us a proposal to tell us what it would cost to do that feasibility. I just finished a feasibility on a desal plant, 10 million gallons per day, so I've got some fresh intel for Bob. But I think to kind of start with the macro here, let's go back, let's see what that scope would entail and what that cost may be, and then maybe provide a little bit more context since this was just a part of a much larger presentation. So we'll come back to you with that. It'll probably be this fall when we come back to you with that. Or later. Yeah, we'll have a very busy fall, but we'll put that on our to-do list.
And that was thank you, Mr. Boudouchois, and that was what I had intended in my general motion.
And that's what I understood in my second.
Okay, any further discussion? I have a motion by Councilman Chrisman and a second by Councilmember Hutchison. All in favor, sign by aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. So council, that concludes 15A. Moving to 16A.
A discussion related to the combination of single-family lots, lot combinations. As we
Ms.
call it.
Martin, good afternoon.
All right, good afternoon, Erica Martin, Planning Director. What we have for you for the remainder of the afternoon is a couple of discussion items. These were the top 6. If you recall, we kind of boiled down the priorities list to the top 6 that you wanted to discuss before the summer recess. So the first of those topics is the issue related to the combination of single-family lots. So we've seen a trend, I will say, recently, whereby property owner or people are coming in and purchasing multiple lots, sometimes 2, sometimes more, single-family lots, and then combining them for the purpose of building a larger home. This is something we've seen in Port Royal. They actually have, that code was actually written to allow that. Kind of the mixing and matching of the lots down in Port Royal, provided that you always have at least one platted lot. But you can kind of fragment those however you'd like in order to add up to one lot. But we don't have that for the remainder of the neighborhoods in the city. That's very specific to the R115A code, and they handle that separate and aside from the rest of the city. The subdivision regulations that apply to the rest of the code are in Chapter 54. They do, we touch on the combination of properties, but it's not as spelled out as other processes in the code. So you can, if you look at our subdivision code, you can tell it was very specifically written to prevent people from dividing lots to create multiple smaller lots. It definitely was not drafted to address the combination of those lots. So we're starting to see this trend emerge in neighborhoods, the Moorings, Park Shore, and recently in the Lake Park neighborhood as well. So we don't have, the code doesn't specifically provide a process separate. We do have a separate process for, 0 lot lines and separate process, but we don't have one for this combination process. We have processed a couple of them through the minor subdivision process. However, I think the first house was constructed is what happened. I think the first house on one of these combined properties began to be constructed, and the neighborhood said, whoa, because these houses do look different from the other houses. Because most neighborhoods in the original platting have very similarly sized lots. And then when all, which results in similarly sized houses. But when all of a sudden you have multiple lots combined, and then you have our code provides, we don't do lot coverage for single family, it's a maximum building area. But I provided in the staff report, it's based on a chart, basically, that is dependent upon the size of the property. So as the size of the property increases, the maximum building area increases. So combining lots, multiple lots, results in the ability to build a much larger structure. So council had asked that we kind of hit the brakes, take a step back and look at how we want to move forward with this issue. And kind of in 2 ways. One, do we want to amend the subdivision section of the code to specifically address the combination of single-family lots? And then also, what is the process that should go through? The minor subdivision process is administrative. The major subdivision process comes through the Planning Advisory Board and City Council. So as we move forward, how would council like to address those, and through what process?
Okay. Councilmember Blankenship.
Yeah, it'd be helpful for me to understand what are the problems we're trying to address, because I can think of 3 examples in the Moorings area that look nice. More green space. I can think of one which I think is in Coquina Sands, I think was maybe the subject of the issues.
Probably.
That the house does look massive, and it looks very close to the road, like it's using up every available inch of space. So I'm not quite sure, are we trying to stop people from combining lots altogether? Or are we just trying to create some standards, lot coverage standards or size standards? I'm not sure what we're trying to.
I'm not sure either. It was just up for is it something that you want? Are we okay with the way it's going? Do we want to take a step back? Do we want to look at this?
Maybe if we analyze what what's the which one or ones people have a problem with, and what were the specifics of those, and then address that maybe?
Yeah, the feedback that I got, and I believe this came up in correspondence and communication, is where this one specifically came up, was a result of that house in Coquina Sands. And
Is it the one on Alameda?
Yeah, Alamanda.
Alamanda.
And I think the discussion was, is this consistent? Are we maintaining that residential character specific to the neighborhood? Because I think some residents in that area were saying, wait a minute, what's happening here? This is...
Yeah, and that particular street is transitional anyway. It's right behind Publix. It has apartments and condos. It has single-family homes. So it's a little bit of a mixture anyway.
So currently, your code doesn't really have it doesn't directly address that. It doesn't say you can combine 2. Could you combine 5? Could you build a compound? These are, do we want to limit it? Do we want to limit it to what extent do we want? So I don't have a direction that I'm pushing you in. This was just kind of a, oh my gosh, what's going on? We need to stop and take a look at this.
And it came from me, not from myself, but from the community coming and reaching out. And then we met with one of the interim managers, and it's, it's something that needed to be addressed, but now it's been over a year since we've had several members of the community come and say, this is a concern. And it's just about, if you're going to transform a neighborhood, and I'll go back to where I'm hearing now is in Port Royal, people didn't realize that you could subdivide a lot. And that went through without going to every property owner for notice. It only went to the association. So we have to be extremely careful when we are making code changes, especially to the lot size. In Port Royal, people are like, why are the lots getting smaller and the houses are getting larger? It does change that character. And so I'm not sure it's just for Coquina.
Yeah, I'm sure it varies by neighborhood, but yeah, at least for me, it'd be helpful to understand what are the challenges or problems people are seeing, and then our staff can help us figure out how to address it.
Okay. I have Hutchison, and then McCabe, and then Perry.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Just a few questions. Does the combination of lots have any impact on the affordability of lots throughout the community and home prices?
I'm not a real estate expert, but I would imagine that you would have some sort of impact on property values of the existing smaller lots if you, take a street that has 10 lots that are, a quarter acre, and then all of a sudden you transform some into an acre.
right.
Of course.
Yeah, and that's the answer I expected. What about the impact on rents?
Well,
From a
very
planning-
specific
from a
that we're
planning-
talking
yeah.
about annual rentals,
Yeah.
no short-term in our single-family neighborhoods. I don't know how often those single-family homes in these neighborhoods are rented annually, but I would imagine the rent on a house on a acre lot is a lot higher than rent on a house on
All
a
right.
quarter acre lot.
So, council, when we're talking about affordable housing, my ask is to broaden your thought processes and think about what combinations of lots will do throughout the community. The impact on pricing and affordability. And if you really don't know from the planning perspective, I think that this council needs to understand what combination of lots. And you may have in your mind where this is occurring now, but think broader than that.
Well, that was one of the issues that we wanted to touch on, and the reason we wanted to bring this forward is because you do have Lake Park, for instance.
That's right.
That's a neighborhood. It's your R175, so your minimum lot area is 7,500. Smaller lots. Those are the less pricey. Those are the the more attainable lots currently. Now, if those are all combined, you take 2 or 3 of those combined together.
Yeah, have you helped?
No longer.
Have you helped the affordability issue? Think about that. What are the maximum number of lots which can be combined?
Code does not address that.
Exactly. Think about that. Is there a certain square footage or acres or some portion of an acre or other measurement criteria which, when the owner of these combined lots, would allow the owner to change the use of a single lot to a completely different use?
They would retain the zoning, so the underlying zoning in the districts that we're talking about today are all R1, so R residential 1 single family. So it wouldn't change the use for R1, but caveat, in some districts, in some of our residential districts, you are allowed through the conditional use process to build a guest house on lots larger than 30,000 square feet.
What about some other, when I reach a certain threshold on the size of what I've got planned? So I'm buying up all these lots, I'm making that investment. Does, when I reach that certain threshold, am I now able to do something completely different as opposed to just a house and a
Now I
guest
see where you're
house?
going. Sure, the rezoning process.
Exactly,
If
they'll
you
rezone it
can,
first.
yeah, aggregate up to 5 acres, then you have the ability to apply for a rezoning, which would change your permitted use.
There you go.
Yep.
Okay. What are the pros and cons of allowing lot combinations?
I'm going to let you determine that. I think some of the challenges are it's not well defined. From my perspective, my challenge is that it's not well defined in your code. There are really not, we don't have regulations. We very specifically address minimum lot area, minimum lot widths. We don't provide any maximums in the code. We don't provide a maximum number of lots. We don't provide a maximum lot area. We don't provide anything like that. And then also that our building area, which is our lot coverage for single family homes, increases as the size of the lot increases. So bigger lot, bigger home, with no limitation on that currently.
Council, I think that this is a gaping hole in our land use area, and I'm certainly glad that we're at least having an opportunity to discuss it. I think that if we just allow lot combinations to move forward, there's going to be unintended consequences. Thank you.
Council Member McCabe and then Perry.
Yes, I think as, Councilman Blankenship was saying, do we have a problem in the best of planning is to plan before you arrive at a problem. And I think that's where we are. We need to take a look, and we need to make sure that we're planning before we have a problem that we need to fix. I think we're right on the borderline of a problem that we have to fix, because as you said, there's a couple that might look great, but there's one that doesn't already. And the concept of what the comprehensive plan says, which is our governing document, is that it should not impair, I can't remember the exact words, should maintain the look and feel of the neighborhoods. And that's where we're in violation of, because each one of the subdivisions at one point in time was part of a master subdivision process that established the plots on these maps to say, here's a house, here's a house, here's a house. And our code, our minor and major subdivision code, was intended, as you said so eloquently, to ensure we don't subdivide and do fewer. But it is silent on reverse subdivisions and creating larger. And both have an impact on the look and feel of our neighborhoods. Both subdividing and now this other side of reverse subdividing has a impact on the look, feel, character of the neighborhoods. And when you take it to the farthest extent, you look at River Park. You look over at River Park East and you say somebody could come in and buy up 3 or 4 of those houses for $300,000-$400,000. Put those together and put up a McMansion on the water. Would that change the look and feel and the character of River Park? Absolutely.
Dramatically.
It would be irreversible, and it would turn that into a whole different thing. So when we say, what are we trying to make sure that we are, or what problem we addressing, that to me is the epitome of it in my mind. That we need to make sure that we look at our neighborhoods as they are, and the look, the character, the charm of it. and make sure that we can maintain that. So we need to be ahead of this. And I think we are kind of at a disadvantage as council talking about this right now because we don't know from a planning perspective what we should be knowing. And that's where we have to look to you to kind of help us navigate because that's your expertise. And from my perspective, I would say that, all right, what should we look for as the underlying direction? The comp plan.
Mm-hmm.
The comp plan should be the underlying direction for all. The vision should start it, then the comp plan, kind of we talked about this earlier. The vision basically says, make sure we maintain the charm and character of Naples. Then it flows into the comp plan, and the comp plan very specifically says that it should be maintaining that character of each of our neighborhoods. So we need to take that comp plan idea and go into this minor, major subdividing and say, now that we understand a new aspect of it, it's already set up to make sure it doesn't deteriorate by subdividing it farther. Now we need to kind of incorporate that same concept into reverse subdividing. And so I for one, I don't feel I can tell you what you need to do other than the comp plan should drive our actions here. And I would say, back to you, help us. Make sense?
Right, because
Okay.
Vice Mayor hit it from my point of view on the exact way we need to move forward. We're not planners, and our planning department hasn't had a chance to plan because we're playing catch up and variances and text amendments and so we don't have a standard. Are the neighborhood plans still in the appendix of the comprehensive plan?
They are not.
So they were brought back into the comprehensive plan, or just those few?
They've not been brought back into the comprehensive.
Okay, so that's the first thing that I think we need to be looking at. The only neighborhood plans that I know that were even put into the comprehensive plan, I'm not sure it was put into the comprehensive plan, were the ones that we just adopted, which still is confusing to me, in the design district area.
Yeah, all the neighborhood plans were taken out of the comp plan previously. We have not updated them to bring them back in.
Got it. Okay, I think, were you complete?
Yes, yeah, I just delivering it. You got to.
Yeah, what I needed coming out of today, if I could, is just consensus that there is an issue. We'd like to move forward, and we'd like to, and what direction you'd like me to move forward in.
Okay.
Limiting, is this a threat we see to our single-family districts? We'd like to limit this. There's a couple different ways. There's a couple different scenarios where this comes into play. You have, the standard combining lots to build a bigger house. We had one instance where it was a lot that had water, so the upland portion of the lot was very small. There was another lot next to them. Similarly, they just wanted to build a pool on the other one. So it's not always as, so I can come back with a couple different versions of how this would look. I think I'm getting very clearly that we don't want this to be administrative, that any proposal should come before City Council. We have done that. We have, I think, 2 requests in currently that we are sending through the PAB and council process. So that at least until this code is amended, you have a chance to look at it and look at each of those on their merits.
Councilmember Perry.
Well, this whole thing bothers me a lot. That even behind our house, the nice thing about Aqualane is every lot's pretty much 100 feet by 160. And the people behind us decided to split 25 feet off of there, so I'm going to have a 125-foot lot behind mine. They haven't started building the house, but I know how big it's going to be because everything up that Gordon is like setback to setback, or side yard to side yard, which means it's going to be another 25 feet wide. So this thing is going to be behemoth. I think part of the charm of each of our neighborhoods is if you're in the Moorings, you're in Aqualane, you're in Lake Park, whatever, each of those neighborhoods has its own distinct feeling, in part because of the lot size. And the houses are they're not alike, but they're similarly proportioned, I'll call them. And I think if we start getting away from that, I agree, what's gonna happen in Lake Park is once the first one becomes a 2 or 3 lot house, then the next one is, and it's gonna completely change the neighborhood, which I think would be very unfortunate. And there's little doubt that River Park East is gonna be perhaps even worse, because it will just completely destroy that. One of the things I need to understand in your memo on the lot size, the maximum building area. So these are the marginal amounts, so the first 5,000 feet, then the next 5,000 feet, and so forth. And I just want to make sure I'm understanding that correctly. So if you have a 20,000-foot lot, how do you figure that out? You take 48 times 5, and then 35 times 5, and then 24 times 10?
So you'd get 48% of 5,000, 2,400. You get 35% of 5,000, 1,750. Then you would get 24% of 10,000, 2,400, and you would add those up, or whatever fraction thereof. Generally, we're less than 20,000, so you'd get the 2,400, the 1,750, and then whatever fraction of 10,000, you'd get 24% of that. And then you add those up.
Yeah, the chart looks pretty simple, but it makes my head hurt to try to think about it.
That's the building footprint. So you'd have 2 stories on.
Right.
Right, that's a good point. That is just the building footprint. That also does not include covered lanai, covered entry, swimming pool. I don't want to get into that, but yeah, that is just the footprint of that's under roof, enclosed by wall footprint of the building.
You can start exceeding 10,000 square foot houses pretty quickly.
Some of these on Gordon behind us, if they have a blade of grass on them, I'm not sure where they're going to put it. Because it looks like when you take the house and all the pool decking and all that stuff, there's nothing left.
So if you double the lot, you will double your maximum building area. You'll double the size of that.
Now, when you say the maximum building area, so if you double a lot, I mean, the house can be twice the size or it has to be slightly less.
So yeah, if you have, we'll take R110. So you're in the R110 district. Is the minimum lot area is 10,000 square feet. So you would take this chart, you would do 48% of the first 5,000, 35% of the next 5,000. So you'd get 2,400 plus 1,750. That would be your max.
Okay.
But if you double that then you get an additional 2,400 because you get 24% of the next 10,000 square feet.
Yeah.
So
we need to do something about that. And I think this is a good example of why we should put the neighborhood plans back in the comp plan. Because then we can have, maybe in Port Royal, they want to be able, they want to have a combination of 5 lots out there if they want. And frankly, I don't care as long as that's what the community wants. But I suspect that in each of our communities where we all live, we don't want some disproportionately sized house stuck in the middle of everything else, which can have a ripple effect. And I guess what I'm inclined to do is to pass something that's going to stop this in its tracks, and then with the idea of in the future looking at maybe having neighborhood plans that include it. Right now, I think by the time we micromanage that, there are going to be way too many houses built, and then it's going to be too late. So I'm in favor of moving forward on this with all due dispatch.
And it does tie in, Councilman Perry, to the conversation that we had about a year ago on lot coverage.
And with that, I'll yield back.
Okay, thank you.
Because your recommendation is more of in terms of a zoning in progress?
that's what I thought I was hearing.
Kind of thing?
Or just move forward with this
Because it
amendment.
draws the line.
I don't think it's really well.
It is.
I think we could probably get it done quick enough that you don't need to do a moratorium.
Okay, because a reverse subdivision would be a change in zoning, wouldn't it?
No.
No.
No?
It's not a change in
Subdivision is
zoning.
Yeah, because you're
You
still in
retain
the
your
R1.
underlying zoning.
You're still in the R1.
We have, I will say, the one step, we have, we're not looking at these administratively anymore. Any proposal to combine single-family lots, we are bringing in front of PAB and council. So that's one thing I
Yeah,
can.
Vice Mayor, I agree with Mr. Brooks. I think we just do it, don't have a
Ed-
zoning in progress, and then we can go back and amend it at a later time if we want to fine tune it.
So that, the quickest way, so then I will leave here, try to work on drafting some language, get that in front of the PAB so that it can come to council. Okay.
And that's what was missing before. It was that direction that we started this conversation a year ago. And I don't want to go into zoning in progress, but if we have to have another year, and which I don't think is going to happen now, and you're getting more staff to where you will have that support, I don't think we'll find ourselves again after trying to go in this direction and then a year later.
So we'll try to get this at PAB in August.
One thing we can do is look to the neighborhood plans and see what data and analysis we can find about the various neighborhoods and lot sizes in the neighborhood.
It's there.
And then put something in 5431A2, the standards, and a new one, G, something maybe borrowing from comp plan policies about consistent with the neighborhood plan, community character, or also the vision plan that we have. Referencing that back in here to have some more specific LDC standard that would change
And then I think we're
how
going to
many
make
lots
it,
you could combine based on the surrounding lot sizes in the area you don't want to exceed by a certain percent.
and then also make it clear that procedurally, this would be a major subdivision that would come in front of PAB and council. So it has to go through the process and, be looked at in a quasi matter individually.
We can move minor to major, and that would just be a procedural thing. I'm trying to make sure we also keep you away from Bert Harris.
Right.
So the procedural versus the substantive, and then referring back to the comp plan will help us on those. And the other thing is, as a practical matter, people that are buying existing homes and demolishing them are buying them at their appraised value, and you're not going to be depressing the real appraised value of that home. They're basically spending over market. The people that are tearing down 5 Brady Bunch houses and building one 20,000 square foot McMansion don't care about the prices of the houses really that they're buying and demolishing. They're going to pay market rate for those, but they're going to build something that's going to be, market plus.
But that does bring up a good point. Instead of just saying absolutely not to the combination of lots, that does bring me back to, the few instances we have of, we'll say, non-conforming lots that were split and no longer comply, no longer considered buildable, we want to allow them to combine so that they can bring a lot that is otherwise considered not buildable, bring that into compliance. So I think I'd hesitate to just say no more combining of single-family lots, but I think we can get there in a way that protects the character of the neighborhood, but
What they
allows.
result in should be similar to the surrounding.
Right.
Just one question on the Bert Harris, because if you buy a lot, you have a right to develop that lot, private. But if you're buying multiple lots, and each lot has implied inside of it, here's the restrictions for that lot, setbacks on all sides, you don't have a right to combine those lots and build.
Well, Bert Harris talks about appraised values. It all comes
Okay.
down to appraised values. If you're adopting a regulation that impacts the appraised value, causes a diminution in value, an inordinate diminution in value, then you owe the difference. But here, you're really dealing with homes that are $1 million homes.
Yeah.
That someone would pay $1 million for, and they're gonna pay $1 million for that home to live in that home anyway. Someone buys 4 of those, tears those down, and then puts up a $35 million home.
Yeah.
But they're still buying those homes even if someone's not combining them. The market is there for the single-family home as a single-family home as it
Yes.
exists. These homes aren't dilapidated to the point where they have to be demolished, and if they are, then they can be rebuilt as 4 single-family homes
Yeah.
instead of one giant one.
I didn't want to take us down a rat hole, but the concept of it you would have to go to the extent of saying, if I bought 1 lot, I have an implied value. And if I bought 2 lots, you would have to go to a farther extent to say that there is some implication that they could be joined together, but there isn't. I mean, there is no right to join those 2 together, and we wouldn't be depriving any rights thereof. I mean, just a thought. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I was looking at the flume, and Objective 5 Policy 5.2, I think, covers it. And that it says that, developments shall be consistent with subdivisions, with the neighborhoods. And I think that we could start there, but I'm a little concerned about some of those neighborhood action plans, because I was looking at the neighborhood plans, and they're a little old.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, some of them are really old. Do we want to, would the process be you and PAB would go through those to flush out what, no?
So the process, when we created the neighborhood plans, we used to update them regularly with that comp plan cycle because they were actually part of our comprehensive plan. They're not they're not, mandated by the state to be an element or to be included in your comprehensive plan, but we did have for each of the major planning neighborhoods in the city, we had neighborhood plans. But that process, we did use a consultant for that, but it was a very intense process with, the different neighborhoods individually to talk about the very specific needs, traffic, signage, was it stormwater needs in those neighborhoods. But we did update them regularly. Then when, I don't remember, not this last cycle of the comp plan, but the one before that, so, I was here, so less than 15 years ago, in that cycle, when the state came in and basically kind of wiped out all the comp plan regulations, we removed those. We removed pretty much everything from the comp plan that wasn't required, mandated by the state, which at that point was very little. So they were taken out. So you're right, we have not updated those in probably 15 years.
There are some nuggets, though, because I think, I remember that Coquina Sands specifically, neighborhood plan, was worried about the low-rise condos at the beach and them getting taller. And I think this is probably the right timing to resuscitate those.
Yeah, we used to do bus tours. I think you were on them.
Bus tours?
That's exactly where I was going. The
Yep.
city manager or the staff members would go around.
It was all the directors, the city manager,
Right.
and council.
And would go through with the neighborhood association and pointing out, the areas of need. Like there's flooding here, there's, a need for looking at the safety of this road. So those were the action plans, and they have to be updated every so often, which it hasn't happened. So that's why the action plans may look old, but it's the
base data in there about the character of each neighborhood, I think, could be useful. But I agree, if we were thinking about reincorporating those neighborhood plans, we would absolutely have to update them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. And, the last point that I wanted to make was the whole thing of when, like, your neighborhood behind you, or your neighbor behind you, when it gets so big, it starts to block your view corridor. And I don't know how you put a value on that, but there, as these get overdeveloped, it really does become a much different looking neighborhood, a much different looking city.
Yep.
So that just to be mindful of sort of our viewscape.
Okay.
Thank you. Back to Perry.
Well, as a practical matter, so when they build on a single home on 2 lots, do they combine the lots?
We do.
So they combine them into a single tax parcel?
Single parcel.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask about, because if you didn't combine them into a single tax parcel, then presumably you could quit paying taxes on one and not pay tax on the other, and you would have a foreclosure of half a house, which wouldn't work very well. So it is effectively it's effectively a replat to combine lots.
Right, so that's the way the code reads, though, is and you have to, combine a bunch of things to get there. But it does talk about the combination of lots in that minor subdivision process. So,
And you know what, council, I didn't realize time flew by. It's 10 to 5. So let Councilman Chrisman and then.
No, I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then we're going to bring this back. We don't need to workshop it now.
yeah, I've got a good idea of where
Yeah.
where we're going.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. Just, I generally agree with the comments that have been made, and we'll see what Ms. Martin brings back to us. I would just add that I think in terms of the problem we're trying to solve, frankly, a bigger problem to me than lot combination is building coverage on existing lots. And, I know we're going to deal with this down the road, but the issue of what is buildable, how do you define the buildable area, questions around setbacks and minimum yards, and all of that is a hugely important discussion if you want to talk about the character of our single-family neighborhoods. And it's also much more controversial, I would suspect, when it gets out to the HOAs and the residents, because it really, when you start telling people what you can and can't do, I mean, lot combination, it's all perspective. Dealing with lot coverage is here and now and affecting people's options and what they perceive as their ability, flexibility and value for which they can sell their home. And to me, it's an even more important question for us to deal with sooner rather than later.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, and one more thing, just on all of these issues, to the degree that there's any lessons to be learned from other communities, I just encourage us to do that, because I have to believe not just in Florida but nationally, there's these same issues are in today's real estate world are coming up in lots of different places.
Yep.
Okay, so it's 4:50. We need to take a 10-minute recess. We do have 2 more items, but I think if we can at least not get into the weeds and give direction, it shouldn't be a couple of more hours. So let's take a 10-minute break and then we'll wrap up. Okay, we're back from our break, and we are at 16B.
Discussion related to the Fifth Avenue South Special Overlay District and specific provisions.
Good afternoon. Erica Martin, Planning Director. This is a discussion about the specific provisions portion of your Fifth Avenue South Special Overlay District. That is just for purposes of background. This is one of those districts, this in the Fifth Ave, or this in D Downtown are your two examples of what we call a form-based code. So instead of just prescribing setbacks and you know, maximum lot coverages, what you have here is actually your code defines what the building will look like. So you have a build to line straight up. Your first floor is build to. Instead of a setback, it's required to be built to your property line. And then your second floor is required to be set back, and then your third floor from that. And so it's basically designed to ensure that the building or the streetscape, as you're looking down the street, looks a certain way. It's to prevent that canyon effect, if you will. This all was a product of the Dwani plan. I gave a big long background there. I won't go through that again. It's many pages long, but essentially the idea of bringing the buildings to that property line and creating that build to line was to liven the street. It was to create that pedestrian experience. This was designed to be your downtown. This was designed to be, you know, a retail restaurant. This was a shopping district, and to get that activity at the pedestrian level right up on the street with the sidewalks. So as you've seen more buildings develop under these regulations, this is, I hate to say new because it's not that new, but it's one of our newer zoning overlays. But you're seeing Fifth Ave has been largely redeveloped at this point, and a lot of the buildings to these standards. So you can see what this form-based code looks like in practice. And what we've seen is there were existing buildings built prior to this these regulations that were set back off the street. You know, Fifth Avenue, even when I first started working here, was a lot of those smaller one-story buildings that had even parking in the front, or just open courtyard spaces. And what you've seen now is that those buildings are all, that as they've redeveloped, have all pushed up to the street. Code compliant, but they've all pushed right up to that property line. So a year and a half ago, maybe, we had a discussion with City Council saying, do we need to relook at this? Because, you know, that plan was a redevelopment plan. It was entirely intended to take what was considered at the time an underused downtown and, you know, incentivize redevelopment and redevelop it into that lively district that it is today. But you know, maybe we've hit that point where we no longer need to incentivize it that way, and maybe it doesn't look, maybe the product is not in keeping with what the city is really desiring, now that you can see it in effect. So we had that discussion about a year and a half ago. But in a larger discussion also, that kind of centered around parking in the D Downtown, or I'm sorry, in the Fifth Avenue South Special Overlay District. So we workshopped it with City Council, went back to the Planning Advisory Board, came out of the Planning Advisory Board, multiple hearings with really a proposed kind of overhaul of the entire Fifth Avenue South Special Overlay District, I think touching on almost every section of that code, the specific provisions, I'm sorry, with just 581134. But council was very clear that the top priority in this district at the time was amending the parking. And that parking change was to require that the 2 spaces required for residential units were required to be on site. Previously, you only had to provide 1 of those 2 spaces on site, and you could purchase the second space out of the parking garage. So City Council said, you know, we want to kind of put a pin in the rest of these proposed changes and the rest of the changes in the district and just move forward right now very quickly. That was one of the top 5 at the time with those parking regulations. So we did. We separated that out. We moved forward, just amended the parking portion of this code, and now we're back with the rest of it. So what I provided for you, a bunch of the background, but then also you'll see a document that is the PAB proposed revisions, PAB suggestions. So this was the product of those hearings with the Planning Advisory Board, and these were all of their proposed changes. The difference in the coloring is the blue are all of the proposed changes that were not adopted because they're outside that scope of just the parking. And then you'll see some changes in red. Those were the changes that have since been incorporated into your code. Those are the parking revisions that I spoke about. So anything in red has been codified, is in your code, but the blue underline are all proposed changes from the Planning Advisory Board. I will admit, this is beyond what you had asked me to come to come back with. The top priorities the priority in the top 6 was to talk just about the setbacks, just about that build to line. But I thought, because I have this document, the Planning Advisory Board did spend, a lot of time going through every element. I would provide all of it, but with the understanding that we're probably today just going to be speaking about that setback or build to.
However, I don't think it was just you. I think we did discuss looking at the Fifth Avenue overlay as council saying we wanted to look at it, not just from the build to line, because we were looking at some of the effects of what's happened and where this outdoor dining can be made where you can still walk on the street and they're in an area that doesn't encroach into to the sidewalk. So I would say that council gave you direction a while ago that we really needed to look into this. Is there specifics, somebody wants to start? There's a lot here. And I think maybe we should have workshopped it, but I think it's a good start because we have ignored it for so long, and I don't want people over the summer making applications that we're going to come back and say, well, wait a minute, this is not quite. So, McCabe, did you want to start, Blankenship? I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Just some thoughts on it, and I had the conversation with Erica in the break. And I actually had a conversation with Bob Gibbs, who was back in the Duany plan in '97 when he was here for the DPZ charrettes. I had the conversation regarding this, and his insight was actually very good. The idea of outdoor dining, and we're going to deal with that tomorrow, even a concept part of it. Outdoor dining itself is a big driver for Fifth Avenue, and as Bob Gibbs said, you want to talk about a economic return on per square foot for Fifth Avenue, outdoor dining tops anything else. So the concept of what we should try to accomplish is make sure that there is outdoor dining that doesn't have to be in the public right-of-way. And that's where talking about moving the building instead of having it first story at the build-to line, allowing it to go 10 or 12 feet back. And his concept was absolutely. And as he said, the Duany plan was never meant to be fixed, as this is it forever. As Fifth Avenue evolves, we should have been evolving with the code. And that's why we're here today, is to evolve this code to more align what the economic drivers or Fifth are. And some of the conversations that are in here that come from PAB is, okay, if you say that you can not go build to line, but set back that first floor 10 or 12 feet, the PAB was then you need to give them an incentive to build in the back of the building. And in the conversations with Bob Gibbs is like, no, because the economic return on that square feet of open outdoor dining is what you would get at a greater level than even enclosing and build to the street in a retail environment. The concept of it, the second floor, because if you look at the way that it is today, you have first floor build to line, second floor 10 feet back, third floor another 10 feet back. If you take that first floor and the second floor and you say, now the build to on the first floor can be 10 to 12 feet back because that's going to be outdoor dining, and have the second floor and the first floor build the same, you're not disadvantaging a vendor. You're not disadvantaging a developer. You're actually giving them a potential for greater return on investment on that first floor. So you don't have to say, then I have to give them another build to into the back of the building and encroach farther into the alleys. So he aligned with the concept. So we need to look at and say, the idea of why the second floor setback was here was so if you're walking down Fifth Avenue, you don't have this massing. That's canyon.
Right.
So if we take the first floor and say you can build the first and second floor without the indent, you are creating not a canyon effect, you're creating a pedestrian environment as well.
So are we talking about, just for clarification,
Yes.
are we talking about allowing a setback or requiring a setback? And the only
Allowing it.
reason I ask is because currently, the code does allow that. It does, because the code says that you can hold that build-to line
Yes.
through columns or an arcade. So we have instances on Fifth, if you look at Vergina's,
Yep.
that 365 building, I think where the French is, maybe?
Yeah.
Where you have not the face of the building, and then also there's that Colson building that is just west of Fifth and Fifth.
Yeah.
That had the cool columns that came, I don't know if you saw that. They did a parking allocation through council. So you probably saw the cool, very architectural building. But that's probably the newest building redevelopment that we've seen on Fifth, and they did exactly that. They held that build-to line with columns because they used that front area of the first floor for outdoor dining, that the whole building was built around outdoor dining. So I guess I'm obviously not opposed to allowing that setback, but I would say you're allowed it now, and very few people take advantage of that. And then I would also say that while I agree allowing the outdoor dining, I promise you that every one of those restaurants is going to come in and still ask for outdoor dining in the public right away.
Yeah. Well, that's where we.
Because if you can have 20 tables,
Yeah.
that's great, but 25 is even better.
Yeah, and I brought up these ideas because I don't think, as we've said, it's already 5, we don't want a workshop. But I was just kind of sharing that concept. And yes, it's technically in it, but no, not as obvious or overt as saying you can have first
the
and second
building.
the same, because then you're creating a different kind of approach.
Okay.
And I would say that the other thing that I would, on the suggestions that came out of the PAB, would give a hard no to, and that would be residential or transient lodging on the first floor.
Okay.
And I would say that because as soon as you do that, now you have FEMA implications. Now you cannot build that. You have to start that at the first floor habitable for FEMA, which means you now are getting a larger buildings. So we're trying to maintain some concept of the retail and/or outdoor dining as first floor on Fifth Avenue. So I think we should adhere to that and not go that slippery slope of allowing, as long as, kind of what we talked about before, as long as you don't see it, you could do it. It's like, no, we're really eroding some of the concepts.
So we would be allowing, because we have other kind of indie downtown where you'll have, it's a 0 or 10. Are we saying you can build up to the 0, you can build up to your property line, or anywhere in between, or is it
Yes.
required 10?
Yep.
Anywhere in between?
That's, again, workshop concept.
Okay.
I think that many other opinions are. I mean, I think it's build to line, and if you're going to do anything, why wouldn't you just go to the 10, because that way you've got outdoor dining? I mean, and there's more in here, but I think that's enough to start with, to say, you want to have some kind of direction.
Yep.
Then maybe bring this to a workshop or come back with the suggestions.
Yeah, I'd want to talk to kind of the architectural community, and the reason is because this is a form-based code.
Yep.
It's one form, so you have a setback. All of these were designed
Yeah. Is it
kind of in conjunction.
the
So
wedding
if you
cake
change
kind
one
of-
element,
Yep.
physically, I'd hate for you to not bring you a visual representation of what that's going to look like.
Yeah.
How it affects the other stories and balconies. I mean, this code is very specific about recessed balconies versus projected balconies, and, there's a very, very prescriptive idea of what buildings on Fifth Ave are supposed to look like. So
Yes.
I'd hesitate to just change
I
one
agree.
side.
And
without-
inside of some of the, where you're having, when there's a first floor to second floor, there's not just one floor. There is a delineation, a architectural part that shows there is a separation between the two. That's all, that's where the designers, the developers, and good conversations with them can come out of it. I just thought I'd share those thoughts.
I absolutely agree, and it's the build two that became a standard for the setback. And I don't know where, they all just started building to the.
Because your code requires that the first-story facade shall have no front setback. So it shall be right at your property line.
And that's really what wasn't planned in that, I don't know when that changed, but, and I don't know why in the world, where transient lodging on the first floor came from. I mean, right now, we're already having problems with residents on the second floor with noise. So, I mean, transient lodging on the bottom floor. I don't know where PAB got that from, so I have Kurtzman and then Perry.
Not
I
me,
mean,
not me,
Hutchison.
Mayor.
Sorry, Hutchison.
That's okay.
Going to get you two mixed up forever now.
It's all right, thank you. So just a couple quick questions on this. The conversation has been around 10 to 12 feet in terms of setback. And when we continually look at outdoor dining and matters that come before council, the life safety plan is part of that discussion. So my question is this: what if you intend to have one row of tables on the outside? What is the optimum setback to properly accommodate a life safety plan? And if you intend to have 2 rows of tables, what is that footage?
Couple different variables, size of tables, chairs.
So when we,
I am
here's
no
where I'm
Kyle,
getting-
but I know that there is a
Yeah.
setback from the building that the
All right.
tables have to be.
So here's where I'm going with it. Arbitrarily picking 10 or 12 feet, are we doing that the right way? Is there a better way in terms of accommodating what we know is going to be outdoor dining?
I think it's a reasonable, because I don't know a lot of developers who are going to give up more of that square footage than 10 feet. I don't see on Fifth Avenue with that property value, someone coming in and voluntarily taking 20 feet. I think there's a reason why a form-based code in a streetscape model like that is the way it is. It's because the idea of looking down a street and seeing some sort of uniformity. And that was intended to be a busy, a lively district. So having those uses up to the street, there's a reason why you do that. You do that to have that activity right there. So it's not parking, it's not dead space, it's not, unused, not just a planter bed. It was intentional.
Yeah, I'm really talking more about the requirements of picking a distance, 10 feet or 12 feet in terms of our setback, right? The columns that you talked about. And by the way, what is the Del Mar building? Is that something utilizing a setback because you step up to it?
Yeah, I think they have the same with the arcade.
Right.
And they have
That's
they have
what you
dining
call
right there.
that arcade.
Yeah, columns, arcade, I think,
Yeah.
it says how you can hold that build to line.
But Erica, is that?
Awnings,
yeah.
awning structures, or other similar structures.
So my question is the 10 feet, does that properly allow for the flow of guests and servers and heaters and umbrellas when we're talking about setbacks and allowing outdoor dining? Is there a better number?
That you would want to require? I don't think so.
Okay.
I think you could reasonably put a row of 4 tops in 10
You think
feet.
or you know?
I don't know. I would have to have Kyle confirm.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
I think
That would be a
we
fire
should
marshal
know
question.
this. We
Yeah.
should know this.
Okay.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
And that's my ask.
I think that building, that Colson building, they held the build to with columns, then they did another row of columns at that 10 feet, and actually their outdoor dining went even farther in because they were allowed to bring the second floor out.
Yep.
So you have outdoor dining that's open for the first 10 feet, then they had outdoor dining that was under the second floor,
Yes.
and then restaurant space below, which you can completely do by code today.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you,
But
Madam.
did they get backyard setbacks?
They did not. Nope. They came in before we had any of these discussions, so they are compliant to the code as it's in place today.
Okay.
They got a parking allocation, but that was it.
That parking, to just number 12, that's what you were talking about, is the build to, which was,
Oh, the open space?
yeah, go to the open space. Sounds good, but basically it's creating a problem in the back of the house, and we already have a problem. So, we don't have enough parking spaces, nor do we have enough prep area, and they're encroaching, so,
I think as long as it's optional, I fully understand where we're going with this, because keep in mind, you're gonna have developers who don't want restaurants at all. You know, a lot of landlords, owners don't want to deal with restaurants, so you may have someone that comes in that has no interest in outdoor dining.
however, we did have a 500 feet or 1,000 feet between a restaurant, and that rule went away, and now we have restaurant, and Dewani came back in and said, you have to have that balance of retail, restaurant, and then we converted these, retail to restaurant. They required more parking, and I mean, that's why we were looking at it, because success has created unmanageable issues.
I think a lot of the issues that the residents and the community and council feel related to Fifth Ave are parking relaid.
And Mayor,
Absolutely.
one more
because-
comment, the last comment. When I walk down Fifth Avenue, just as an example, when I get over, when I park in front of Malto, I can't even my wife can't open her car door to get out because the tables are right up to the curb. Why is that?
That one has been there for, what was it, Alton's before? That's been there since before there were outdoor dining. I think that was there before the Dewani plan.
Okay.
That is just one of those that has
I don't know about that.
never changed over. They've,
Interesting. All right, thank you.
All right, yeah.
yeah.
Councilmember Perry?
Several comments. I do know where the resident transient lodging thing came from. I think that was from the chairman of the PAB.
I did hear him say that.
Who believed that by allowing that, it would incentivize having the setback on the front of the first floor. And he and I had that discussion, and I told him I didn't think it made any sense, but obviously he still thinks it makes a lot of sense. But I do remember, and I don't remember which building it is, I do remember there was one building that came in a year and a half ago, where they had originally proposed to not be built out all the way to the line.
It's that
and then they
460
redesigned it.
They've been through, I think 465 Fifth Ave,
Okay.
Bellini and Ocetra and those.
Didn't
ones
it
used to be-
originally have kind
it
of
had that
curved wall on
curved-
the front? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But they are, so that's the one I'm speaking of, where they hold that build to with some columns, and then they have another set of columns, because that almost the whole first floor is
But their original design did not.
actually, what
conform,
didn't
if I
comply, the
remember
original was the top floor, because it was curved, didn't hold that line.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
What I'd like to do before we actually start doing something on this, it seems like we need some architects that may give us some insight. So, because I don't even trust us as being the appeal from the DRB, let alone now in creating an architectural design that I couldn't even build Lego blocks and make it look right. So, I think we could use some input on that before we start making substantial changes on this, and whether it's 10 feet or 12 feet. And I don't mean to impugn your credentials, but I'm not sure you know that answer either.
Definitely not the fire marshal, I agree. I don't know
And
that.
so I think maybe if we can some way, maybe it's a future DRB joint meeting or something where we could have those discussions, or something where we get some input from some professionals that know that on that particular issue.
Did DRB review this?
No, they do not review, this because it's zoning. They don't review text.
No, but it's also design, and they're, in fact, they're the ones who made that building go back and redesign it. So I think that, I mean, if we're conflicting with our own design review board on the standards, but what concerns me most is that, again, what's coming down the pike, and this approval process, and how we get ahead of it, and making sure that our efforts are heard before the development continues.
Well, I think on this particular one, I mean, actually, this is more, as it now exists, it's more strict than what we propose it to be. We're proposing to possibly soften that up where they don't have to build to the setback line.
And they don't have to now. I would just reiterate.
But I mean, they have to build something.
Something, yeah. But there is still the option is out there for any new developer to have that outdoor dining on the first floor, just put the columns, you know what I mean? So there's nothing in the code that requires you to put the face of your building right up on the property line.
And the other
That's
thing
just what
that-
they choose to do.
That protects us to some extent on this, I think to a great extent on this, is this does have to go to the DRB for approval when they present that design, right?
The buildings do, yes.
So we have that to kind of protect us on that. Okay. It's getting late in the day. Sorry about that. I guess that's all that I have. Thanks, Mayor.
We could take, though, action on the things that I'm now confused.
You could tell me what you
That
don't want to
build
move forward
to.
on. I think it's clear that there are some of the things, some of the proposed changes in here that we don't want to pursue.
I will get a consensus on, if you'd like, on the ones that are just on here, and we can workshop it if we don't want to eliminate it.
Well, it's not going to come back before we get back.
Correct.
So, kind of feeding into what Councilman Perry said, we could ask the DRB
To
weigh
review it.
in with thoughts over the next meeting or so when we come back to address it, we've got that insight. And the direction, is what the mayor's trying to get now is say that, okay, relax it so it's not built to at 10 feet. Let's build it, to 10 or 12, given that's the concept. Then we'll be able to have the DRBs weigh in on it, and we can, when we do it in August, we will have something more formative that we can chew into.
Would it be, Ralph and Jay, we have very skilled architects on our DRB. When it comes to some sort of graphic representation, an illustration of what this would look like, is that a resource I could tap into? Is that a conflict? They would never be voting on this amendment.
I'm looking up the DRB.
Advisory
Yep. Right here, hold on.
Well, their rules and procedures are a little,
I think Erica's trying to save us some money.
Yeah, I mean, I would think
And time.
it would fit right in with their charter is to help with this concept.
Yeah, I think it's within their purpose of 2-472. You could send it there if you wanted to. And then their jurisdiction powers and duties, 2473.
Okay.
Okay.
yeah.
Off to the
To
races.
review current city regulations and provide advice and recommendations to the city council.
There we go.
For improved regulations that will promote excellence in design.
Ooh, that's right.
Buildings,
There it is.
structures, landscaping, lighting, and signage.
Oh, they'll
You have-
love that.
You have got,
2-473, parent 2.
Okay.
And they certainly do promote excellence in design. I've seen it myself.
Yeah. Yeah.
But to be clear, I'm only moving forward to them the kind of form-based stuff, none of the uses. It doesn't sound like we're interested in changing the uses, the uses
Well, there's-
permitted on
I only
first and
see
second.
one.
Well, there's the allowing residential and transient lodging.
That's the only one I see. Where, did I miss one?
Well, the change then in 3, so I will elaborate a little bit on that the proposal to allow residential and transient lodging on the first floor was in the back of the blocks, because number 3 clarifies that commercial uses are required for the first 30 feet. So the proposal wasn't to allow transient lodging right on Fifth Ave, it was just in, like, if you have a building that spans that block, to allow it on the back side.
Right,
Of
but
that
we had, that was a test when I was on council.
Mm-hmm.
And that was next to that pub by Virginia's. And that poor gentleman is so upset because he can't find parking spaces.
Okay.
For his transient lodging now that we allowed that.
Yep.
So, council,
So I'm hearing that we don't want to move
do
forward.
we have a consensus on that? I mean, I don't support it, and I would like to make sure that's not on the books. I mean,
Sure.
but
I agree with both of you. And that was why I raised my hand. I would like
Okay.
to remove that as well.
Okay.
Was there something else?
We did touch on, and I will segue into some public record here. We did touch, or the PAB did touch on outdoor dining. Their recommendation was adding language in the outside dining tables and chairs, adding the sentence, "For outdoor dining within the area between the build-to line and the facade of the building, no fencing, railings, plantings, roll-down shutters, or other barriers may be installed or erected to enclose the outdoor seating area."
Why is that?
To be honest, I can't remember.
That might be something the DRB could comment on.
Yeah, I agree.
I
That should
agree.
go to the DRB.
Yeah.
DRB.
Go to DRB?
And if they, if it rains, they have a roll-out awning, why wouldn't you allow something like that?
Okay.
I wouldn't see why you'd want to restrict.
Well, roll-down shutters is an issue, because then I watched it, remember, they tried to extend and enclose the space, so maybe that, they were trying to address that, but DRB can.
Yeah, DRB can weigh in on that too. So,
Yep.
yeah, I think we're good there.
But we did, speaking of outdoor dining, like to point, we did get an email, council, I was copied on an email from Joe Migliara, and that was, that did discuss outdoor dining on Fifth Avenue. And so I think we've had a little bit of that discussion, but if we're addressing outdoor dining on Fifth Avenue, we've heard many complaints about the outdoor dining on public property in Fifth Avenue. So if that's something you'd like to look further into moving forward, I will add that. Do you want to allow outdoor dining in the public property on Fifth Avenue? Do you not want to allow it? And then also, that's I know we've had this discussion a lot, and it'll come back, but with parking.
Yeah.
The Fifth Avenue overlay does not require the provision of parking for outdoor dining, any amount.
Yeah.
But I think Mr. Chrisman weighed in on that last one when they were looking at, sales, and really brought forward saying this 5 feet that we say has to be a minimum isn't working. We need more than 5 feet. And so whether we codify that, or we as council, as these outdoor dining come to us, no longer say 5 feet's an acceptable concept. And actually, if you look at, because we've got tomorrow, where we're choosing the hardscape and landscape based on the GIA plan. If you look at that document and you see the GIA plan, at no point do they say it should be less than 8 feet for a walk space, even for outdoor dining. So we need to maybe throw it in reverse and kind of go back from allowing 5 feet, and whether we need to codify that. I mean, your thoughts? Do we need to take that step, or is it?
Again, not the fire marshal. I think 5 feet is the minimum for safety.
Yes.
But if you wanted more than that, yes, you'd want to make that specific.
So we would want to put that in to the outdoor dining 56-125? Or?
Well, we have an outdoor dining section specific to the Fifth Ave overlay, so you could put that in this
Okay.
portion of the code.
Okay. All right, see, we just added to your
But
plate
it was
then.
just public,
So,
on public property, and that's what needs to be looked at.
Right.
Okay. Councilman Hutchison.
Yeah, thank you. So, Ms. Martin.
Yep.
The discussion is about 5 feet or something more. What is the width of the public sidewalk on Fifth Avenue? Is it consistent?
I don't know that it's consistent. I know 5 feet is a standard, but I don't know if it's consistent, the length of Fifth Avenue.
Okay.
And I say that because a lot of as properties have redeveloped, they've put in their own paver patterns and stuff like that. So I don't know that there is a 5-foot stripe of concrete.
Does our right-of-way extend beyond the sidewalk?
Yeah, the sidewalk and then all the basically from the
So
property
if we
lines to the
wanted
property.
something more than 5 feet in terms of pedestrian access, I certainly would support something that codifies it, not allowing petitioners to make it all the way to city council and then get pushed back on their plans.
Right.
So,
Okay.
and I'm just not clear how much our right-of-way entails.
Our right-of-way is essentially from the property line on this side all the way across the street to the property line on that side.
Okay.
So I mean, other than the road
We
itself.
we just don't know what that looks like all the way down.
Well, no, I'm saying I don't know the sidewalk width is consistently 5 feet,
Yeah.
but that right-of-way is from essentially the face of the building to the curb.
Okay.
Beyond, because we have the street is all considered the right-of-way.
Well,
But
then
that's
we-
all city right-of-way, so that's the planter beds, the curbs, all of that.
And how would we go about this if it was the will of council to expand it beyond 5 feet? What would happen to those that have outdoor dining permits that are beyond, let's say, or not, that
They're at 5 feet?
Yeah, they're right at 5 feet. How would we address that? Do we have to wait until they expire, or do we develop an ordinance, codify it, and now people comply?
I don't think we could I don't think we could go in and force them to remove it. I think probably the only, to bring it into compliance with the new code would be as they turn over.
I'll take a look at it because it is on city property, so we have some proprietary rights as well as regulatory, so I can take a look at that.
Yeah, because I think that is
We might have some conditions that are in those.
Well, the genesis on some of this was COVID-related. And so if we want to claw something back, I think your opinion would be appreciated, certainly by me.
And I think the GAI plan, I want to take another look at that, because if Vice Mayor McCabe is saying that GAI plan calls out more than 5 feet, that's a good.
And whatever we do, Mr. Boudishwar, I think that we need to ensure that there's appropriate and proper engagement of the public and the business. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Yes, Councilman Christman.
Yeah, just a couple comments on this issue of sidewalk width. And first of all, I think what we know from our own experience and discussion here, and going back even to the GAI study of a couple years ago, the comment was made there by the consultants that Fifth Avenue is really a battle for every inch by competing interests. And we also know that at least I believe this to be true, the width of the public right-of-way is not uniform up and down Fifth Avenue. What's there, and so what we may want to achieve may vary block by block. It may vary even within blocks, depending on the buildings. So I'm not sure there's a one-size-fits-all here. There may be an aspirational goal to put in the code, but I think we're going to have to look at it block by block. And then the second thing I'd say is what we've seen, and sales was an example, there's just been a kind of a systemic intrusion of private businesses into the public right-of-way up and down Fifth Avenue, and it's a problem, and it's not right. And that is what I'd like to see us certainly stop going forward, which is why I took the position I did on the sales proposal. But secondly, to the degree that we can take back the public right-of-way where there are these intrusions, and it may have to do with what kinds of permissions were granted in the past and how they were granted. And again, it's a case-by-case basis. But I think that finding a way to reclaim the public right-of-way properly is what I'd like to see this discussion lead to, and I think that's the spirit of Mr. Migliera's email as well.
But one way to capture that back is to reinstate or to make parking a requirement for outdoor dining. They're realizing they can expand their dining by going into the public right-of-way, and they don't have to have parking.
Nor do they pay rent.
Exactly.
It's a good deal.
Mm-hmm. So that's something that should be looked at immediately. If that's, and it seems to be the trend of concern for council and who we represent. So, thank you. So I kind of feel like we're we're skipping around and not giving you much direction with this very voluminous amount
feel
of
good, actually.
information. Okay?
My next step would be DRB. I will work over the summer, and then get this, only the form-based stuff, to get the DRB's input, and then come back.
But what about outdoor dining without parking requirements?
Well, we can have a separate parking discussion about the Fifth Ave overlay district. I think there are a number of issues that council
We
wanted to talk
did
about, parking
already.
related. Yeah, we tackled one of them with respect to the residential units.
And the first floor commercial.
Yeah, I think we're abandoning that. That was the direction I think I got, was to abandon the use discussion, but to move forward just with the build to / setback discussion, get
I
the
just don't want
DRB's input
people
on that.
coming over the summer and trying to get outdoor dining permits, and going through that process and then come to us and change our minds, which it's not changing our minds. It seems to be the policy that we're setting here, that we.
I mean, I can move forward if the two issues I see with respect to outdoor dining are the use of the public space for outdoor dining and parking. With pretty clear direction from you, I could just take that separate to PAB in an ordinance form.
Yeah, and on outdoor parking, there were two issues. One was the Fifth Avenue, but there was also looking at how it's calculated in other areas, because we even saw it on one this morning that said you only need 3 spaces for 24 people at 6 tables. And that's just not realistic. So I thought we had that on the list to look at, or maybe we should have it on the list to look at how we calculate that in other areas.
So, yeah, 2 ways. We can talk about parking related to outdoor dining in all the different districts, because it's different in multiple different districts. Or we can talk about all outdoor dining issues related to Fifth Avenue South, and I can move forward on that. I think we've touched on it in multiple different arenas. I can move forward anyway. I think the fastest way, if the concern is Fifth Avenue South parking with outdoor dining, I can.
Personally, I like to break this up into chunks and let's get something done.
Okay.
And if we keep waiting to accomplish all the issues around Fifth Avenue, it may take 2 or 3 years.
So how about I can take the outdoor dining issues, ordinance form, PAB, in August, it'll come to you. And that would be use of the public right-of-way for outdoor dining and parking related to outdoor dining. Move forward on that, separate,
We choose one to the other, but
just those. And then the architectural portions of this, I'll work on over the summer and get DRB's input before coming back.
Yes? 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 Yes. See?
Okay. Good.
Any other direction? Thank you. Next.
Okay.
That concludes 16B. We'll go to 16C.
Yep. Eric Martin.
Discussion related to the maximum density allowance for transient lodging units.
All right, Erica Martin, your planning director. This is a discussion, again, that broke off of another discussion. I think this item came up during the discussion of density in the D downtown. As you know, we just amended the D downtown to eliminate that the density bonus program. And so the discussion came up about transient lodging because there was a question about whether we should limit the density of transient lodging units in the D downtown the same way we limit the density of residential units. And then it was brought forward, we should just have a bigger discussion about transient lodging and density. And I believe, not to put words in anyone's mouth, but my understanding was this came out of kind of the emerging trend of, the transient lodging that we're seeing now is not the Hyatt. It's not, a Best Western. What we're seeing now is these 3,000 square foot, maybe 8 to 10 units in a building, but they're full dwelling units, multiple bedrooms, and they're intended for seasonal or longer term rental periods instead of your standard, weekend hotel room. And because they seem to function more like a dwelling unit, more like a residential unit, longer stays, you're probably not going to Uber every day if you're here for 3 months, so you're going to bring your car. Probably if you have a 3-bedroom, you're going to bring multiple cars. So how should we address these units similarly, more similarly to residential units instead of transient lodging? And should there be a density limitation on these units? Because we have seen a number of developments come in recently that fit this model, that function like condo buildings, but are transient lodging development.
So so in the comprehensive plan, it said no transient lodging units, across so many feet from a school. So that got eliminated from the comp plan.
Mm-hmm.
So are these new trends, no concierge buildings? What do you call them?
Transient lodging. Our definition of transient lodging in our code doesn't require a lobby, doesn't require a full-time staff. It basically is the length of stay and rental more than a certain number of times. So, yeah, as long as you don't sell them fee simple for one owner, it's not considered a residential unit. It is a transient lodging unit. And we've had multiple developments come in that way. You can see in the background in the memo that I provided in the background, this topic has gone back and forth, even in the time that I've been here. We've had density limitations, we've removed density limitations, we've placed, so this has been a topic that is kind of ongoing. It's been addressed multiple times. Most recently, the trend has been to, we took out the density limitation for transient lodging in downtown. We did have a outside party come in a couple of years ago and request that the city take a look at lifting the density limitation for transient lodging in the highway commercial, but they did not pursue that. That did not move forward. So highway commercial does still have a limitation.
Right. Well, I support a limitation. And Kristen?
Yeah. Let me say what I think on this. I think what I think is that this warrants a broader policy level discussion in a workshop, because I think what this is all about, in terms of, for us, looking at the future of Naples, I think this is about the fact that the ticket price to get into Naples has gone up so high that people are looking for other ways to get in. There's so many people who no longer can afford to buy a home here, afford a hotel room even. And there's going to be a market for finding ways to provide lodging for people that gets around these market-created conditions. And I think that's what this transient lodging trend that we're seeing, if you want to call it that, is getting at. And it's creating ways for people to get inside Naples who are finding it hard to get in otherwise. Even the normal, the rental market here, the Airbnb market, is just crazy when you look at what, I'm talking about the legitimate Airbnb, I'll call it that market, VRBO market, in terms of what people are charging to rent a home or a condo for, a month or a season or whatever. So I think what we need to do is have a conversation about this and decide what do we think about this and what do we want to encourage or discourage. And I know of a couple, we've all heard about rumors anyway, about a couple of other transient lodging projects that may be coming down the road. There may be others. When I say transient lodging, similar to what we've seen on 8th Street, that's what you're referring to. And I just think it's going to continue to occur, perhaps at an accelerated pace, and we need to get our hands around it and have a point of view about it, which I don't think we have now.
Oh, I do. Because to me, there's nothing that's going to change the face of this community than to put more hotels. That means more traffic. They're coming in with cars, even though
These are sort of fake hotels.
And even the ones that are,
Faux hotels.
well, you said
Yeah.
that. I think there's both, and
Yeah.
I think they're both coming. And I think the more commercial transient lodging you put in our residential areas, the harder it's going to be to maintain our neighborhoods. And that goes against our vision.
Well, I don't disagree, and I guess all I'm saying, I mean, if that's what we all agree to, and you know, maybe it's a more accelerated effort, and I'm not saying push it out a year to discuss. I'm saying when we get back in the fall, we can deal with it.
But what happens if there are 3 that come in over the summer? We're not going to be able to deny them.
Well, I think we would know if there are. I mean, they have to. I mean, they're in the queue, right? I mean, there's a queue, and there's a.
Transient lodging? Oh, yeah, that's dropped off. We haven't heard anything back from that one, but
But there
there
is.
was right on Fifth Avenue, yeah, on the south side of Fifth
Yeah.
Avenue.
But that's
Is there a tenant?
that's backed away now. They haven't
Yeah,
moved forward.
I haven't seen any movement on that, but
Right, I mean, and we don't want to make policies because people are, I mean, we need to make the policy prior to.
Exactly.
I feel strongly we should move forward on this density limitation. Wait, did you have, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, McCabe.
Well, only to say, I'm not sure the density limitation is the only way. You know, there may be more that we want to do to control this, and having a conversation about that, and now is not the time, is important.
I mean, I agree, and I think that the speed with which we move is going to be important because of the pressures that are going on. And I do think that we should look at this in 2 ways, because there is the transient lodging that comes to mind when you think transient lodging, which is a hotel room. But then there's the new concept of transient lodging, which is basically a fully functioning condominium, kitchen, bathrooms, you know, multiple bedrooms, square feet kind of thing. So we really got to be thinking of it in 2 ways. And both of them right now are being created as transient lodging, which is used only so that they can do it as Airbnbs, as, you know, rent out the big condos for hotel rooms. But so we got to think of it in 2 ways. And each one, I think, drives us in a different concept of density as far as number of units per acre to be allowed. The hotel room would be a different, maybe higher number than the condo that is full kitchen, baths, et cetera. So I think that's what, because looking to you to say, you're going to need to help us again in this planning process, because you look at the old C2A, used to be 8 units per acre, was for residential. So if we adhered to that concept of saying that these would be residential almost in nature, but because we could call them transient lodging, they could be rented out on a continual basis, we should still look to a denomination of 8 units per acre. And something for a transient lodging hotel more in the 12 to 16. So that's just my thoughts, you know, throwing it out there to kind of
yeah,
let
do we
you-
distinguish between the type of unit?
Yes, as soon as you
If
have a
it's a
fully
dwelling
functioning
unit,
kitchen
right.
and boom, that's a whole different category. So that would be my thoughts, because we need you to go out and work and help come back. Okay? And speed is the essence.
Okay, any further
Everything's a
direction,
priority.
input? I
Nothing's a
mean, I think. Councilmember Blankenship?
Yeah, I agree that we need to look at the 2 different numbers, or 2 different types, and have different numbers, because there's different parking with each, there's different intensity, the coming and going with each. So one hotel wouldn't necessarily be double the condo. But yeah, come up with what the different standards should be.
What disturbs me is that in 19, that PAB discussed, you know, that highway commercial district to remove the density limitations. That didn't happen.
No, that did not move forward.
Okay.
They proposed, an outside party proposed that,
Okay.
and then it died.
And I do think the key is making sure that we have that continuation of the neighborhoods, or we're going to have a lot of commercial in our redevelopment areas. Because transient lodging is considered.
It's a commercial use.
Thank you. Okay.
And requires a conditional use. In every district that transient lodging is permitted, or is allowed, it's through the conditional use process.
Right, well, that last hotel was the same way. I mean, because you can. It didn't mean it was the right place to put a hotel, but it was already moving forward. The train, it was already through DRB, PAB, it came to us, and, you know, we got the, oh, well, we've been working on this for 3 years. Well, that process needs to be looked at. Okay?
Okay.
Any further direction needed?
Nope.
Okay. All right, that concludes 16C. Reviewing tomorrow's meeting, which would be June 1st. On the consent agenda, 6A, 7A, 8. Yes, Mr. Boudouchoir?
Just a reminder on the consent agenda, we will be adding through a supplement resolution to ratify your consensus today on the no fishing rule on the pier, so that's forthcoming.
I would personally prefer that not be on the consent agenda and record a separate vote on it.
Whatever council desires. We are in the process of getting the supplement out. We can put it any location that council.
It hasn't gone out yet, has it?
No.
I'm not sure if it is. I don't know where staff is. If it does end up on consent, we can pull it.
I've been working with staff, and they haven't pushed the button yet.
Okay.
But they have all the documents compiled, so.
Okay. Can you just pull it?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll try to avoid having you
Right.
to pull it.
Thank you.
So we'll work on it right now.
Okay, 8A, 8B, 9A.
9A is a time certain matter at 11 o'clock. There is some
Right.
supplement coming out, and what the supplement will have is just any emails that were received by city council members from May the 25th through today. And this is the DRB appeal. And that's just to assist you in your disclosures for any ex parte contacts. Those emails will be placed in the record. There will also be 2 additional sheets. One has the time limitations based on your procedural rules. And the next sheet is just potential motions that you might make. The next sheet might just be potential motions that you might make. So there's just going to be a little bit more backup material on that particular item.
So you're saying 9A that well, at least I have is 8A.
Are we on 9A or 8A?
No, it's 8A.
Yeah, it's 8A.
It's the.
You were saying 9A. I was like,
I apologize.
It's the 11
I
a.m.
went
time
too
certain
fast.
appeal.
Right, so
Yep.
8A.
It's 8A.
So we have an 11 a.m. time certain and a 3:30 time certain for 8B.
So I apologize, but I do have an agenda that has it as 9A, but we'll figure out
Probably
which
we
one.
added the one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just to clarify for the record, it is the appeal
Okay.
from the DRB. So again, just a little bit of supplemental information to add to the agenda items.
Okay.
Okay, so that 8A is a time certain of 11. And then we have the 8B, which is a time certain of 3 o'clock. 3:30, thank you. Okay, so now 9.
Mayor?
Yes?
There will be an additional regular business item. That's the addition of an executive session to continue our conversations today at time certain 1-ish. which we will have lunch. This is regarding the collective bargaining conversation, to follow up.
Oh, I thought we would, okay.
That's for tomorrow.
Okay, 1 o'clock?
Yes.
Yeah, do we have to have a time certain, because then?
No.
Oh, thank you.
During the lunch break.
I'll keep it in mind. Right, okay.
During the lunch break. Yeah.
Okay, good, thank you.
That would follow after the appeal,
Correct.
which is
first
a time
appeal.
certain.
Right, after 8A.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, I'm dancing already. 9A, 9B, 10A, 11A, 12A, 12B. Okay. Confirming, everyone's complete with the agenda for tomorrow?
Yes, Mayor, may I add a couple comments regarding tomorrow's agenda?
Yes, 1 second, Councilman Perry, before you move.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, because I get confused on agendas and agenda supplements, and I said that we're all looking at the same thing. What is the current agenda for tomorrow? Is it one without any supplements, or is there one with a supplement, or what? I think that's where we get our numbering messed up, because I can't figure out what's what.
Sure.
She's looking at a different one.
That's what I was thinking.
So the way we handle the supplements is it's titled on the cover of the actual agenda, because basically what we're doing is we're adding additional items to these hyperlinks. So for tomorrow's, I'm stalling here to tell you, tomorrow's current agenda that's online and what has been transmitted to you did not have any supplements. So what you will get tonight is an updated agenda that'll say Supplement 1.
Okay.
And Stephanie will highlight what changed. And basically there are 2 additions. And then when you go down to that item, you'll see another link that didn't exist before.
Okay, so we'll be receiving a supplement 1.
Correct.
And that will be the supplement.
At some point this evening.
We'll use for tomorrow. Okay.
Absolutely.
And thank you for that
Mayor.
clarification that we only
Yes.
have 1 supplement for tomorrow.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Boudouchoir, you had what? something?
Yes, actually, some pre-meeting items. I hate to get you all out of bed a little earlier, but I'd mentioned about a week ago that we need to do some photos, and David has arranged for the photographer to be here tomorrow. What we want to do are some individual headshots. We'll be set up in the back room here beginning at 8:30, or I'm sorry, not 8:30, at 7:30. And then we will have a group photo at 8:30 sharp. So if you can plan on arriving around 7:30-ish.
Wait, 8:30 sharp or?
7:30.
No.
And then 8 a.m. sharp for the group
Thank you.
photo.
Okay.
Right, thank you.
You can be the last headshot, Petronov. 10 till. 10 till 8, because we will have the group shot at 8. Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments about tomorrow's agenda? No, I do not have any public comment slips, Madam Clerk. Okay. We'll go to correspondence and communications. Councilman Perry.
Nothing today, thank you.
Petronov?
Yeah, I just wanted to say how relieved and thankful I am that we are really starting to tackle the top priorities. This is something that has been important to all of us, and nobody's pushing it but ourselves. And so I really appreciate the work that everyone has done, including Erica and the planning team, and Jay for really putting this, making sure this got on the agenda. And to that effect, this includes the example of the 0 lot line that we discussed last week, where, I definitely, was a little bit frustrated last week at the, that it went from 25% lot coverage to 0. And I think I unfairly took it out on Erica and Leslie, so I want to apologize because I think more of the fault resides with maybe with us on delaying this by a couple years, and also in the way the forms are created, where you can't help but specify a benefit on a return on vision, which Jay, in about a nanosecond, recognized and eliminated. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Councilman Chrisman?
Two items I want to raise. The first is something that came up this morning regarding in the course of the Pelican discussion, and it had to do with Mr. Land's coming before us and making public comment. And briefly, I'll just say that I found it inappropriate for a member of an advisory board who had participated in a discussion where a decision was reached by that advisory board and who then effectively came to lobby us on this matter subsequent to that. And just to make my point, if you go to our own policies and procedures, under Section 6, meetings, sub-item D2, and then you track down to K, one of the actions that council members, that's us, will, I'm quoting, recognize that the legislative process involves interaction of competing ideas that resolve themselves in a decision by the city council. The final decision may not satisfy all members, but the will of the majority prevails. Once a question has been voted upon, the decision becomes the final decision of the city, and each member will abide by the results. I think we had some evidence of that this morning, didn't we? In terms of a matter that came before us, a close vote, and the majority wills. And we are not of a mind on this council, fortunately, to come back and criticize these decisions or second guess these decisions in correspondence or any other time. We live with them, whether we agreed with them or not. And I think the same principle should apply to advisory boards. I spoke to Ms. Stuparich offline briefly because I couldn't remember whether the policies and procedures of advisory boards even existed or whether they were consistent, and she reminded me, and I think this is something, Mayor, you had properly made a priority of some time ago, that we needed to review those policies and procedures and also have consistency among them. And certainly one of the things that ought to be in those policies and procedures, it seems to me, is something that is similar to what we have in our own policies and procedures on a matter like that. If I was a member of the Community Services Advisory Board and saw what I saw today regarding Mr. Land, I would not be a happy person. This matter was of the Pelicans and the pier was discussed thoroughly. I watched the tape over the weekend because I just wanted to educate myself on what the CSAB said. There was a long discussion. Mr. Land participated in it. He was very articulate, expressed his views. They voted. And let's move on. So I think this is something that our city attorney should look at, come back to us with, and our city manager come back to us with recommendations so that we can, as council wills, deal with this in the future. The second thing I want to mention is a matter regarding the process by which we've gone about recruiting, and we'll vote tomorrow on a planning advisory board alternate. Again, this is a matter of process. We have tomorrow two very capable candidates that we will be voting on, and I'm not trying to suggest we do anything other than vote on it, and whoever wins, wins. But what we had was a 3-week process for recruiting these candidates, when our normal procedure per the city clerk is 90 days or 3 months. So we went from 3 months to 3 weeks. And again, I think we ought to have consistency in our processes as it relates to advertising and recruiting candidates for any of our advisory boards. If 90 days is the right number, let's make it 90 days. As I say, we have 2 very good candidates, but I'm sure a lot of people had no idea this position was even available. And if with a 3-week timetable, and maybe we would have had others who wanted to step forward. So I think, again, it's a lesson for the future. If we're going to do this, let's do it consistently. This is a council that talks a lot about consistency and fairness and equity. Let's live up to our words in everything that we do. Thank you.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, there is not a process in place for applying, that we need to put that in place?
Mrs. Rambosk, in my conversation with her last week, indicated that she, as her goal is to have a 90-day period for advertising and recruiting, advertising and thereby recruiting interested parties for these advisory board seats. If we don't want 90 days, if we think that's too little or too long, we can change it. But that's been her goal for some time, and certainly this PAB alternate process shortcut that dramatically.
So I think it goes back to the responsibility of council members, and that the committees, our boards, work on behalf of council, and that we go back to our rules and procedures and making sure that those are in order. That kind of got dropped off, Mr. Boudouchard, but it's for council to make the decision on how we move forward with the process of committees and boards and their rules and procedures. I think that PAB has, they could, in their board, their policies and procedures, that they can create their own rules and procedures.
So if I may comment, I believe that your code in a couple places for several of your committees, an appointed board says that the board or the committee will create procedural rules. The goal that I think I've heard City Council suggest is that the procedures followed by our committees and our boards be uniform with your rules of procedure. So we have gathered copies of all their procedure rules, and that's a project that we would like to tackle maybe this summer, but as soon as we can, to provide that uniformity and consistency, which is, I think, what the goal of City Council is.
Okay, thank you. And anything else?
Because I agree,
Yes.
and I had the conversation with the clerk as well, saying that there's been occasions in the past, both DRB, PAB, and the CRAB, where individuals came in and said they closed it, and I didn't even know it was open to apply. And my conversation with the clerk is, and I think we've seen this in her last submission out, is when there's an opening, let's say it's June 10th, that the current seat is expiring, we should be backing this up to say applications should start on this date, applications, last submission for an application is this date, and the interviews will be this date. We should be able to say that far out. And that way we as council can talk to individuals out in the community who have expressed interest and say, here's the deadlines. Because up to this point, it's been there maybe, but I don't know where.
But something, I agree with him, Mr. McCabe, and something has changed. And what's changed is that compared to a year or 2 years ago, or even before that, is that we have moved from, in general, from having limited interest in these advisory boards to having a lot of interest in it. And there's demand, there's competition, and it means all the more that we need to have processes that are transparent and fair and clear to everybody.
And I think the clerk is working on that, because obviously you had a conversation with her, I had a conversation with her, so I think we're going to go.
Yeah.
And we don't want to restrict ourselves too much, because there have been times when we haven't had someone, and then we get up to that deadline. But I agree with you in the consistency. Councilmember Blankenship on this?
On this, it's within our power to delay the vote and allow the clerk to get more nominations if we want to allow more time, because it does seem like it was a very short time frame. We have 2 good candidates, but if we're interested in making sure that it's transparent and open, especially since a lot of people have left town, we can decide that, right? We can decide we want to delay a vote and give the clerk more time to find candidates.
Yes, we can. And we just need to check and make sure that it doesn't create a voting issue for.
This is an alternate position, right?
But there's going to be somebody that potentially is not going to be there in the next 2 PA.
Wait 1 second, yeah. Sorry, you got to speak on your mic. So if there's not a conflict, or if there's not a need to fill the position right away, yes. But if there is a need, which we come about, that we won't have a quorum for Crab, we had to put someone on there, then.
Why don't we, Mrs. Rambos can maybe speak to this tomorrow morning when we have that come up on the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, and then a question on Mr. Chrisman's first request. Were you asking for a consensus on an action, or were you just expressing an opinion?
I think it's part of the rules and procedures policy review that we're going to be reviewing over the summer, or hopefully bring back to council.
The issue would be dealt with if we do have this comprehensive review of the policies and procedures of the advisory boards, and as part of it, address this issue consistently within them. Now, if that's in process already and will be coming to us, I don't know that we need to have a consensus today. Mayor, I defer to you as to how you want to handle it.
A consensus is always better.
Yeah.
Because we don't want it to be moving along with just one person. But I support looking at that, because I have seen it. I have seen that exact thing happen with other boards, and people stand up and say, I am on this board, but I'm speaking on my personal behalf. So we have to decide whether we take away their personal right to speak as a citizen is the question, so.
And that's kind of where I was coming from. I'm fine with reviewing the processes, the procedures for all the committees, but if we want to talk about affecting someone's First Amendment right to speak, that's something different that I think we should discuss, because I think there is a right way and a wrong way to do that. I think he, disclosed he's speaking as an individual resident. He's not speaking on behalf of his board. They did consider, just open and just transparent and disclose his position, but not deprive him of the right to speak. But this may be a bigger discussion for another day.
This is a bigger discussion, because I disagree with that. That view. I don't think we're depriving anybody of their rights. I think when you we're as we all relinquish some of our freedom of speech when we go on, when we associate ourselves with certain organizations and take on certain roles. Many examples of that. And I think if you're on an advisory board, you have your opportunity to express your freedom of speech and your opinions, and dialogue occurs, votes occur, and you live with it and move on.
Councilman Perry, and then.
Yes, I just want to comment on on that process. We are at a severe disadvantage, though, Mr. Chrisman, when all we get is there was a 3-2 vote that said X. When we don't have the benefit of minutes, I guess we can go back and look at the tape, but oftentimes some of these come from our advisory board. The meeting was like less than a week before our meeting. There are no minutes, and it's. I hate to put it on the staff to put that in the agenda memo that this is the minority view on this, but some way or another, Just because it's a 3-2 vote one way or another, I think there's something to be said about hearing what the minority was when they're on that position. If they've spent a long time considering it, it would be good to know that. So I'd like to get that worked in there somewhere or another, and perhaps that can be in a committee report or something. I completely understand what you're saying, and I get it. But there are a lot of nuances to this that before we start saying absolutely not or whatever, I'd like to know how we're going to resolve those issues.
So this is an excellent point that you bring up, because that's the importance of our minutes being attached, so that if we haven't watched and the video, that the minutes are there, and that's the importance of the record, because your interpretation of the meeting might be completely different than what is in the minutes also. So thank you for that, Councilman Perry.
Mayor, before you leave this item, just a couple comments if you all are all done.
Yes.
So we will look at this issue this summer, and there are guidelines that we can pull from other communities to help us. One of the things that we do want to have a discussion, and we're going to seek some guidance from you, is related to participation. There's been a question asked recently about board participation via Zoom. Can they do it remotely? Can they do it here? I think consistency is the key. There are state statutes that guide participation, but there is some flexibility that you have as policymaker. What we will be advising you on is to have consistency between the boards and commissions. So we'll address that along with expected decorum behavior in and outside. I mean, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. The wheel's already been invented, so we can tweak it for Naples' needs. But we will be weaving in the participation question. And again, these boards and each member serve at your pleasure. So we need guidance from you in terms of how we should be facilitating these boards and what limitations you have placed upon them. So we'll bring that back to you this fall.
Okay. Councilmember Hutchison.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just something fun that I want to report to council. We've reached another milestone. September 15th of 2021, we were fortunate to appoint and have the inaugural Naples Youth Council. And just this past May 20th, that group finished their first term. And the seniors that were part of that, it was really a great experience for me. As a kid, I got to serve as mayor for a day in Seminole, Oklahoma. And I was the president of the Student Senate, and so I served, it started a long time ago for me, and seeing these kids and young people, these young adults rather, reach this milestone was just really special. I want to tell Vice Mayor McCabe how much I appreciate his attendance. And I know others would have been there if you could. I want to point out that Kathy Swingley, the lady who really heads this group, has done a phenomenal job. The Darren Burkett, he's the Executive Director of School Leadership for the school district. He was there. Miss Ellen Keegan, the principal at Naples High, was there. Heather Shields, the city arborist, was there. And I got to tell you, just in a brief recap, each graduating youth council member spoke about what really impacted them the most in serving as part of the Naples Youth Council. And it was touching. It was interesting in what meant the most to them. And I will tell you that for many of them, the fact that they served in this capacity helped them significantly as they started the next leg of their life and their career as they went on to college. So it was for some of them, it was one of the deciding factors that got them to where they needed to be. So just a heads up that I think we really did something special. I want to really let council know I appreciate the fact that we were able to work together and get this started. So thank you.
Well, I just want to say thank you. The council did agree to having a youth council, and I am very proud of that decision, and I'm just really extremely gratified and honored that you actually established that, because it was one of my priorities on council that I did not get accomplished, and I'm so happy that we have had you as at the leadership of that. So thank you.
It's not about me. It's about this group.
Well, we all have to lead in certain areas. Thank you.
Mayor.
And I just add in, because I went to it, and it was a excellent and just event, and Ms. Swingley did a phenomenal job. Councilman Hutchinson, to take this and run with it, you did a great job. As I was walking in, and I apologize to the person and his mother, but as I was walking in, I was just talking to a lady who turned out to be the mother of the student who was the master of ceremony. And she was kind of saying she was really nervous. Is he going to be able to do it? And he did a fantastic job in being the master of ceremony. And after it was over, I just turned around, I looked at her, and she was just like, and I said, yes, he did. And it was a really great event. It was. And thank you for your work on it, and thank you for pulling it together. It was something we all can be proud of. It really was.
Thank you.
That's all.
Okay. Okay.
I have nothing other than I got to attend the Memorial Day celebration yesterday out at Naples Memorial, and it was really, really good. And I got to represent Naples, and it was a moving ceremony. The seventh grade girl got up and sang Amazing Grace a cappella. And I had a hard time fighting back the tears. It was so moving. And the speeches, Reverend Brandt was there, made a great speech. It was something that you just, it really brought home that Memorial Day is more than the first day of summer. Memorial Day is more than the day off. Memorial Day is more than a barbecue. It is really to honor those that have given the ultimate sacrifice, and as I said, laid it on the altar of freedom for us. And it was amazing, and I was honored to be there. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Councilmember Blankenship.
Well, just two small, insignificant things compared to that. When we had a brief discussion about the parking requirements for outdoor dining, when Ms. Martin was here, and we've brought it up a few times, but if we could make sure it makes it on the list so we don't lose sight of it in the future, that would be great. It seems like it keeps coming up, but we're not progressing. Then another thing that came up this morning, undergrounding utilities. Obviously, there's the element around the cell phone towers that was mentioned this morning, but I wonder if we should think more broadly. We have some neighborhoods who are looking at wanting to underground utilities and doing an assessment to pay for that. If you should think about what's the process for that you make sure all the utilities are undergrounded and any future utilities are undergrounded, because I hate for a neighborhood to go through the cost and effort, like take Seagate, for example. We're undergrounding the power lines and the cable lines and everything, and they're paying for it. But then somebody else comes in and says, okay, we want to put in cell phone towers here. And it kind of defeats the purpose and the cost of what they went through. So maybe if we could look at, should we, in those instances where a neighborhood decides they want them underground and they're willing to pay for it, we do the special assessment, that we put in a requirement that then all future utilities have to also be undergrounded, or at least a process to consider that to make sure that the neighborhood doesn't end up in an undesirable outcome.
Which there's a greater conversation on that because, right, we have cable lines and numerous.
Gas, I mean, there's lots of utilities, so I'm sure the issue's broader than that, but if we could have at some time in the future a discussion around that.
A workshop item?
Yes.
Yes, I would support that, because we do have, we've said that there'll be a special assessment, but I don't know if that's our policy.
Yeah, there's different ways of
We
paying
should probably put that
for
into
it.
some type of form of policy. So yes, 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 no?
Yes,
Yes.
I just want to comment.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so you have a consensus for that to be a workshop item, looking at the utilities and policies for underground?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Ms. Duprich, if I may. The state statute reads that in the area in which and I'm paraphrasing, in the area in which these small cell towers are being deployed, that, and it says in the area, okay? That if we've been burying power lines or requiring those to be buried, that that will have a bearing on how we handle these small cell towers, okay? So we know that in that area, we have taken that step, all right, in power lines. And in Seagate, we have clearly been going this direction. So my ask, if it's the will of council, is to look and see if this meets that precedent of preempting them before they came to council, and see if we have something to stand on with this.
Sure, if there's a policy or already some type of assessment in effect, whether or not that would be sufficient to include them.
Yeah.
We'll look into it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Complete, thank you. Just one thing on today with the, on the peer conversation, I think we need to make sure that our PowerPoints are, you can tell the difference between what the city versus a police department versus the Conservancy. I'll just use that as an example. And if there is a report, have a report and it not be in the PowerPoint. PowerPoints are nice, but as far as having a report, that would have been easier than these graphs. That would have been maybe where we lost some of those details to the information. And just making sure that they're meeting that PowerPoint deadline. And thank you, David. I got your message that Ms. Taylor submitted in her presentation. I appreciate that. And, oh, now tomorrow, we have a lot of procedures that will have to stay on target. So we just need to stay on point when we have our hearing, which as any other quasi-judicial hearing. Just a reminder that even though we've been working on things, we still, when we're at a hearing on a specific quasi-judicial, that we stay on that issue and don't stray into conversations that are what we shoulda, woulda, and could have done. And one more thing, Mr. Boudouchoir?
Yeah, I had a couple of announcements.
Yes.
As well. Just to pick up where you left off, Mayor, regarding tomorrow's proceedings, we'll go over the rules in the morning, but we will send you this evening the allotted times for the appeal, for the appellant, the applicant, staff, conversations, so on. But so there must be order so we can get through this properly and efficiently. So you'll get that tonight, and then for the benefit of all involved, Nancy will go over the rules tomorrow. On the undergrounding issue, I think a workshop's a good idea. I've been getting involved in some meetings with different associations, and everyone's got kind of different things going on, different ideas, and I think a status report is owed to you all regarding what these neighborhoods are doing, what they're wanting, and I think a conversation is worthy regarding options for maybe moving forward in a more strategic way. So let us work on that. Let me work with the team on putting together. It's kind of like the 5G conversation we had earlier. Let's step back for a second and take a look at what has happened, what is happening, and what could happen. And I think that might be helpful for you in giving direction to staff. 2 announcements. Tomorrow, June 1, is the start of hurricane season. We have a system that is formerly known as Hurricane Agatha that is crossing over the Yucatan, is expected to form into what would be the first named storm of the season, Tropical Storm Alex. If it does form, it's a high percentage chance at this point. In looking at some of the models, it does have it moving through across the state. Point of impact unknown at this point. What kind of severity it is, we don't know at this point. I think what's certain is we're gonna have some rain this weekend. What comes with that rain, we're not sure, but it's a great reminder to our residents that hurricane season is upon us. And for our new residents who have not experienced this, they need to start thinking about hurricane plans and preparation. The Fire Rescue Department has been monitoring this and have kept me and others informed. So as we learn more, if there's more to report, we'll do that, and we'll employ whatever we normally do. I'm trying to get my handle around what the processes are here in Naples. The other announcement that I want to make, and this is really as an FYI at this point, Fire Rescue continues to monitor the increasing positivity rates that we're seeing with COVID-19. The most recent positivity rate for Collier County is in excess of 15% and climbing. There is an expectation for the numbers to continue climbing. What that means, I don't know at this point, and we'll have those conversations, but we can't ignore what's happening. The reality is most of the cases that are emerging are pretty mild, but it's the transition, it's the mutation, it's this ongoing thing that is concerning to us. So I just wanted to put that out there. COVID has not disappeared. In fact, it's surging again mildly, and tomorrow is the start of hurricane season.
And thank you for that. And just as far as that status report update, I thank you for initiating that. But the most urgent before we go away on break would be the FP&L Seagate project and also the seawall repair up on Gulf Shore Boulevard North. And
just to confirm, you're requesting an update from staff before June 13th
before we
or
leave,
15th
yes,
on the status?
I would have asked you for it tomorrow.
All right, we can do that. We'll put together
I
something.
think we all need to know it
Yeah.
because we have our constituents are asking us about why the seawall hasn't been repaired. And again, the Seagate installation of or undergrounding.
Okay, so that'll be 2 granular looks, and then this fall we'll take the macro look. So we'll get you an update.
Thank you. And with that, council, 7:30 individual pictures, 8 o'clock group picture. And Mr. Boudouchard, I see the photographer out front. Is there someone getting a picture today?
We're setting up for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thank you, voice in the sky, David. Okay, yes, can people do it now since she's out there? Okay, with that, we'll be, see you in the morning at 8:30.
My Florida.
Mi Florida.
Florida Palm. Watashi Florida.
My Florida.
My Florida.
Underage drinking prevention in Florida is exciting and dynamic. I know that's a strange thing to say when talking about prevention, but it's true here in Florida.
Since receiving a Strategic Prevention Framework State Incentive Grant in 2004 from the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, Florida has engaged coalitions and communities, created a technical assistance team, collaborated with law enforcement, strengthened youth leadership training, and increased the number of evidence-based programs being offered in our communities.
As a result, we've seen increases in enforcement, compliance, awareness of the problem, and parental awareness of alcohol's effect on adolescent brain development. Amazing progress in just a few short years in a state our size.
One initiative that is proving particularly successful is a dynamic social marketing campaign called Be the Wall. Be the Wall began as a joint venture between the Governor's Office of Drug Control and the Department of Children and Families. Launched in 2008, Be the Wall uses radio commercials, posters, theater ads, and interactive website to encourage adults, especially parents, to take a proactive role in underage drinking prevention. Although lighthearted and fun in style, the campaign is serious about its message. Let's take a look.
We taught her how to share. We taught them how to be a gentleman.
And we'll teach them our expectations when it comes to alcohol.
Be clear.
Be firm.
Be consistent.
Be the wall between teens and alcohol.
In my Florida.
In my Florida. In my Florida? Despite what some people think.
Most teens aren't drinking.
But we still count on our parents to look out for us. Be clear.
Be firm.
Be consistent.
Be the wall between us and alcohol.
In my Florida, law enforcement officers take a proactive approach to preventing underage drinking.
In my Florida, my players know they can count on me to teach them true leadership skills.
In my Florida, students know that alcohol prevention is a priority for schools.
Be clear.
Be firm. Be consistent. Be the wall between teens and alcohol.
PSAs are just one of the strategies we use to reach our busy, hardworking parents.
The Be the Wall campaign also utilizes the internet, social media, guerrilla and viral marketing, as well as various forms of print media.
As the Be the Wall campaign spreads throughout the state, parents are definitely getting the message.
Awareness of the campaign has increased 32% over 1 year, and 86.7% of adults surveyed said the campaign has convinced them that it's important to be clear, firm, and consistent when talking to teens about alcohol.
Statistics show that Floridians are getting the message that underage drinking is unacceptable.
The 2009 Florida Youth Substance Abuse Survey shows rates for overall past 30-day alcohol use and binge drinking among students has dropped 15% since 2000.
Parents, teachers, coaches, school administrators, law enforcement, health professionals, business owners, youth, elected officials, everyone has a role in prevention.
Florida is more than prevention ready.
We are prevention in action.
And we are committed to changing social norms surrounding underage drinking. Now that's Florida. My Florida.
My Florida.
My Florida.
My Florida.
Affirm Florida.
Mine Florida.
My Florida.
More Florida.
我的 Florida.
My Florida.
Florida Palm. My Florida.
My Florida.
Good morning, everyone. I call the meeting for the Moorings Bay Citizens Advisory Committee for July 19th, 2022 to order. Ally, if you could do a roll call, please.
Sure. Chair Spark.
Here.
Vice Chair Carson.
Here.
Member Broderick. Member Williams.
Here.
Member Nichols. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any announcements for today?
No, we don't have any announcements.
Thank you.
I was short-handed this morning.
Any items to be added to the agenda for today's meeting?
No, we don't have any items to be added.
Thank you. Item 4 is public comment, and we do have a public speaker today. It's Robert Lynch. If you could please come to the microphone and state your name and address.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for hearing me.
Can you just turn that mic on?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you. I'm Robert Porter Lynch, and I serve on the committee that we have for the docks and dredging in our dock area. And what I'd like to do is just bring to your attention via a letter that I've given you of the problem that we're having at Harbor Lights, which is right on Moorings Bay. It describes the situation of what we believe to be the problem and the cause of it. And what we'd like to do is have you, as a advisory committee, hand this over to the staff for further investigation so that we really have all the facts in hand, especially from some people who really know the details about what silting looks like. As evidence, I took 2 samples of what that silt looks like, and you can see it gets suspended in the water. These came out of our dock area, and here is also a powder sample of it when it's dried out. So do I give this to Natalie? Yes. Okay, Natalie, here's some of the evidence. As the problem has gotten so severe that now every boat is aground in our harbor area, and so our riparian rights have been very limited. Those are all photographic evidence. You'll also see a picture of a sailboat hard aground in there. That's mine, and you'll see how severe the problem is. So if you have any questions or thoughts, I'd be more than happy to also answer.
Is that just at low tide, or do you have that all the time?
We have it particularly at low tide, but I can tell you it's getting to the point where even at medium tide, my boat is aground.
So are you seeing it along all of your property on the seawall?
Yes, and the problem is that we live in a cul-de-sac, and it's outlined in the material there via a map, where the tide does not clear out the silt. And the other problem is that the wind blows from the southwest, as we all know, during the summertime, and so the wind pushes the waves into our property from the silt that backs up in the harbor itself. And in addition, there are 25 storm drains that feed into the area that's silting in. And we know for sure that a lot of that silt comes from the storm drains. Now, we're also, yes, George?
Mr. Lynch, your specific location, you touched on it for a moment, does in fact call for a trapment of this. So it does exasperate the situation.
Yes, it does. And to my knowledge, the Naples Bay Committee has never had a sampling done of the water. You know, we sample around the bay, but not in this cul-de-sac.
Have you heard anything from your neighbors?
In the condominium? Yes.
No. I mean condominium to condominium.
The other condominiums don't have this particular problem because they're not in the cul-de-sac. So they haven't had the accumulation, plus they don't have the storm drains dumping into the cul-de-sac either.
Okay.
So that's the problem.
Why would you think it's the storm drains and not just the tidal flow?
Well, it's an excellent question, and here's what we have been able to observe. You'll see pictures in the material there where you can see right in front of the storm drain all the silt that's in the water after a rainstorm. So, and it's pretty obvious after a rainstorm what the silt suspended in the water looks like. It's very brownish color.
Do you have any idea where that's coming from? What retention pond or anything like that?
Well, as I've outlined in the map, there are 25 storm drains that have been connect up into the storm drains from the neighborhood that drain into our property. So we're at the confluence of all of these storm drains. And so, you're looking at several, I have not estimated what the drainage area is. This is what I would like the staff to take a look at. And the catchment drains, obviously, or the catchment basins that have been installed or been there for some of them for years, are not catching all of this, because if you take any one of the samples that I took out of the water this morning and just shake it up, you'll see how fine the particulate matter is, and that it stays suspended in the water when there's turbulence. So that's what's, and so we're looking at over 50 years worth of all of the silt from the neighborhood being dumped on our property, or at least our area where we have riparian rights. I should say, we don't own the water, but
Has that been gradually building up, the silt, over the years?
yes, it has. I've lived there for 20 years, and I can tell you it's far more precarious today than it was when I moved there. We did have a little bit of a problem 20 years ago, but now it's at the level which you'd have to call severe. One of the boat docks right in front of the drain is so shallow that we could not park any boat there at any time, and we had to turn it into a kayak rack.
So one of the issues, you've got 2 outflow pipes that
Yes.
go right through your property. And
Correct.
there are 80 outflow pipes throughout the whole of Moorings Bay. So we've discussed those as part of the water quality plan in the past, so.
So I don't want anything other than just to have you essentially say, staff, please look into this, let's investigate, is this true? Is there validity to what Robert has said? And, then come back to you with, a report to figure out, is the city responsible for this or not? And then what should we do for remediation?
A question for Nancy. What would be the procedure here, since this is part of public comment? Do we discuss this in member comments later, or?
It's just comment.
Yeah.
Without discussion. Usually it is discussed later, although we don't have a lot of people in the room. If you want to go ahead and just refer it to staff, there's not going to be a huge outcry against that.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to recommend that staff do look into this. I think we realize that there are certain areas of private property that need to be dredged, but if this is perhaps coming from construction sites, which is something that we've discussed, the dirt flowing into the storm drain system, because we've had such increased construction, especially in our area, going into the bay, which has been one of the things that I keep bringing up. So if it's possible to maybe take a look, analyze what is coming in from what areas into the bay, and I don't know if water quality testing can be done in these areas. I know it's not, like you said, the site number 3, I believe, is closer to the shoals, so you're kind of away from that area. So Natalie, is there any possibility of looking into that?
Yes, what we would like to do is request a water quality sample, particularly at slack tides, because I can tell you this stuff smells. And you wouldn't want this next to your house, believe me.
Well, I think your photos show more than anything else that you certainly have a problem there. I've owned a couple marinas in my lifetime, and I know exactly what it is. Not where it's coming from, but having shoaling like that at the docks, you lose the rental income and everything else.
Yeah, we don't have a single happy boater in our community.
I can imagine. Yeah.
And they moved to our condominium because of the boating. That was the primary attraction for it, was that we have a wonderful set of docks that we maintain, meticulously. And if anyone would like to come over and investigate yourself, I'd be more than welcome to host you, come over for a breakfast sometime or at low tide, and you can do your own examination.
Yeah. Well, I think Sandra's covered it, and we would recommend that staff look into that. That's our recommendation.
Okay.
Is that right? Everybody on board with that?
Yes, Yeah, we can take a look at the complaint and, give you some follow-up at the next meeting.
Okay, do
Thank
we
you.
need a motion on this, or is that just a recommendation?
It's fine. A motion would be good, just to go ahead and give the clear direction to staff.
Okay.
It seems like there's consensus among the three of you, but go ahead for formality.
I'd like to make a motion to,
I'll move to have staff look into the situation. Yeah.
Second.
okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
All right, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch.
You're welcome, thank you.
Thank you for coming in. Okay, our next item is approval of the minutes from our April 28th, 2022 meeting. Did everyone have a chance to take a look? Any questions or comments? Okay, is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion to
From
approve.
George,
Second.
Roy, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Motion passes. Okay, so swiftly on to item number 6, Doctor's Pass update.
Yes, we just have the update of the light. The light has been replaced out there. The old light was taken back and repaired at the shop, so it's in reserve for future use. So if we have any issues in the future, that will be available to us, and the invoice is forthcoming for that work.
So the markers were, the 1 and 2 markers, were they replaced?
Yes, the markers were replaced and, installed.
Great, thank you. Any questions on the Doctor's Pass? Item number 7, Moorings Bay project discussion.
Yes, the Moorings Bay project, the RIPRAP bids came in higher than the $35,000 that was allotted for the project. So if you would like to go forward, I would need direction on what kind of higher expenditure you would like to go with.
What were the bids?
I think one was in like the 40s and one was in the 50s.
And for this area, can you describe again for us what area this would cover?
The area underneath the bridge, the riprap on both sides of the
On
bridge.
both sides, this is Harbor Drive Bridge.
Yes.
Okay.
We had a cap on how much we approved the last time,
35,000.
35,000. So now we have to lift it because everybody was higher than 35,000.
It's what you would like to do.
Yeah.
And what is your feeling on the benefit of putting the riprap under the bridge for our water quality?
I mean, gives a lot of places for little creatures to, to live and for oysters to attach, which are excellent for water quality. Gives, just a lot of infrastructure and habitat for creatures.
That bridge is a little narrower than, I think, some of the channel in there, so would this impede on, at any point?
It wasn't supposed to. I mean, per what we had discussed in the past, it was not supposed to impede on any kind of ingress or egress under the bridge.
Do we have any specifics?
Any other specifics on the project?
I'm sorry, I don't have any other specifics.
Okay. And timeline on getting this project done if we approve an increased?
I don't think that there was any issues with doing it within the timeframes that were recommended within
The only reason I'm saying is, do we want to perhaps discuss this at the next meeting?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe with a few more specifics and,
It's not going to hold anything up, I think that's what you asked, right?
yes, yeah.
Pardon?
It's not going to hold any progress up on having it done? Whether we pass it today or next?
Well, I mean, it would just be 3 months later. I mean,
To do it, yeah.
yeah, I mean, you'll just be punting it for 3 months.
When's our
till
next meeting?
Next meeting,
October.
October.
Oh,
We need more specifics.
yeah, I agree with
Okay,
that.
so what specifics were you looking for? Just what kind of habitat and water quality it will add to the bay, and if it will impede any kind of,
And only 2 bids?
yeah, there were just 2 bids.
Okay, is there a requirement for more than that?
No.
Well, it depends. I mean, if they put out the solicitation, if only 2 people applied, I don't know the time frame. If they want to go out for more bids, since you have a 3-month period, I mean, that would be an option for staff to consider if that would generate more competition, I guess, for the award.
Well, yeah, this was a formal written quote process, so if you wanted to recommend a higher amount, it would go to an invitation to bid process, which would just go with the lowest bidder. If you would like to take more time and, put the bid back out again, then we can go through that process and start over.
Things might get a little better. Can't get any worse.
Well, I think you all know I'm completely in favor of doing the riprap. It's just a question of the cost. We're also looking at other costs that we approved at the last meeting. So do we need to look at the whole picture before we make a decision on approving more on this, perhaps? Maybe at the end of this discussion, we can decide.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're just...
We'll just put in a hold for this to the end of this discussion
Okay.
until we hear your full presentation.
Okay. That was all I had for the Moorings Bay project.
I'd like to add something. Maybe I should have done it in the beginning, but there was a report put out by the Gulf Coast. What is that, Sandra? What do they call it? Gulf Coast?
It's the GSAC Gulf.
GSAC. An article, and what does that, do you have that copy I gave you?
I think I gave it.
Do you have a copy of that so I can?
Yeah, do you have it? There it is.
Their headline was, "All is not well in Moorings Bay." And it's a very detailed report about the algae and everything else that's on there. If you haven't seen it, I would suggest that you read it and agree or disagree with it, but they're claiming that the algae is very high, and of course, I'm paraphrasing everything. I'd be glad to give you a copy of it.
I'm not familiar with that particular publication, but we do have, samples taken in Moorings Bay regularly, and nothing has been above, the requirements at this point in time.
That seems to be our rationale as well.
I think what they did was they took the Woods report and they did some analysis of it. So part of our community outreach that we talked about, one of the recommendations from that report was going to the homeowner associations around the bay. And so far, I've done Moorings, Park Shore, and the South Gulf Shore. I still have GSAC and Coquina to do. And part of the outreach was to talk about that report, the recommendations that came out of it, the recommendations that staff is examining to eventually present to the city council, I guess.
Okay.
So I don't know if it'd be helpful if,
So you got that under control?
yeah, maybe maybe you and I can go talk to them, and we can talk about the report
Yeah.
and the results from it, and then the recommendations.
Okay.
But, yeah, to me, that looks like a recap of, and I only just looked at it
Of
very
what
briefly.
you already have, yeah.
This
Okay.
morning.
Good.
But I think it's things that you're addressing
Okay.
through the sampling.
Okay, thank you.
So some of the other things that we talked about at the last meeting with the inflow testing on the inflow pipes into the lakes, has that started?
I don't know that yes, actually, it has started. They are working on, they just did the very first sampling event, so I don't think they even have the results back yet. So that's just, it's just literally starting.
Is there a reporting schedule for those results at this point?
It usually takes a month or so to get the results back, and then it would have to be in a report. So it'd probably take about 2 months to get the report back.
So maybe by our next meeting?
Maybe by the next meeting, we might have some results.
of those.
Yeah.
And have we think we talked about the inlet baskets, which is part of that report. We talked about additional inlet baskets and filters. Have there been any cost recommendations?
There has been discussion about it. I think that they have ordered some, but they haven't all the parts haven't come in. So we're still kind of in the process of waiting for the delivery, the supply chain delivery issues. So I can give you an update on that.
Okay, maybe for the next meeting.
Yeah.
That'd be great, thank you. Any other comments about the water quality?
Is there any progress report on the seawall in Venetian Bay? Because I see them working down there, only they're north of the area that we're concerned with, that the city had the lawsuit with and all that.
Right. They are out to bid, I think, on that process. They're in the bidding process to get the work done, so they're working in that direction.
It's in the pipeline. Yeah, I
The
see they're
seawall
doing
area.
north of our area, they're doing the
seawall.
seawall all up and along the Venetian Bay restaurants there and whatnot. So that's not part of the area that's, where the sidewalk's closed due to the collapse of the,
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're working on the whole entire area there.
oh, so that's part of it. Yeah.
I think,
Don't hold me to it,
I
but
heard that the
think-
Venetian Village itself, they were paying to put riprap along their seawall.
Oh, so that
So I
has
think that's a
nothing to do
separate
with it.
project,
Oh,
and then
okay.
the
Sorry.
boat club is something that is being handled by the city.
So the part
my
that we're
understanding.
concerned, yeah, that's out for bid though, it's, because
seawall
nothing's been
portion.
done for like
The
3 or
seawall
4 months.
portion.
So have they decided not to put mangroves, didn't they, the property owners of the,
Yeah, I
And
didn't hear
riprap.
anything about that.
okay. Okay, thank you. Our next item would be the financial report. We got a copy of the third quarter.
Yes, I mean, everything is on the sheet. We did have the sign itself for the $710. The piling was the $27.71, and then the marker installation was the $4,000. Those were the new expenses since the last time.
I notice our expenditures are way up from last year. $2,417 last year, $7,859 this year. And there's a couple items, maybe you can explain. What is the interior, is that decks and docks for $2,771?
Yeah, the interior decks and docks was the piling, the actual purchase of the piling to install the markers.
Oh, okay, that's the markers.
And then the one above it, the municipal supply and sign, that was for the marker sign itself.
Right, I got that one. Oh, so that, yeah, that confused me, decks and docks, so it's actually pilings.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. And the waterfront property service, is that the Dredger?
That was for them to actually install the marker.
Oh,
Put the
that's the labor.
pilings in and install the signs.
So the 2770 fund was materials only,
Correct.
and the $4,000 was the labor.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, so one of the things that I wanted to talk about, at the last meeting, we approved an additional $75,000 for water quality testing in addition to the $35,000 for the riprap. Obviously, that's for next year's budget. Do you have any type of numbers for next year's budget? Because I know on June 15th, it went before council to approve our millage rate to keep it the same. So I was just wondering if you had a fiscal.
I do not, but they are working on it like right now. So that's why I don't have it. They literally are working on it right now.
Okay. So it's going to go before council, I guess, budget workshops in August, and then approval in September. So do we get to see this before it goes? What's the process? Do we have any input or no?
Yeah.
I mean, the process is, as far as the scheduling, there could be discussion and direction to staff as the budget's being prepared. I don't know that you're having a meeting before then, so you could express your views, and staff can take that into consideration through that process.
So if we decide now to increase, I'm going back to the RIPRAP, if we decide now to increase to 45 or 50, that should be done now, though, to be included in that budget, right? That would make more sense?
Yes, it
Rather than
would.
wait until October and then,
So when staff is working on the budget component of it, comments could be made that the initial responses to the bids that were requested, or the quotes, exceeded the 35,000, and that there may be a contingency for additional costs.
So would it behoove us then to?
yeah, I think it would be prudent if we went ahead and made that recommendation, just to maybe add a contingency of maybe another 20,000 or whatever we decide, just so that it's there. And like Natalie said, if they get lower bids, and if you do look for additional bids in the meantime, perhaps it will be less, but at least it's there.
It's there, yeah, I agree.
Well, the only issue with that is sometimes if people know what's there, then the bids might come in to what's there, rather than in a competitive type process. That would be one drawback to it. I'm not sure of how the amendment process goes. If you stayed with the current level that you have, would it be possible to go at a future time to amend it, the budget? If the bids come in at a higher amount, I think that's part of what staff can work with finance on.
So maybe at this point then, we are better just to stay with it, see what comes in, and then the October meeting, maybe ask for an amendment for increase if we're finding that it's just not possible to do this work. Because I think we're on board that we wanted to see it done. I don't think that's the question at this point. I think we agreed, all of us, at the last meeting.
Yep. I mean, it's an option that you have.
Okay. And with the increase of the 75,000 and the 35, possibly more, do you feel that our millage rate is sufficient to be able to cover these additional costs, or if there are any additional things that we want to add to it?
I think it's fine. You know, I don't remember seeing anything that would cause any kind of alarm with the numbers that we've been talking about, so.
And maybe with the increase in the property values, that gives a little extra.
Right.
I think it was, 12% or something. And I also wanted to ask, out of our, I guess, do we still have like 1.2 million in the reserve account?
It should still be there.
For the fund. How much of that are we obligated to keep in as a backup? And, you know, are there limits? Are there, you know, do we want to keep $1 million in there for whatever reason? I know one of the things in the past that's been brought up is emergency dredging, but doesn't the county now cover the cost of emergency dredging of the past?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So does that give us more flexibility to use some more of these funds if we are concerned about the water quality and want to do more?
Honestly, I'm not familiar with your budget. I don't know if anyone from finance is available that could answer some of these detailed questions. I don't know that staff was anticipating them.
Right.
But could certainly circle back to you with answers after the meeting.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Any other comments about the financials? Yeah, I kind of would like to see some of that before the budget hearings. And we can do this by email, right? We don't need to have another meeting.
Correct, as long as it's a one-way communication of information from staff to the committee, and then no interaction between you all.
Okay, member comments. Any member comments?
I have no more comments.
No, ma'am.
Okay, the next meeting is scheduled for October 18th. You know,
Okay,
please make sure to put it on your calendars.
all right, thank you. So our next meeting is October 18th. This will be a Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock.
Yes, great.
All right. No other comments, questions? And meeting is adjourned. Thank you for being here this morning. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
Thank you. I call to order the Tuesday, July 19th, 2022 Community Service Advisory Board. May I have a roll call, please?
Chair Foster,
Here.
Vice Chair Jeffries, Member Land, Member Smith, Member Swingley,
Here.
Alternate Member Needler.
Okay. We need 3 to make any decisions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we are able to have discussions and just for the records, but without any voting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Are there any announcements?
Yes, Chair. One, Chad Merritt, Interim Director, Community Services. Wanted to give a couple of updates. One being update on the fees and with our current fee chart. Staff has continued to work on this fee chart. We are on a holding pattern at this time. We are working with the county on some agreements, interlocal agreements that would potentially impact the fee chart. So we've kind of held off. I wanted to give the board an update on that. That was a item that was brought up in previous meetings. The interlocal agreement is something that dates back several years ago, and I believe that expires in September. Is that? I'll have to get the exact, but yeah, I believe it expires in September of this year. So, the city manager and some of the elected officials have already met with the county commissioners in a meeting to discuss, and they're going to resume conversations. So I'll provide updates accordingly as I get those. Second thing is the Pure Pelican Pilot Program, which was renewed and actually was renewed for a period of time of a year. That will be information is still being collected through the police department, as well as information through the conservation, and they are going to provide me more information so that I can start putting that into the director's report. I did not have any information from them at this time, and I did reach out to request that information. So we'll start getting those updates now that we're back in session. That's really the 2 items that I had. I just knew those 2 were not in the director's report, and I had questions about those.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Next would be public comment, and I don't think we'll pass that on. Are there any changes to the agenda? Okay, then we go to the approval of our minutes from May 17th, 2022. Do I have a motion to approve?
You cannot take action on those.
Oh, we can't take any
If you want to
action.
discuss among the 2 of you, yeah, you'll just have to defer that to the next agenda.
Oh, thank you. Something.
It's all right.
Yeah, I'm glad you're here to remind us. Okay, did you have any corrections or adjustments?
No,
more people here, I'd approve them.
Okay, all right, so we will move on to item number 7, which is the regulation of smoking by counties and municipalities on beaches and parks. And we are recommending action on the ordinance and program changes to the city council. All right.
Yes. So, Chair Foster, I will take that. Again, Chad Merritt, Community Services Interim Director. This is a House bill that was passed in June. It was actually signed by the governor on June 24th. And this House bill it was regulation of smoking by counties and municipalities, authorizing counties and municipalities to further restrict smoking within the boundaries of public beaches and public parks under certain circumstances, providing an exception, and et cetera. That is how it read within there. There are details which are located if you click on the link in under the timeline. You'll see chapter number 2022-213. It goes into a little bit more detail of what it pertains. I can say that I know that in the past, this board, which you'll see the minutes provided, it dates back all the way to 2001 when there was discussions about the doing a no smoking ban on the pier and the beaches and within parks. It never really got anywhere because we didn't have the authority. There was a preemption that did not allow us to make any of those moves to make it an ordinance or so on. At this time, we do have that right, and there are certain guidelines that are within that. For instance, it states in there that the exception to this new regulation is unfiltered cigars, excuse me. And that's kind of some of the things that I believe the attorneys and so on will be working on with the wording. It's not really our job to come up with the ordinance, but to identify the areas within our department, whether that's the different parks and the beach boundaries and the accesses, and what we would want to see as if we're going to pursue restrictions, then where are those areas going to be? And that's kind of our conversation, and that's what our conversation is going to be today. If we had the rest of our board, this is scheduled to go to the City Council August 17th. That is going to be a conversation with them as well, and I can let our city attorney kind of.
So this piece of legislation is a major victory for cities and counties because in the past the state had the ability to regulate, but now we, pursuant to our home rule of powers, we can adopt reasonable regulations. And as Chad pointed out, the location of where these, which parks, which beach areas, that will become where the focus will be, because now we have the authority. So it sounds like August the 17th, so you won't have the opportunity to provide a recommendation because you don't have a full board today and you can't really take action, but at least you're knowledgeable of it. And as Chad pointed out, there are prior minutes that indicate perhaps what your concern is. Chad, I don't know, on the 17th, will council be looking at an ordinance for first reading or just a discussion? Do you know?
To my knowledge, this is going to be more of a organic discussion to see what direction the city wants to take. Mm-hmm. I'm sure that they'll kind of give some of the staff direction and some guidelines on what they would like to see put together, which probably include city attorney's office as well. But the locations, I think, is the main thing. We're trying to take it one step at a time. Obviously, if this was adopted, it means a pretty drastic change, because we would have to change all of the signage at each beach access, each park. And obviously, when it comes to ordinance changes, it requires a little bit more than just a 1, 2, 3 vote and you're done.
Right, it does require 2 readings before city council with a final adoption based on an advertisement in the newspaper. Yeah. By city council, yeah. So.
All right, so then our job is to sort of talk about, if we're going to do this, where we would do it.
Yeah,
What locations.
And I'll talk about what the original recommendation, obviously we can't vote on that, but some of the areas that we would look at if we wanted to enforce this restriction and pursue it, we would look at our public parks, which would include Baker Park, Cambier Park, Flashman Park, Preserve, et cetera. So any of those public parks, Seagate.
Yeah.
So any of those public parks, as well as the pier, the city dock, and our public beach accesses, which are within the corporate limits of Naples. So we look at the beach strand that falls within our corporate limits. So those are the areas that that we would want to look at. I don't really have any additional. Because when it does say parks, and we actually have to get clarification on whether the pier and the city dock is going to be included in parks. It is a facility within the Parks and Recreation, so that would be one of those things that would have to be clarified through the city attorney as well as some other research.
Okay. So we're somewhat limited on how far we can go with trying to make these decisions today. But
correct. And it's just, we always want to have a conversation when this comes versus jump on the bandwagon of whatever direction we want to go. These conversations are important because this is a pretty drastic change. Mm-hmm. It is going to cost the city some funds as far as replacing signage and so on. So we want to make sure that we do what's best for our community. And we want to get the guidance from City Council as well, from as far as our department's concerned. And on the 17th, I think it's going to be a really good conversation with City Council, and we'll look for direction from them at that time.
Are they determined to do this early? Because as I mentioned to you, I think it's important that we have a public hearing with us, like we have done in the past, when we invite the public to come in, as we have done with dogs in the park and, boats on the beach and things like that. I would like to suggest that we wait with them so that we are able to reach out to the public.
Yeah, I can't really speak on what their conversation and decisions will be. I can at least share that information within the memo. Obviously, we don't have a decision, so I can't really share that there was a recommendation, but I can at least share a conversation, correct? Mm-hmm. So I'll share in the memo that there was a conversation that was had, and that was a question that was brought up within the CSAB.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Well, so no need to share any of our opinions at this point? I mean, I know we can't vote
no,
or take action, but should we have it for public record, like what our opinions are?
Yeah, you can share. This is a discussion. We can have as long as discussion as we want, but we can have a discussion. You just can't take any action. You can't say, yeah, I'd like to see us do it for public parks, and then she makes a motion that we do no smoking in public parks. I mean, that's more of a motion. So we can have the discussion all you want right now.
Would you prefer for the two of us to state our opinions, or would you rather wait for the full board to be here?
Absolutely. It's going to council on August 17th, so I don't know what kind of discussion we'll have again. They could give different direction. So.
Well, that puts us under a lot of pressure.
Well, do you want me to start?
Go for it.
Well, in preparation for possibly taking action, I did some research and looked some things up. And of course, striving to be a blue zone community, I think that's the top right there, that we want to, maintain healthy standards. So right now I'm discussing why I believe we should ban smoking on our public beaches and our public parks. Smell, safety to humans and the environment, and trash. A few things I looked up. I looked up an article. It's called Breathing Space, a study by Inogen. It talked about secondhand smoke, and these are just facts that I'm stating. 7,000 chemicals in a cigarette, 70 can cause cancer, and there's hundreds that can be toxic. Not to keep smokers from smoking. I'm not saying everybody stop smoking, that's a smoker, but it's going to be to protect others that are in their smoke line or whatever. Another article that I looked up, it was called The Battle of the Butts by Christy Hughes, 2020. There's 4.5 trillion cigarette butts that are tossed each year. The cellulose acetate, the type of plastic that's in the butt, takes 10 years for it to decompose. Another article I read, Ocean Conservancy of International Cleanup. In the last 30 years, there were 60 million butts were collected from our oceans. And then it said that cigarettes make up more than 1/3 of the trash collected, about 38%. And that was from the Truth Initiative. And so these were just some background things. How miserable is it to be sitting on our beautiful beaches in a chair, watching kids, grandkids play, and all of a sudden a big puff of smoke comes your way, and you're trying to be environmentally friendly and have a good time. I am a big advocate that I think we should not allow it at all. Okay. Now, the next question what are the recommendations on where we place these stipulations? My opinion was going to be any named public park or named public beach. And of course, you just mentioned the pier and the city dock. We don't know where they fall into the categories. And the beach access areas. But any place where the children and people are coming and going from the beach. I mean, we can't smoke in schools. We don't smoke in restaurants. We don't smoke in public places. This is another public place. And again, you can tell I'm quite passionate about this. I don't believe we should have cigarette smoke on the beach or breathe the smoke in. Ta-da! That's what I've got to say about that.
I did not do all of the research you did. I was looking at it from another standpoint, but I am totally in favor with everything Kathy has said. I am pro-environmental. I don't like to see butts on the beach. And I would agree it should be every public park, every named beach. And however, my side, I also did some research on how that would affect people who think this is my private right to smoke. So this is something I think we're going to have to talk about. I did see that only an estimated 15.5% of the adults in Florida are tobacco smokers. So overall, that's a very small amount of people who come to our beach that smoke. So do they have the right to dominate what is totally a health problem and an environmental problem? But at the same time, I am concerned about taking their right to smoke away. And I'm wondering, only because it's outdoors, should we have a smoking area designated for, say, large beaches, let's say Loudermilk? Do I like the idea? No, but do I think it's fair? It could be considered fair for the 86.4 people who are not smoking. So, I'm sort of caught in a web here, and even though if it went past, like Kathy suggested, I would cheer. But I think there's going to be concern, as we expect it to be. And so I'm thinking, we have designated smoking areas in certain parks?
Absolutely. So, again, this information and these discussions will try to pass those on as far as City Council and voicing some of the concerns and that both of you have. And I think it is definitely something we want to notate. If you look in the memo that on November 16, 2016, that the mayor and city council focused on basically the fact that local municipalities could restrict smoking in indoor facilities, but not in outdoor facilities, which included parks, piers, playgrounds, ball fields, etc. The idea to discourage smoking in the parks was placing signs saying "healthy lungs" that work. So that was the original initiative, and some of those initiatives I believe were put in place, but I don't know that was really pursued in the extreme that what City Council had provided direction 2016. So I do think that City Council, this is a very important matter for City Council. I believe they're very anxious to get it in front of them. I think we're going to really receive a lot of good information from them and a lot of good feedback. So I encourage all of you to stay tuned and look at that meeting and really listen to what some of the direction is. Because as I said, you could see that potentially come back to this board. You may see that public input, which it does require anyways, but after a first and second reading. So we'll, you know, I think that's going to give us and put us where we need to be and let us know the direction that we're going. So.
Okay, I agree. Thank you. I think we're about as far as we can go on this.
That's it. I know.
Yeah, yeah.
Any additions from City Attorney, or we're good?
No, we're fine. You know, we've looked at, our city manager provided a copy of an ordinance that's just already in play in another municipality, and it's pretty simple as far as the fact that the city can now regulate smoking in public parks. But, you know, the devil's always in the details. And again, having adequate signage so people know that it's prohibited, and two, which parks, the pier and the dock. Thank you for alerting me to that issue, so we can do some research before City Council addresses it.
You mean including like the pier, the dock?
Yeah, to see whether that falls what the legislature was thinking when it defined parks.
Well, we consider them a park, do we not?
It's a facility, so, you know, I start to question whether or not it, just like we don't allow it in our community centers and so on, is this a facility, even though it's outdoor? If you've got covered areas, are we able to do anything with the shelter areas, and since they're enclosed? So that I believe, I don't like to assume anything, especially when you have attorneys. So we'll let them.
Welcome.
We'll let them determine what the real direction is, and then we'll pursue however we need.
Okay, thank you. All right, let me take you back. All right, so, all right. Shall we go on with the director's report then?
Yes. So.
May I make, excuse me though.
Yep.
I'm going to back up and make one correction on your the introduction that you have for the for the smoking. When you said to go to look at 2022-213 on that first page, I tried to get on it and I could not get on it. So I don't know whether it was that I had a glitch, but I went into the website, you know, was right there. So I don't know whether that needs correcting.
Yeah, and I'll try to see. I was trying to save us from having to include it. If I can, I may try to submit that as a full document.
Well, it's hard to find when you get online to find it. I mean, it basically gives you one sentence.
Does it take you to? Yeah. So when it takes you to that one sentence, if you look underneath, it lets you go to additional areas within that.
This is all of it. I can
bill.
hand this to you if it would help.
Okay. Yeah, I can get with you, and if I see that it's just not working, then I'll provide the city clerk an additional attachment to put in for the record in this place.
Okay.
And that way everybody will be able to access it.
Thank you. Okay. All right, let's go to the director's report.
Yep. So, you know, obviously I let everyone kind of read through that, and if you had any questions, but I will say that this is kind of a new outline that I put together. I felt like the past one was a little complicated to read, so I wanted to have each section. So I actually have each one of the superintendents as well as the supervisors in their certain sections, which includes the tennis center as well as the city dock. We didn't have a section for that previous, so I wanted to make sure every section was addressed. Community services is a large department, so when I see a director's report and it just talks about the very detailed stuff about your recreation programs, not so much about what's going on in parks and parkways and facility maintenance. I wanted to make sure that you had that information as well. So you'll see this start getting a little bit more detailed. This was kind of our first shot with staff trying to put this together and navigate through, and me trying to make sure it's consistent, because I tend to be OCD, so I didn't want it to look different. So everything will have, everybody likes pictures, so instead of show you a bunch of words, I want you to see pictures of kids playing tennis, of kids participating in summer camp, of adults, you know, having a blast on the beach or whatever it may be. So I try to incorporate some of those so that everybody sees a visual, because if you don't understand what our department or where we actually reach, it's pretty extensive. Between the beach, all of the right-of-ways, if anybody's been down Goodlett Frank Road, you've noticed the work that's being done right at Golden Gate, which I hope should be coming to an end within the next couple of weeks. But you know, those things are projects that our staff are working on and that we've put together. When you look at the city dock is also part of our department. So it's pretty, I think it's cool how far we go. So I think it needed to be reflected in this director's report. So that's what you have.
Well, I thought it was excellent and very easy to read and enjoyable. I just pulled up this one page, which shows literally 7 days. That's the kind of, this is typical of the city and what we put on here.
This is the slow period. So this is actually, when you look at December, January, and February, and even March, you get far more special events. So this is just a list of the special events, and these are a lot of small events that are private that still have to go through us. You might have a neighborhood party, and that requires permits and special event permits through us. So this is just kind of a scope. So this is what's provided to us, and when I say us, everyone, police department, fire department, and so on. Each week we get a list of what special events are happening, so everybody's aware of what's going on in the city. So I felt like it would be good to provide that same list to the board so that you see the things that are going on. I would like to eventually incorporate an upcoming event table in here as well, but I didn't have a whole lot of time to put it together with everything else that was going on. So.
And you are just setting up a special events committee.
That's
correct.
What,
there's 6 of you, I think, something like that.
It's going to be various departments. So
yes.
The special event committee is it's basically each department right now, as it stands, they evaluate special events as they come in each application, and they share information back with us via email. That's all good, but the problem is there is a lack of communication between the departments at that point, because you know, everybody's looking at emails and we get bombarded with it instead of having face-to-face conversations of, hey, here's this event, here's really what's happening, this is some of the areas, this is how it's going to affect your department. We can have those conversations. We can also have the conversations of, we just had an event 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago or however long ago,